At Coletco for Saturday night. Wow, every night I have to pause to figure out what day it is, and now it is Saturday night. So welcome. Should have everybody hopping on as I speak. So welcome to Coletco Live. I'm Chad. I will be hosting tonight's show. Welcome. I've got a lot of places to get this shared, so I'm going to go ahead and set this down and get started right now. I'm going to share it here, here, and here. Also need to copy the link and get it shared everywhere in our group. So welcome. When you get on, please go ahead and share the feed. Welcome. It is Saturday night, last sale of the week, and we are about to get started. Let me click on all my posts that I've made for today. Here's one. I'm going to say live now. I'm also going to go over here and here. I'm going to put live now. So please go ahead, if you're watching on Facebook, to share. We also hit the thumbs up button, like the post. Actually, I was told if you just hit the share button and not even share it, but like you were going to share it, that actually helps the algorithm. That's what I was watching a video today. They say that actually helps the algorithm too. So I think just hitting the share button, even if you don't actually send it anywhere, hitting that button's like, okay, this guy, he's got a feed going on. I might share it. So let's see here. Let's go here and comment live now. Live now. So what I do is I copy the link and post it on all of our posts. And we should have a lot of people watching tonight. I hope so. Saturday night. There's no good college football games on. It's not like Tennessee's actually somewhat has a game going with Austin Peay and Texas and Alabama's playing. It's not like those games are on. Forget that they are on. Tune in. This is the real show tonight, live here on Facebook and YouTube. Sports, records, yes. That's why we're here. All right, let me go and get this shared on our story. Post. Actually, I need to just share to our story. And where's the hot picture from tonight? There it is. And we are live now. All right, I've got it officially shared everywhere. So here we go. I saw somebody message the page earlier. They said, where's the link to the live feed? So let me share that to them. And this person. Okay. Now let me get my comments pulled up and let's get started. Let's get our comments pulled up and let's get started. Jake, there's one thing I didn't go print out. Let me go do that. And that was the waiting list for tonight, which is some stuff over here also that I need to print anyway for Ed tomorrow. So let me close the Vols game for 1 second and print this sheet. Well, I didn't mean to totally close it out, but let me go over here and print this right quick. All right. Full screen, and I think we're good. Full screen. There we go. All right, so welcome everybody. Let me go over here before I miss any comments and see exactly what's going on. So welcome everybody. My name is Chad Williams. We are live tonight at Coletco. Let's go ahead and start reminding everybody what's going on. First of all, I've got a lot of different stuff here on the table, so let me start clearing it off. I got a lot of toys and collectibles. I'll probably show all this again later, but let me go ahead and show you some stuff now, because actually we had some toys and collectibles come back in stock that there were waiting lists for. We had some toys and collectibles. Also, we actually got started tonight on time, so there's probably some people like, he won't be live till 7:30 or 7:15, and we went live right at 7 o'clock. So here's how things work tonight. If you're new and tuning in, which I know we should have several, anything you saw on Facebook, it will be auctioned at some point tonight. Just stick with me. And if you can't stay around too long, let me know and I'll go ahead and put it up for sale. This is a new release from Funko. This is new. I hadn't got to show it yet. This is Disney's 100th anniversary celebration, and it is a album artwork for Disney Mickey Mouse Disco. That is $24.99. Funko Pop Albums, Mickey Mouse Disco. $24.99 on that. I'm going to go ahead and show all this stuff now and get it off the table, and then we'll show it again later. I've got two left. Dee Snider from Twisted Sister and Ronnie James Dio, of course, from Dio. Those are $24.99. Twisted Sister and Ronnie James Dio. There was no waiting list for those. I had one each of those come back in stock. I got the Stevie Ray Vaughan guitar back in stock. Very cool. This is, we had a collection of these at one time going. This is the Stevie Ray Vaughan Signature Stratocaster. That is $39.99. $39.99 for those. Very cool. Got those back in stock. Well, I've sold probably a dozen of those over the last year or so. There's Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar. That's $39.99. And we did have a pre-order on this, the Kiko Man Soy Sauce Funko. $14.99 for the new. That's a new release. The Kiko Man Soy Sauce bottle. $14.99. We all love soy sauce. $14.99. That is now available. Funko, they make everything. They're even making food now. All right, I've got some more stuff over here, but let me go ahead and grab a crate of stuff to auction and show you so we can get the show officially on the road. Probably people's like, wait a minute, I thought he sells records. I do, but we've also got some other stuff. I've also went through a small put-back bin that we keep behind the counter, and I got some auctions for you to get going. The first auction I'm going to get going is a couple Japanese pressings that have not sold, and we're going to get them sold now. The first one is the Rocky soundtrack. This is Rocky 2 soundtrack. And we're going to get that started for $15. It's a mint and pristine Japanese pressing. So here's our first two auctions of the night, just a couple of warm-ups. Some of the few leftover Japanese vinyl from last week. This is the Rocky 2 soundtrack, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi, $15 start on that. And we also had Billy Squier, Signs of Life, another near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. This is a $15 start. This is a $15 start as well. So Billy Squier, Signs of Life, that is a $15 start. There's the mint Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. There's auction number 2, first two auctions of the night. Already got bids on Rocky. We have William Roraback wants the Mickey Mouse Disco Funko. Whoop, before I spill everything, let me go ahead and tag that for him. Jake, go ahead and write the price on the tag too. That is $24.99. William, I've got you down for it. William, there's your Mickey Mouse Disco Funko. If anybody else wants one, just let me know. And we have this crate right here. So half of this crate is auctions, and some of it's going to be new vinyl arrivals. And let me get this in place, and then I'll officially get caught up in the comments. Let me go ahead and show a few more toys while we have them. I haven't never shown these before. We have the Grateful Dead figure, and we have Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols. Those are also $24.99. Grateful Dead and Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols. Get that piece of styrofoam off there. There we go. Unpunched, $24.99. Johnny Rotten and Grateful Dead figures. That is the same series as the Dio and the Dee Snider. So there are those. And let's see. I got the other Devos. So there's the Devo we had last week, which there was a waiting list for, and then here's another Devo figure. Here's another Devo figure. This is Bob 2. Bob 2 is $24.99. $24.99 on Bob 2. All right, now let me see what I've missed in the comments. Back up to the very top, we have already a couple requests for the auctions. Jerry Stone, yes, I got you for a Kyoko Man. William, I got your Mickey Mouse. Sean bid 15 on Rocky. Sean Holford's at 15 on Rocky. John Duran also bid 15. Thomas O'Brien bid 15 on Billy Squier. So did Grant Peltzer and Brian Miller. So 3 people on that tied at $15. And we have Brandon Jackson says he'll take a Bob 2. The Crow Funkos never did come in, Debbie. I have not got the Crow Funkos yet. There is Bob 2 for Brandon Sanders, and Jake also make a note that's $24.99. Okay, and let me read the waiting list for a couple of those, because we did have a waiting list on some of those, actually. We had a waiting list for the Kyoko Man Funko. That was a pre-order, Autumn Betts and Jerry Stone. And the Devo figure. The Devo figure was, I don't have it on here. I know there was a waiting list for it because I've already set them aside. Oh, it's on the back. It's on the back. Brent Robley and Brandon Jackson. Brent Robley and Brandon Jackson on those two. All right, let's get some stuff started. We have, is there a Danzig figure? I hadn't seen one. No, sir. No Danzig figure that I know of. So this is some new vinyl, some new restocks, maybe even a new release, some putbacks, and then the rest of the crate's auction. So when I get to those, I'll just set them aside. I've also got some stuff that was damaged, and I'm going to discount that. Probably, hopefully nothing wrong with the vinyl, but there is some damage to the cover. So, all right, let's do a final call. These are our first two auctions. Rocky's at $15 with Sean Holford. Final call, just $15 on Rocky. And Billy Squire, Grant bid 16, and Thomas, you were second. So Grant Peltzer's at 16 on that. Let me fix this sleeve right quick. Terry Westwood's at 25 on Rocky. All right, so there's our first two auctions. We got a bunch tonight. We got some incredible stuff. Okay, we did get a restock of Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Godfather. That is $39.99. Godfather, however you say that. That is $39.99. Ned's Atomic Dustbin. Let me move this piece of cardboard. The waiting list for Ned's Atomic Dustbin was, I believe, Sean Fairweather. Sean Fairweather, yes, he was on a waiting list for Ned's Atomic Dustbin. For any of those that's watching for the first time, if you see anything in the crate that you want, just comment and I'll sell it to you. And if you want to bid on the auctions, there's plenty of time to bid. Terry Westwood's at 25 on the Rocky 2 soundtrack, and the high bid on Billy Squire is 20. Yes, I need to show the Toucan birds again, because what happened was we had the waiting list, we had them all tagged, but then they never did get keyed in. And we didn't actually put sticky notes on them because we had them in a case and Doug just pulls them out for shipping. So those didn't get keyed in. We don't have the list, and I've already deleted it off of our master spreadsheet. So what I'm going to have to do is one day to show the Toucan Sams again, and I'm going to have to take names. Actually, go ahead and write down Carlene's name. Carlene, I'll go ahead and tag you for one right now. And then probably sometime next week, I'll just make a post because we lost that master list somehow. Those never did get keyed in. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. This is a 2LP Ozzy Osbourne greatest hits. It has his greatest hits from a solo career, like Crazy Train and Mr. Crowley and Flying High Again and Over the Mountain and No More Tears and Mom, I'm Coming Home, and even has a live cut of Paranoid Live. That is $39.99. So Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Ozzy, we did get a restock of Deep Purple, Perpendicular. This is an expanded edition. Deep Purple Perpendicular, $39.99. We did have a waiting list on Ozzy, too. The waiting list for Ozzy is Cynthia Herdren and Shane Devers. Cynthia Herdren and Shane Devers. That was the waiting list on that. Boston has not been auctioned yet. It's on deck. Let's do some final calls. Rocky's at 25 with Terry Westwood. That's a final call, $25. And Billy Squire is at 20 with Grant Peltzer. I'm about to sell those because I have literally like 50 or 60 auctions I'm going to try to get through tonight. Ken Crooker gets an Ozzy. Let's sell that to Ken Crooker. Marsha French wants a Deep Purple. We're going to sell Marsha a Deep Purple. And Mark Querum wants an Ozzy. It is not on colored vinyl. No, it is on black vinyl. It is on black vinyl. And Gary Samuels gets that last Ozzy. I'm sold out of that title again. So if anybody else wants one, I'll put you on a waiting list. Also got a restock of Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. It's just one of those days. Actually, I don't know if that song's on this album or not. It does have Nuki. Is that song? It's just one of those days. Limp Bizkit, $44.99. The waiting list for that was David Schroeder. David Schroeder, I got you on a waiting list for that. Yours has already come in. Jerry Stone wants on the Deep Purple Perpendicular waiting list. I also have Killers direct hits. I like the Killers, especially Mr. Brightside. Somebody told me, Smile Like You Mean It. All these things I've done. When You Were Young, that is $44.99. $44.99, and there was a waiting list for that, Chris Kirkley. So Chris, your copy of The Killers just come in. Break Stuff, it's on this album. Is it on this album? Break Stuff? Okay, it's right after Nuki. Yeah, it's just one of those days. New metal, NU metal, the 90s, Korn, Limp Bizkit. That was the thing, right? Late 90s, early 2000s, new metal. All right, Jake, let's go ahead and end these first couple auctions. Rocky 2 is sold for $25 to Terry Westwood. Terry, you get that. Great deal on that. We don't get Rocky 2 as much as we get Rocky and Rocky 3. And Billy Squire is sold for $20 to Grant Peltzer. That's our first two auctions. They were Japanese leftovers from last week, but they're great titles. I don't know why I have a Grateful Dead. I wasn't going to auction that tonight, but I can if we need to. There's The Killers, and that's sold to James Bragg. The Killers is sold to James Bragg. That is sold to James Bragg. Break Stuff. Population, Me, Dwight Yoakam, back in stock. This is an independent retail, New West color exclusive. This is Dwight Yoakam. The waiting list was Vicki Allison and Jerry Stone. And actually, There was 3 other people on a waiting list from, I think, Tuesday's show, but we only got in 3 copies. And then I got 3 more in today, and there was 2 people on the waiting list, so I've only got 1 extra to sell. Dwight Yoakam, Population Me, Color Vinyl, Indie Exclusive. That's my only copy. That one's tough to get sometimes. Angela 3 wants Limp Bizkit. If you're a first-time buyer, please let me know, because we got to get you set up in our system, which means we need to get your information. So anybody new watching tonight that's going to be a first-time buyer, first of all, thank you and welcome. But more importantly, please make sure that you contact us. We're going to need to get your information. So if you're watching on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook account, we're going to post right now a link to our website where you can fill out a form for a first-time buyer. And Angela 3 is Angela Leckington. Angela is one of our longtime customers, so she's not a first-time buyer. But Angela, thank you for having a new user ID so I could tell people these instructions. Very important. So yes, if you are watching for the first time, thank you and welcome. If you're a long-time buyer, if you've been buying from us the last 3 years, 4 years, thank you and welcome back. Make sure we have your information. You need to send us a message or an email. Next 2 auctions. This is from the Pittsburgh collection. This is Lightning Slim London Gumbo. Lightning Slim is probably an 80s repress or a reissue of this album that originally came out on Excello. It is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. I have ultrasonically cleaned it. I have it in a new MoFi inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap, and Lightning Slim is a $15 start. Lightning Slim's a $15 start. There's Angela's Limp Bizkit. I never did lay it in the stack, but there's Angela's Limp Bizkit. And here's our first Beatles auction of the night. So let me give you an update on this collection. Almost everything tonight's going to be from that Pittsburgh collection. And this guy had crate and tub after one after another of Beatles albums. He collected odd and unusual stuff. There's a lot of foreign pressings. There's a lot of bootlegs. There's a lot of color variants even from Holland and other places. And if there is a U.S. pressing, it's usually something odd I have found. Most of these I listened to last night. If I didn't listen to all of it, I listened to a sample or I listened to at least one side. Our first Beatles auction is a 1969 Taiwan pressing. And most of these Taiwan pressings are labeled as unofficials. They're labeled as unofficials because most of them were counterfeit pressings that were pressed in Taiwan. So it looks really legitimate, but it's not. It is a stereo mix. It is 1969. It has a light edge warp. So just so you know, this thing does have about a 5% warp on it. It plays very nicely after you get about halfway through Yellow Submarine. So that's the first reason I'm going to start this one, because it does have a defect to it. It's pressed in Taiwan. You see kind of the warp tear to it. $10 start. And I had it tagged to start at 35 before I test played it. It was EX Plus. I was going to start it for 35. But if anything, this is more of a collectible. You know, you're not going to put on a Taiwan pressing of Yellow Submarine and expect, MoFi quality. This is more of a collectible. But here's an interesting note. 45 people have it on Discogs. 377 people want it. I've got some pretty cool notes about some of these ratios. There's a lot of these foreign Beatles pressings. People are looking for their Beatles collection. And a lot of them really just don't come up for sale in the United States, and that's going to be the case of a lot of these. So this is a 69 Taiwan press. It does have a light warp. It's technically an unofficial. It is from 69, and that's now up for bid. Okay, now back up to the top. So Angela got a Limp Bizkit. Chris Wood Sr. says, I need that Deep Purple. Do you want me to put you on a waiting list with Jerry Stone? I got Jerry Stone on a waiting list. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. Jetstream bid $15 on Lightning Slim. And we have Yellow Submarine, 10, 10, 16, and now 20. We have, no doubt, Tragic Kingdom back in stock, $33.99. No doubt, Tragic Kingdom. There was a waiting list for this, more or less. I got you down on a waiting list for that. Thank you. And Lightning Slim's at 20, and Yellow Submarine's at 20. Jake, make sure Chris Wood Sr. goes on that waiting list for Deep Purple. Charles Wesley Godwin, $36.99. Charles Wesley Godwin, that is $36.99. That's new and sealed. That was an artist that Tanner recommended we bring in for sale. That's a Tanner recommendation. He's into the Americana artist, and very similar, like I said, Tyler, Sturgill, Coulter Wall, Zach Bryan, that kind of stuff. That's Charles Wesley Godwin. Those have been hard to get, $36.99. Okay, now I've got some putbacks and some random stuff in this crate. First, these are either putbacks or no payments. This is Alvin Lee and 10 Years After, 1999. Alvin Lee, that's a OG on the Durham label, very clean, 1999. Lightning Slim's at 20. Jetstream, let me know if you're in or out. He says he's out, so final call to Michael Nath for 20. Yellow Submarine's at 21. Now it's at 25. Price on DY, Dwight Yoakam is $31.99. Last copy. Last copy on that. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. That's a VG Plus copy, $14.99. It Ain't Easy, Three Dog Night, VG Plus on the vinyl, $14.99. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds, that is a live album, Girls Go Wild, $19.99. Or actually, I don't know if that is a live album. I think that's yeah, no, that is live. Sunset Sound Studios. No, it may be a studio album. I think that is a studio album, $19.99. Sherry Darnell wants the Charles Wesley Godwin. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Yellow Submarine is at $26. Jetstream says he'll take the Three Dog Night. And Homeland Conspiracy said he will take that last Dwight Yoakam. All right, so here's what's up for auction because we're about to do some final calls. Lightning Slim is probably, and they actually don't have a date on it, but it's probably a 1980s reissue of this album that originally came out on Excello. It's called London Gumbo. Lightning Slim is near mint minus and shrink wrap. High bid on that is $20, and that's a final call to Michael Nath. And also, we have a 1969 pressing of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. That's a Taiwan. It's technically an unofficial. It does have a warp to it. About halfway through the first track, you can play it, and it plays through after that. So you can only listen to about 90% of it, maybe. Not many come up for sale. I don't think there was any for sale in the United States. So a lot of these foreign Beatles records, you're going to hear me say, 0 for sale in the United States, which is true. Like if you wanted to buy one from a U.S. seller, a lot of these tonight, I don't know about this one positively, but a lot of these tonight is going to be like 0 or for sale. You can only buy it from like Taiwan or Chile or Venezuela or somewhere probably you shouldn't be ordering vinyl from. Sometimes those records show up, but I know a lot of people who buy stuff from foreign countries and sometimes it don't show up in one piece or it gets lost. Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory. Rammstein is $49.99. Rammstein Mutter, $49.99. Rammstein Mutter, $49.99. That's new and sealed. And beware, Skaos or Skaos is approaching. A ska record. This was a putback or no payment, 1988 UK, $29.99. So the high bidder is Christopher Morris on the Beatles. And like I said, like on these Taiwan records, these aren't, you can listen to them. I listened to it. It actually didn't sound that bad. Some of them sound really, really bad. Some of them sound decent. This actually sounds decent. You can't listen to half of Yellow Submarine. But like I said, this is more, I think, if you're buying a Taiwan record for the sound quality, then you're doing it wrong. These are more like a collectible for sure. And some of them on colored vinyl get really expensive. It's crazy, some of these Beatles colored vinyl Taiwan pressings, what they bring on eBay. Yellow Submarine's now at $29. And let's go ahead and sell Lightning Slim London Gumbo to Michael Nath for $20. We also have Eric Clapton Unplugged, $44.99. New and sealed remaster, Eric Clapton Unplugged, $44.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, this is a live unofficial from 1987, Don't Mess with Texas, $44.99. All right, William Rohraback is at $29 on Yellow Submarine. That's not a final call. Let me go ahead and grab our next auction. I'm going to try to keep a Beatles record going most of the time, but we do have a lot of other incredible stuff to auction. We got a lot of other incredible stuff to auction. First, we have Elvis Costello. And like I said, this guy specialized a lot in boots and unofficials, foreign pressings, oddities, promos. He wasn't I'm just going to collect everybody's studio albums in mint condition. He was like, I'm going to collect bootlegs, unofficials, foreign presses, and that's what this collection really specialized in. Here's another one. This is Elvis Costello. This was pressed sometime around 1978 or 79 in Canada. It's a Canadian unofficial. It's a bootleg unofficial of this promo record that come out in 78 and 79. It's a live concert from 1978. Elvis Costello live at the El Macambo. This is actually a white label bootleg unofficial from 78, 79 in Canada. That is a $25 start. That is a $25 start. That is Elvis Costello, $25 start on that. We got a new bidder on Yellow Submarine. Jake Biderman is at $30 on the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. And that is a Taiwan record with a light warp. I'll ask again, any MoFi or Japanese tonight? We will have Japanese at some point. David, you missed about 50 Japanese auctions last night. Tool Lateralis is a 2LP picture disc. Tool Lateralis, that's new and sealed for $44.99. We have Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG Plus, $24.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. This is a very clean copy. Original label, $34.99 on Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. New and sealed, Fugazi Repeater. Fugazi's, $26.99. Also, Led Zeppelin Presents, $31.99 for Led Zeppelin Presents. Yellow Submarine, William is back in at $31, going once, going twice. Jake, you're out. And if you want to get in on Elvis Costello, that's a $25 start before I make it a buy now. That's a $79 Canadian unofficial. Okay, I got a couple records here that are damaged that I'm going to reduce the price. This is Girls' Tears or Girls' Fears. This is Girls' Tears, Tension. The corner got dinged really bad. It's got a big crease through it. $5 if anybody wants it. $5 on that. That's Girls' Tears. Nothing wrong with the vinyl. Girls' Tears Tension, $5 on that if anybody wants it. There was no condition notes on the vinyl. The artist is Girls' Tears. It's a garage punk record. $5 on that. This is a Babes in Toyland that also got a crease, a heavy crease in it. It's got a big dented corner and a heavy crease running through it. I'll reduce this to $24.99. $24.99. It was $38.99. Damaged cover. It is still new and sealed. Craig Ruth says he'll take the Girls' Tears. That's $5, Jake. Make sure that gets tagged for $5. Jake Biderman's at $32 on Yellow Submarine. And Mel Webster's at $25 on Elvis Costello. That is a final call. Was there a fixed Blow My Fuse reissue? That is up for pre-order. It is up for pre-order in our group. Also, we have REM Around the Sun, another one that got heavily damaged in shipping. The vinyl will still play, but we got a nasty ding on the cover. $19.99 if anybody wants it. And that was originally $50. That was originally $50, $19.99. Okay. Final call on these two auctions. And the rest of this crate are auctions that I'm going to be running tonight. This is some putbacks and no payments. We had a Winger, Agnostic Front. That's some records that I'm going to be auctioning tonight. Jake Biderman says he'll take REM for $19.99. $19.99. Okay, that was, actually, let me recap that right quick. So we had Ned's Atomic Dust Bin, Godfather, $19.99. One copy of Limp Bizkit left, $44.99. No Doubt Tragic Kingdom, $33.99. Alvin Lee and 10 Years After. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Molly Hatchet, Rammstein, Skyos, Eric Clapton, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Tool, Neil Young, Fugazi, Led Zeppelin, and the only other damaged record that was left is Babes in Toyland. Babes in Toyland. You know what? I'll go ahead and make that $19.99 if anybody wants it. I said $24. That'll make it pretty much half off. It was originally $38.99. Jake got REM. Williams back in on Yellow Submarine at $33. Williams back in on Yellow Submarine, $33. So there's a crate of auctions. I'll be checking those out tonight. John Stevens says he'll take the Babes in Toyland, and Jake, make sure that goes in for $19.99 as well, just like the REM. The Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1987 live unofficial, $44.99. All right, Mel Webster, you get the Elvis Costello for $24.99, or excuse me, for $25. That sold to Mel Webster. Sold, one bid, $25, and we're about to sell Yellow Submarine. We need William or Jake to bid again or say out. I'm about to sell that to William for $33. Okay, the vintage stuff tonight I've got is Buy It Now Best Offer titles. Buy It Now Best Offer titles. So everything in this bin is Buy It Now Best Offer, which means you can go ahead and buy it or you can go ahead and make an offer on it. And I've went through some of these I've handpicked. Some of them I literally just emptied out of our bins. But while we're auctioning tonight, we're going to go through vintage, Buy It Now Best Offer. We're going to go through new vinyl, and we're going to keep auctions going hopefully all night. Our first Beatles auction is sold to William Rohraback for $33, and that was the Yellow Submarine. If you got stuff you want to request, let me know. There's been a lot of people ask about this Boston, and I think some of them are on right now, and they may even be first-time buyers, and they said they couldn't stick around long. So, I mean, an unusual amount of people have messaged us and asked about this Boston record. So let me go ahead and put this up. I'm going to try to put up the Beatles a few at a time, or I'll put the Beatles up one at a time, so we'll have at least one thing from Pittsburgh, one Beatles, and one boot, and I'll also mix in some Japanese stuff. So we have Boston. This is a late 70s and early 80s unofficial of the Boston demo tapes from their first album. So this is the Boston demo tapes from their first album. It's a $35 start. It's called We Found It in the Trash Can, Honest, which I think is somewhat true. It tells a story on here, but I think they were basically going to throw out these demo tapes maybe. I was trying to read about it online, but also the Discogs review said, sound quality great. It's a great listing. This is called the Boston demo tapes. That's up for auction, $35 start. Also from Pittsburgh, we have a 1976 Japanese pressing. We do have a Japanese pressing here, and this came from Pittsburgh. This is a Japanese 1976 mono reissue. It is, of course, near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 start. It doesn't have the obi. It doesn't have the obi, and if this did, this would be the Japanese flag series. This would be the Japanese flag series. So this is a 76 pressing of Meet the Beatles from Japan, and the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Beautiful vinyl on that. Meet the Beatles has the original Apple inner sleeve. It also has the Japanese insert. That is up for bid. Request Pink Floyd boot. That will be coming up soon. That will be coming up soon. Uh-oh. Late score by Austin P. Not good. So somebody's asked about Devo a couple times. Let's see. Let me show those Devo figures one more time, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan. So here's a quick glance at some of the action figures we've got in for tonight, because I think I've seen at least 3 different people say, what was the Devo? They must have hopped on when I was showing those, and then the thumbnail auto-generated. So here's those. Here's a quick glance at them. We have Twisted Sister, Dee Snider, Ronnie James Dio, The Grateful Dead, Skull and Roses, Johnny Rotten, and Mark Mothersbaugh from Devo, and I think I just butchered his name, but those are all Super 7 reaction figures, $24.99. There's Dee Snider, Ronnie James Dio, the Barata, I think that's what they call that, Skull and Roses, Johnny Rotten, and one of the Devos. Those are all $24.99. I got one other Devo figure too. Okay, so back up to the top. We have Boston 35, Boston 45, 45, 40, 45, 50, 55, Boston 60, Boston 70. We have a request for the Pink Floyd Animals, or the Animals Auto, Boston. Okay. Probably the Pink Floyd boot and the Eric Burdon autograph will be sometime after 8. Okay, that'll be sometime after 8. These are all buy now best offer. Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, 1999. Orange label, RCA pressing. So these are bought now, so I'm going to tell you the price. You can go ahead and buy it, or you can make a fair offer on it, and then I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Nielsen is $19.99. Eddie Cochran, this is called Legendary Master Series 4. It's a 2 LP compilation from Eddie Cochran, $26.99. These are all bought now best offer. The 10 soundtrack by Henry Mancini. This is $19.99, very clean, $19.99. These are not check condition unless I actually say the grade. So if you don't hear me say anything, they're not check condition. This is a white label promo of the Buddy Holly story, $19.99. Okay, so update on the Boston. Mark Querum was at 100, James Bragg's at 110. High bid on the Boston right now is $110, now $120 with Calvin Ward. That's the Boston debut album demo tapes. And then Meet the Beatles is at 47 with Brian Miller. That's our high bids right now on those auctions, just before we get any further in the crate. Yellow River Christie, this has a promo timing stripper on the front, $19.99. A promo timing strip on the front, yellow Epic label, $19.99. And Elvis Moody Blue, and yes, this is on blue vinyl, very clean, $24.99. That was Elvis's last studio album while he was still alive, $24.99. A little more soul, the Tams. The Tams is $29.99. That's one we don't see as often. Black ABC label, $29.99. Boston's at 130. Brian Miller has the Beatles for 47. That's going once, going twice. He's a Rebel, early album by the Crystals. That's a 1963 mono, VG/VG minus, $74.99. That's a record we don't get too often. The Crystals, He's a Rebel, VG or VG minus 63 mono, $74.99. The Eagles' greatest hits. This is a VG plus for $19.99. Like I said, these are all buy it now best offer, so if you see something you want, don't hesitate to make an offer. $19.99 on that. Michael McDowell, I will split the difference with you on the Moody Blues and sell that for you for $19.99 if you want it, because if you don't want it, it looks like Marsha wanted it for $24.99. So let me know if you want it for $19.99. If you don't, then Marsha will take it for $19.99. High bid on Boston's $155. I'm about to sell the Beatles to Brian Miller for $47. Johnny Williams is at where are we at? I just saw something on the Eagles. No, Marcia put Eagles, not Elvis. Timeout, Michael. She put Eagles, not Elvis. That's why I was like taking a second look. So yeah, $19.99 if you want that. If not, just let me know. And Marcia wanted the Eagles. Then Johnny offered 15. I got that a little backwards. John Leeson's at 175 on the Boston. We have Eric Burden. Speaking of him, Winds of Change. This is a VG copy for $9.99. Eric Burden and the Animals, Winds of Change. That's a VG copy, $9.99. Boone Creek is a VG copy for $9.99. $9.99. This is Boone Creek. VG copy, $9.99 on that. I believe that's Ricky Skaggs there. Boston's at 200. Debbie Blair wants Eric Burden. That's so did Debbie Blair. And Eric Clapton, just 1.9. This is a 2LP live Eric Clapton, VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, $24.99. So Michael McDowell, if you do want the Elvis, let me know for $19.99. That's still available if anybody wants it. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, also $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. This is sold to Brian Miller for $47. He just asked the question, is only Obi missing? Yes, it has the inner sleeve and the inserts. Michael, that's sold to you for $47. That's sold to you. Michael Swanger, actually, let me lay that over here in the auction pile. That's sold over here to Michael McDowell, or excuse me, Brian Miller for $47. And Michael Swanger said $19.99 on Elvis. Ugh, I'm getting all my ECs mixed up and E's. Michael Swanger, Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. Sorry. I promise I do this every night. Right now I'm having trouble with my letter E. I'm having trouble with my letter E. Okay, next auction is going to be a live bootleg by Meatloaf. This is a 1977 live concert from Meatloaf. It isn't unofficial. The vinyl's EX Plus, pretty decent sound quality. And I don't know where, but I know when. It's 1977. Meatloaf Captures the World. This is from the Pittsburgh collection. This is a $25 start. Meatloaf, $25 start. $25 start, Meatloaf. All right, Dave Plunkett said BC. BC was actually, I think earlier, hold on a minute, Jake. There was Debbie Blair's Eric Burden, and then earlier Michael Swanger said Eric Clapton, 1999. So we need to pull that out for Michael Swanger, 1999. That was the Eric Clapton live. And then Dave Plunkett put BC, which was, let me figure out what that was. BC was Boone Creek. That's so to Dave Plunkett. I accidentally pulled out Bruce. That's Dave Plunkett got Boone Creek. Boston's at 210. Boston's at 220, 220, 225, 230. And we have Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. That's a VG copy for $19.99. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. That is $19.99. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. That's in VG condition. All right, let me try to get back on track here. I've had a couple hiccups early. Let me go get my drink over here, which is a whole glass of very potent, high-quality energy drink mix from Walmart, and I definitely need some of it right now. I'm in full force reading mode, and there's a lot going on. I've talked to both Henry, Tanner, and Paul today. They are somewhere between, actually, I think they're back in Pennsylvania, maybe New York. I'm not really for sure, but they still hadn't even started heading home yet. They've evidently got 2 U-Hauls, 2 trucks, and 2 trailers full of merchandise. That's a lot of stuff, so they'll be back very soon. We have Boston is at 225, Boston's at 230, Boston at 255, and Meatloaf is at 26. Okay, let's see here. To make sure I didn't miss any other claims, I don't think I did. So back to the bin. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The 4 Tops, Main Street People, EX condition, $12.99. Southern Pacific is from 1990. That's an EX condition, $19.99. EX condition, $19.99. And the Manhattan Transfer, Bop Doo-Wop. The Manhattan Transfer is $9.99. Meatloaf 26, Meatloaf 27, Meatloaf 30. When are you going to put out all the new stuff? It will be shown every night, 6 nights a week, starting 7 o'clock right here on Facebook. That includes all the new records, all the new memorabilia, all the new Kiss stuff. It will be shown every night, 6 nights a week, every week, right here starting at 7 o'clock on this Facebook page and our YouTube page. Loggins of Messina, So Fine, $9.99. The high bid right now on Boston is with James Bragg at $255. It looks like it's between Calvin and James Bragg. It looks like it's between Calvin and James Bragg on the Boston, $255. Meatloaf's at $32. We have the 4 Tops. My records won't stand up like they're supposed to. What was next? The Who, The Kids Are Alright, which is a 2 LP compilation, EX condition, $32.99. This also has the booklet with it. This has a compilation of few music by The Who, $32.99 on that. Louis Armstrong, Disney Songs the Satchmo Way. Louis Armstrong, Disney Songs, VG Plus, $24.99. Calvin Ward, let me know if you want in or out on Boston, because James has it for $255, and that's a final call. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque. This is a near mint copy in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Calvin is out on Boston. That means James Bragg has it for $255 on a final call. This is an unofficial. It's called We Found It in the Trash Can Honest. And that's the Boston debut album demo tapes. That is now up for final call, $255. Meatloaf is at $35. Let's sell Michael Nath, Bob Dylan. He says he'll take Bob Dylan at sticker. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. This makes the 4th copy we've had this week. They've all sold. This one is EX condition, very close to no condition notes, but it is EX. $59.99. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, $59.99. $59.99. That is Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. Also, we have James Taylor. James Taylor Greatest Hits. This is EX condition, $24.99. James Taylor's Greatest Hits, EX condition, $24.99. All right, James Bragg gets to Boston for $255. Meatloaf is now at $36 with Johnny Wilson. Johnny Williams, I've been messing that up all week. Craig said $45 on Billy Joel. I'm going to say let me think about that, because I don't think we've sold one for less than $55 this week, Craig. That might be the magic number. What do we have up right now? We have a boot from Pennsylvania. That means we need to put up a Beatles record, and that means we need to put up something else on deck, because I have a feeling that is on the tail end. So let me grab something else we can have on deck here, which will be an autograph. We've got several cool autographs tonight too. So let me grab these right quick. Craig, I think right now I'm going to counter at 55 if you're interested. Perry Wood said 15 for James Taylor. I'm going to say $20 on that if you want it, Perry Wood. Hey, speaking of the Beatles, yesterday and today, in shrink wrap, this is on the green Target Capital label, $34.99. That's the green Target Capital label. It is in shrink wrap. There's some writing on the shrink wrap, and it does have some tape residue. It's the green Target. That is $34.99. Craig says he's going to pass. Final call on Meatloaf for $36. Our next Beatles auction is called The Beatles, The World's Best. This is an official press. This is an official press from Germany, 1977. 1977. It's a German club copy from EMI Germany. This is near mint minus, and if you were to translate it, it's called the Book Club Special Edition. It was originally, the original pressing in like 1967, which is very rare, is something that was only issued through the mail. That's a very tough record to find, the originals. This is a 77 technically reissue of that from Germany, $35 start. Never seen this before. I've never seen the Beatles, The World's Best. This is a near mint minus copy. It's a 77 German pressing. It's a compilation, and that's from a German record club, the German record club. Okay, James Taylor. So my two counters here was 55 on Louis Armstrong. Perry Wood said he would do $20 on James Taylor. New bid on the Meatloaf boot for $37. Johnny Williams says he's out. Craig Ruth, you have that for $37, final call. And we have Tyler Childers. So did Chase Arnold. Tyler Childers. Chase Arnold says he'll take that. And Marsha French said she'll take the Beatles, the Yesterday and Today. So Meatloaf's at 37, final call. And the Beatles is at 35 with Tom Ulanowski, going once, going twice. Some of these, if they don't get but one bid after being up for a few seconds, I'll go ahead and sell it quickly. So make sure you're bidding and you don't hesitate. The Earl Scruggs Review, EX condition, $12.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Also, somebody asked to see the Southern Pacific. Here's Southern Pacific. It's called County Line. County Line. It is EX condition, $19.99, and that was pressed in 1990. Mel Webster's at $40 on the Beatles. Very cool record. That is an official press from Germany. The Beatles, The World's Best. We also have the Earl Scruggs Review, another one. This is a white label promo. VG Plus condition, $11.99. VG Plus condition, $11.99. Tom's at $45 on the Beatles. Meatloaf is sold to Craig Ruth for $37. That's sold to Craig Ruth for $37. Our next auction is a John Mayall autograph. This record is also one I had never seen before. This is a 1988 Canadian press. The vinyl's near mint minus. It's very nice. It is near mint minus, mint minus. It's in shrink wrap, and it's autographed by John Mayall. Now, he actually autographed underneath the shrink wrap. It's autographed underneath the shrink wrap. That is a $35 start. That's autographed by John Mayall. Quick rundown on our autographs, since it is the first time showing one tonight. I guarantee all of our autographs to be official and authentic. I have examined them. I've checked them out. Most of them I've had a lot of other people look at. I've looked at comps. I guarantee it to be authentic. If for some reason you ever send this off to a very reputable certification company like PSA, JSA, Beckett, and it comes back not authentic, I'll give you your money back. But we will not be selling any autographs unless we, without a shadow of a doubt, know they're authentic. So John Mayall is now up for bid. It's at $40 and the Beatles is at $50. ZZ Top Eliminator. No condition notes on this. Classic album. Has the original inner sleeve. $34.99. Hits include Gimme All Your Lovin', Got Me Under Pressure, Sharp Dressed Man. Also, Legs is on that one. $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. JoJo Gun is VG Plus, $12.99. JoJo Gun self-titled, VG Plus $12.99. Psychedelic Lollipop, the Blues Magoos. This is in mono, VG minus condition, $11.99. VG minus $11.99 on Blues Magoos. Also, Grand Funk Survival. This has the photos that came with it. VG Plus condition, $16.99. Jetstream said $10 on JoJo Gun. Let's sell that to Jetstream for $10. Sold to him. Mails out on the Beatles. Tom Ulanowski has the Beatles, the world's best. That's a 77 German club copy, compilation, $50 final call. The John Mayall autograph, and also the name of the album is called Archive to 80s. Archives to 80s, featuring Eric Clapton and Mick Taylor. Probably not a bad record. In shrink wrap. High bid on that is $42. Perry Wood said he would give $12.99 for Grand Funk. Sell that to Perry Wood for $12.99. And Devil Woman by Marty Robbins. That's a VG Plus for $14.99. Devil Woman, Marty Robbins, Columbia 2i, VG Plus, $14.99. Christopher Brusha said $6 on Lollipop. I will say $8 on that if you want it. These are buy it now best offer, and just kind of to let you know, most of these in here are just from like July, so a lot of them I really can't do half off. Last night I did some half off on some pretty recent records, but a lot of them were like check condition or whatever. So just kind of to get a flow of offers and maybe what I would take. Some of these are pretty recent records, so just FYI. Jonathan Greer said he will take the Marty Robbins. Brent Riley's at $50 on the John Mayall, and Tom Ulanowski, I've already sold Marty Robbins. Let me go ahead and sell the Beatles, the world's best, to Tom Ulanowski for $50. Tom, you get that for $50. Let me also go ahead and pull out our next Beatles auction. Got some interesting stuff here. A lot of foreign presses and bootlegs. This is a unofficial press of a very rare Beatles album. This is unofficial. This is a 2001 Denmark pressing, unofficial, near mint minus. It's a $35 start. And this is of a very rare Beatles, an unofficial press of this Beatles compilation called The Beatles Hottest Hits. This is a $35 start. $35 start. This is a 2001 unofficial press of this album. A very nice, clean, original copy, I'm talking very nice, would sell for around $800 or $1,000. An original press, a true pressing of this. And this is called Denmark, or this is called The Beatles Hottest Hits, and it was originally released in Denmark. Gerard Cacciatore is in at $35. This is a 2001 unofficial press. That is now up for bid, $35 and $35. John Mayall high bid is at $54. Next is Kansas Drastic Measures. That's $19.99. Kansas Drastic Measures, that has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Christopher Brusha said he would do $8 on Blues Magoos, Psychedelic Lollipop. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. Al Green, Let's Stay Together. We've had some nice copies of Al Green records. We've got another one tonight. This one's in VG condition, $16.99. Gerard Cacciatore was in first on the Beatles at $35. And one more time, that is an unofficial press from 2001 of this album that was originally released, I think, in Denmark only. So, you know, like I said, the true original press of this, there is an original version of this, an official, that was released in Denmark only. And like I said, copies, nice copies of that are $800, maybe even $1,000 in nice condition. Very rare record. This is an unofficial press from 2001. Patty's at $57 on John Mayall. ZZ Top was $34.99. Mark Querum said he would give $15 for Kansas. Sold to Mark Querum for $15. And Jetstream got Al Green for $12. Those are both sold. War's Greatest Hits. It's in 20% shrink wrap. The shrink wrap just runs right there. They kept the hype sticker, includes the hit single Summer. That's $29.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, $34.99. Very clean, has the original inner sleeve. For those that don't know, all of our records we have cleaned, we've inspected, and we've graded. If you don't hear me say condition notes, then it's an EX Plus Near Mint Minus record. If you hear me say condition notes, then that's the grade. We've also put them all in new sleeves, and we look and clean at every one of these. I got about 40 auctions ready for tonight, and cleaning them, doing the research, tagging them. Let's see, I worked on those for like 4 or 5 hours. It's amazing how long it takes to thoroughly look up, especially all these Beetle boots, and I was test playing a lot of them. Very, very fun, though. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Sorry, I had to take a drink of water. We have Traffic on the Road, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa is EX condition, $17.99. Gene Krupa is EX condition, $17.99. And Fleetwood Mac Penguin, EX, $22.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, EX condition, $22.99. Does have a saw mark up here on it. That's EX, $22.99. Jetstream said he would give $10 for Traffic. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jetstream for $10. The Beatles. I never did hear again from Christopher Morris, or did he say out? I never did hear from him. So let's sell that to Gerard Cacciatore for $35. That's sold to Gerard. And final call on the John Mayo autograph. Brent Robley has that for $60. Patty says she's out, so that's a final call. And Percy Sledge, Warm and Tender Soul, VG copy, $14.99. Most of our auctions, yes, we ultrasonically clean them. About 2/3 of the auctions tonight have been ultrasonically cleaned. I would do all of them, but some of them are pretty difficult, or a lot of it is, the time would be pretty difficult to take the time to ultrasonically clean all of them, is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me for all the confusion there. It would be very time consuming. I wish we could. I definitely would, but instead of 5 new crates a night, we would have like a half of a crate, or just 1 crate probably. So sometimes we just have to hand clean them. So some of them are ultrasonically clean, but some of them aren't. So if you see it in an anti-static already, it's probably a good chance it is. Now this is one of the more, I'd say, rare Beatles records we have tonight, for sure. This is called Con Los Beatles, which is also known as With the Beatles. This is a 1964, and early 1964 mono. The ratio of this one I thought was interesting. 40 people have it, and well, I think it was 395 people said they have this in their want list. This is a Chilean pressing of With the Beatles. It is from 1964. It's an $85 start. It actually doesn't sound that bad. I was very surprised. And of course, it's a paper cover, laminated. But I was just thinking about that. You know, a lot of people who are collecting these foreign pressings, you know, how often, you know, this is like 1964 being released in Chile. I just think that's incredible that it's back here in the States all these years later. It's like some of these foreign pressings pressed in Chile, and it's still not in bad condition. I've graded it EX Plus. It's in mono. That's an $85 start. That is an $85 start. $85 start. And that's a 64 Chile press of With the Beatles, $85 start. That's on mono. Now, what's weird is this exact pressing, the Discogs has it on a yellow label, but this is a red label. So this exact press, so they have it as a yellow, that's red. Let's go ahead and sell John Mayo to Brent Robley for $60. That's sold to Brent Robley for $60. Next is Fred Carnell said he would give $15 for Penguin. Let's sell that to Fred Carnell for $15. Penguin. The Beatles is an $85 start. And Benton Bragg said he would give $25 for David Bowie. Let's go ahead and sell that to Benton Bragg for $25. That was the David Bowie Scary Monsters. Classic Blood, Sweat, and Tears in shrink wrap. This is a 1980 Holland press, $19.99. That's a Holland compilation, Blood, Sweat, and Tears in shrink wrap, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Let's go ahead and do our next auction, which is going to be, let's see here. I said at 8 o'clock I would do these other two. So let me go ahead and do the Clash. This is the Clash Black Market Clash. This is a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute press. It has the Epic logo down here in the label. That was one of the variants. And it's also got the brown writing on the back. So that's another variant. I think some are in blue, some are in brown, and it also has the Epic logo on the back. This is the Clash, Black Market Clash. The vinyl's EX or EX Plus, $25 start on that. The Clash is a $25 start. Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99 for BTO. Also, Dr. Hook Live in shrink wrap, $19.99. It does have a punch hole. Dr. Hook is $19.99. Shrink wrap and original price tag on Dr. Hook, $19.99. Wow, what's this doing in here? A 77 club pressing of Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Honest to goodness, I didn't know this had made its way in the bin. $39.99, 77 club press, very nice vinyl, original inner sleeve on House of the Holy. Okay, the Beatles is an $85 buy it now. $85 buy it now if anybody wants it. That's a 1964 chili press, early 64, mono EX Plus. And I don't know why I wrote 2015. Oh, I think maybe the last one that sold was in 2015. Yeah, some of these, like I say, they just don't come up for sale too often. I think the last one of this one sold in 2015. Chili press from 1964. $85 buy it now if anybody wants it. The Clash is at $25.25. Chad Van Horn on Led Zeppelin. That's sold to Chad Van Horn. And Henry's Choice said he would give 10 for BTO. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Dark Side of the Moon is a 1975 Winchester press. No posters, no stickers. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. This is a $35 start. $35 start. Also a VG cover. Has ring wear. Or $34.99. I think I just said a $35 start. Next Beatles record. We have a request for the sealed copy of Early Beatles. This is the Early Beatles. It is sealed. It's a here's what I think it is, a 1971 U.S. press from Apple, which would be a 71 Winchester press. It's sealed. No tears in the shrink wrap. No punch holes and no saw marks. It does have some sticker residue from a price tag. That could be removed with some Goo Gone. That could be removed. I didn't take the time to do it. I didn't want to mess anything up. Also for time, $195 start. The Early Beatles, it's sealed. $195 start. 71 U.S. press. 71 U.S. Apple press on that. BTO's at 10. We have, what's the condition? Led Zeppelin's already sold. Oh, Chad got it. It was EX Plus, near mint minus, no condition notes. Clash is at 26. Is Conlos mono. Yes, it's in mono. It's a 64 chili press in mono, EX Plus condition. 64 press in mono. And what Discogs was saying was pressed early in 64. Clash is at $30. We have the Sticks, pieces of 8. VG copy, $9.99. VG copy, $9.99. And Wheels of Fire is $34.99. Wheels of Fire, that's a 2LP cream, RSO silver label repress. Reissue, $34.99 on Cream, Wheels of Fire. These are all buy it now, best offer. Jetstream says he'll take Sticks. And we have 30 to 13. Wow, not what I expected. I told Seth, I was texting him, he's at the football game. I was like, at 7 o'clock, I thought the score would be 54-0 and the Vols would be just like well ahead. That was actually a great game today in Knoxville. A lot of drama. The Beatles is $34.99. $34.99. Kelly Cook said he'd give 24 for Cream. That's sold to Kelly Cook for $24. Sell that to $24. Otherwise, your fault. I know if I hadn't have went to the game, it would have been my fault. If we would have lost today, then it would have been all my fault. Gerard says he will take the Beatles. Great decision there. These don't come up for sale too often. Gerard, that's sold to you for $85. So that Beatles record is sold. Jetstream got Sticks, and we sold Kelly Cook Cream for $24. We are looking for the Beatles opening bid of $195. That's going once, going twice before I make it a buy it now. It is a sealed copy from 1971. And the high bid on the Clash is Mel Webster at $30. Mel Webster at $30. Wishbone Ash, New England, $19.99. Wishbone Ash, New England, $19.99. That's everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Jackson Brown, The Pretender, $14.99. No condition notes on this. Has the original inner sleeve, $14.99. Jay, go put it on Texas and Alabama for us. Texas and Alabama. John Howard's at 31 on the Clash. Roxanne, that's the name of the artist. Roxanne, self-titled, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Jetstream said he'd give $10 for Jackson Brown. Sell that to Jetstream for $10. Captain and Tennille, Keep Our Love Warm, $9.99. It's at halftime. Great. $12.99. Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails, $12.99. $12.99, Harry Chapin. One more, and we have Crazy Horse, $34.99. $34.99. Let's sell the Beatles if anybody wants it for $195. Buy it now. The Beatles, $195. No bid. It's $195 if anybody wants it. That's the early Beatles. It is sealed, a 1971 Apple pressing most likely. $195 buy it now. Our next auction, that was a Beatles record, right? Let's do another one. Let's do something that is, let's do a boot. I thought this was so cool, I almost kept it. Because I remember when the Beatles rock band came out, I had high school Chad. I went and bought the deluxe box set that came, you know, the drums, the guitar. It came in like a limited edition gigantic box. When I saw this, I went, what in the world? The Beatles, the best of rock band mixes. And this is a 2011 Israel press, unofficial on red vinyl, which is something you cannot buy or sell on Discogs. A couple have slipped through on eBay. I listened to it, and it's actually really cool. It's, you know, they remixed a lot of the Beatles songs with a lot of count-ins. They included the count-ins and stuff, and that's what this is. The Beatles Best of Rock Band Mixes from the video game. That's a $55 start. $55 start. That's a 2011 Israel press on red vinyl. $55 start on that. All right, The Clash, 32 with Mel Webster. We have Pamela said she'll take the Beatles at $195. Great decision. I seen where one sold for $256 on eBay, this exact one. Pamela, that sold for you for $195. Next is the Beatles is a $35 start. Michael Clark, Save the Night. Michael Clark is $9.99. Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood is $19.99. Where are we on The Clash? I knew Mel's at 32. John Howard, let me know if you're in or out. Mel Webster has that for 32. Roxy Music, Buffalo Springfield, last time around, $39.99. There's a braille strip on the front. This is one of those flip-open jackets, $39.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. I'm just dying for somebody to make offers on these. I'll probably sell them to you if your offer's fair. Jetstream said 12 on Roxy. I will counter at that for $15 if you want Roxy Music for $15. More Dirty Dancing, Do You Love Me? More Dirty Dancing, $19.99. This is a 12-inch single from the Contours, of course. Do You Love Me? 12-inch single, $9.99. Jetstream said a deal on Roxy Music, $15. Mark Querum said 30 on Buffalo Springfield. So that's sold to Jetstream for 15. That's sold to Mark Querum for 30. Okay, I'm selling The Clash to Mel Webster for $32. And if anybody wants the Beatles, the Best of Rock Band Mixes, that's a $55 buy it now if anybody wants it. The Beatles, Best of Rock Band Mixes, 2011 Israel Press, $55 if anybody wants that. Okay, let's do one that I know several people are waiting for, which is Pink Floyd, Take Linda Surfing. And we'll, of course, keep another Beatles going. I thought this one was pretty interesting. Let me go ahead and run this, though. First, this is, let me get down to the bottom. This is a 1989 U.S. unofficial, of course. It was a fan club unofficial. These were issued with different colored papers on the front. You know, sometimes you'll see blue, sometimes you'll see yellow. This is live Pink Floyd. Tough to get boot. This is a $125 start. $125 start. It's in shrink wrap. It's EX Plus on side 2. Side 1's about a VG. It does have a couple pops in it. Sound quality is pretty decent. And this is Take Linda Surfing. And of course, this is banned on eBay sales. Sometimes they slip through and it's banned on Discogs. That's a $125 start. That's Pink Floyd boot, Take Linda Surfing. Trying to figure out what my numbers mean here. Sometimes I scribble stuff and I don't remember. Oh, I think maybe the last one sold in 2021 that slipped through on eBay, and maybe 2000. I can't remember what that means. I don't know. But that's a $125 start. And one of our new bidders that messaged the page today, MJ Misty T Dog, that he is in, or her, he or her is at 125. Misty is at 125 on the Pink Floyd. This is a 1992 Russian, unofficial, and I will say it's hard to find official presses from Russia. I think if anything was being made in the Soviet Union or Russia, it was counterfeit or unofficial. So this is unofficial. This is very interesting because in the Discogs notes, they said this was cut from a CD remaster from 1987. It actually sounds pretty darn good. It's a $45 start, 1992 Russian press of the Beatles' Abbey Road, and it was cut from a 1987 remastered CD. $45 start. $45 start. That's a 1992 Russia. The Pink Floyd bootlegs at $125. Take Linda Surfing. $125 is the high bid on that. The Beatles is a $45 start. The Beatles is a $45 start. Okay, next in the bin is Sweet Salvation. That's a VG Plus white label promo, $9.99. Moby Grape 69, VG copy. That is $14.99. Side 1, VG or VG Plus. Side 1's around a VG. Side 1 is around a VG. Pink Floyd, Take Linda Surfing. Saucer Full of Secrets plays like a VG. It does have a couple pops in it. It does have a couple pops. Side 2 is like EX Plus near Mint Minus. And by the way, it's a live concert from Hamburg, Germany, 1970. High bid on that's 125, going once, going twice. Looking for a $45 start on the 1992 Russia unofficial. Something by the Kinks, $39.99. This is a 70s press. Don't get that one too often. Something by the Kinks, $39.99. Jetstream said he would give 9 for the Moby Grape. Sell that to Jetstream for 9. Tom's in on the Beatles at 45. Average white band, shrink wrap and hop sticker, pick up the pieces. $16.99. Average white band, pick up the pieces. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $16.99. That's their hit song, by the way. Pick up the pieces. Very cool. Also, we have Tony Bennett, Hometown, My Town. Tony Bennett is $9.99. And Phil Collins is sealed. No jacket required, $34.99. Also, let me make sure, no saw marks or punch outs on that one, $34.99. All right, our new buyer has Pink Floyd at $125. This is a final warning. I expected multiple bids on this. Final warning on Take Linda Surfing. Final call on Pink Floyd. I think what I'm going to do, like I'm doing tonight kind of with the Beatles, I think I'm going to do a night where I put out like 20 Pink Floyd records. I'm going to do a night where we do like 20 or 30 Led Zeppelins. I've been mixing them in here and there. But like tonight, we got 20, 30 Beatles auctions, trying to get some of the Beatles buyers on tonight for this odd and unique stuff. And then hopefully, we can do a night of just like Bruce Springsteen. We'll have other auctions, but this guy's collection had so much. Like I did find the Aerosmith. There's a stack of Aerosmith records like this tall, mostly really cool bootlegs and foreign pressings. John Smetzer said he'll take the average white band. Chad Van Horn says he'll take the Phil Collins for $29.99. And Michael Nath is the high bidder on Pink Floyd at $130. So we do have a new bid on Pink Floyd at $130. The Beatles is at $45 with Tom Ulanowski. That's a final call. That's a 1992 Russian unofficial. We have Sweet Salvation Price. Sweet Salvation Price, that is VG Plus, $9.99. That's a white label promo. VG Plus $9.99 white label promo. Brent Robley said he'd give $32 for the Kinks. Sold to Brent Robley for $32. And we have, speaking of the Rolling Stones, VG Plus $54.99. Their Santanic Majesty's Request lenticular cover stereo press. OG stereo with lenticular cover. $54.99. Brooks, Dark Side of the Moon was VG Plus $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Eric Gooden says he'll take the Sweet Salvation. Dark Side of the Moon was $34.99. James Rayner said he'd get $48 for the Stone. Sold. Sold to sell that to James Rayner for $48. Let's sell some auctions. First is Tom Ulanowski gets the Beatles Russian unofficial uncontested for $45. Michael Nath bid $130 on Pink Floyd. MJ bid $140. And MJ, looks like you're going to be the last bidder on that at $140. Final call to you. Brooks, I'm going to sell you Dark Side of the Moon for $30. So that was a crate. We sold half of it. I'm going to run through the titles one more time very quickly. And I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing our next two auctions. We've sold a Beatles, so let me grab another one. And let me go ahead and grab something else that's not a Beatles record. Let me figure out what I got. Let me do some of the ones that I really listen to. Did I listen to... Is this the one I listened to? 70... Where's that one I listened to? I listened to a bunch of them for sure. Let's see. There's the Let me do the Get Back sessions. Let's do that one. And let me grab Mr. Al Green here. Al Green. We'll do him on deck as well. Okay, I'm about to sell the Pink Floyd. Let's see here. Tony Bennett. Tony was $9.99. Tony Bennett, Hometown, My Town, $9.99. All righty. Let's see here. We have Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, $19.99 for Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, and Eddie Cochran. Eddie Cochran is $26.99. Eddie Cochran is $26.99. That's a 2 LP compilation of Eddie Cochran. I'm just going to read through a couple of these. We have the 10 soundtrack. The Buddy Holly Story was a promo copy. Christie, Yellow River, and the Tams, A Little More Soul, $29.99. Okay, this is sold pending Benton Bragg. Hold on a second. Benton, this was a final call. I'll give you the details right quick, but just let me know because I was on my way to sell this. Hamburg, Germany, 1970. It's Saucer Full of Secrets, Adam Hart Mother, and other songs from that era. That's a final call. I'm actually going to go ahead and tag it for MJ for $140. If you want to bid, let me know in the next 5 seconds. It's at $140. The Beatles is a 1987 U.S. unofficial. This is called Get Back. This is the Get Back sessions. It's a 1987 unofficial. Get Back with Let It Be and 11 other songs. Excuse me. Can't get that out. This is on the Tonto label. So this is a bootleg of the Beatles Get Back sessions. $25 start. I'll listen to it. Sounds great. It's all those classic Get Back recordings. There's an insert with a lot of information. Nice jacket. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Sell that to MJ. Now, I think you're already in our system where you messaged us earlier today, MJ Misty T Dog. So make sure you send us a message now with all of your information. We will send invoices on Monday. So there's the Beatles, $25 start. And we have Al Green, Call Me. Al Green is a 1973 US OG, very clean copy. EX Plus Near Mint Minus, this is a $35 start. The cover's around a VG. It has a little bit of a seam crackle going up here, a little bit of ring wear, but very clean. Very clean Al Green, $35 start. Thank you for sending your information. That is one of the few Al Green records left from this collection, $35 start on that. Let's see. We had a question was, how much was, somebody asked for something in here. How much was the 10 soundtrack? 10 soundtrack was $19.99. Everything in here, by the way, is buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Henry Mancini soundtrack, $19.99. We also have Bruce Springsteen, Elvis Moody Blue, Loggins and Messina, Blues Magoos, The Four Tops, Manhattan Transfer, The Who, Louis Armstrong, Billy Joel, Earl Scruggs, Southern Pacific, Earl Scruggs, ZZ Top, War, Percy Sledge, Gene Krupa, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Michael Weil is at 25 on the Beatles. Christopher Morris, You Were Second. Wishbone Ash, Roxanne, Harry Chapin, Crazy Horse, More Dirty Dancing, Michael Clark, and Tony Bennett. All right, this is a couple questions. How much was the Crystals He's a Rebel? That's a VG minus 63 mono, $74.99. Christopher's back in on the Beatles at 30. Christopher's at 30. We have Moody Blues on blue vinyl. Freddie Milford says he'll take Bruce Springsteen. That was a near mint copy for $19.99. The Who price was EX condition, $32.99 with the booklet. These are all buy it now, best offer. Chip Hall's at 35 on Al Green. Michael Wiles at 33 on the Beatles. Wishbone Ash, that's called New England. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. The War album was called Greatest Hits. It has a little bit of shrink wrap left with the hop sticker, $29.99. What was the Gene Krupa? I was about to say, there was a lot of records left in this bin, especially for buy it now, best offer, that no one claimed. EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. Scott, I've already turned down an offer, I've already turned down a $15 offer on this. I said I would take $20 for it. I said I would take $20 on the Beatles. I think somebody's already offered $15. Blue vinyl on that. Sell Kevin Hammond, the Nielsen record for $12. That sold to Kevin for $12. Michael Slebanik with The Who at $26. Michael, I will take your offer at $26. Now, sorry if I just butchered your last name. I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer, and there's something you're going to learn very quickly. I butcher a lot of names. Sometimes I can't even say my own. So this is sold to you for $26. First thing, make sure you message our page, and we need your email address and your mailing address, sir. And we invoice on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. So as much as you want to buy tonight, we're going to have auctions going all night. We're going to have buy it now, best offer. As much as you buy tonight, $7 in limited shipping. Now, that cycle starts on Monday. So when we go live on Monday, it's a new cycle, $7 in limited shipping, and that's for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All right. So he got The Who, Jake, for $26. ZZ Top's $34.99. Jeff Miller said $14 on Gene Krupa. Sell that to Jeff Miller for $14. We have, how much is Crazy Horse? Crazy Horse is $34.99. That's the debut solo album from Neil Young's backing band, $34.99. How much is Louis Armstrong? We should have just went back through this whole crate. I guess I need to do that later. Louis Armstrong was the Disney songs, The Satchmo Way, VG Plus $24.99. It's time for some final calls. Christopher Morris is at $37 on the Beatles. That's a 1987 unofficial of the Get Back sessions. $37 to Christopher Morris, final call. And we did have a bid on Al Green. Chip Hall bid $35 on Al Green, Call Me. Classic album, classic solo album. That's a final call on that. Okay. ZZ Top was $34.99. Somebody's got to at least buy this or make an offer on it. That's now the 5th request for it. Somebody wants it, I know it. Look, it's Eliminator. Classic album, $34.99. Buy it now, best offer. I've probably sold 100 for $35. I'll take less if someone makes a fair offer. Barry Seagrave offered $30. That's sold to Barry Seagrave for $30. The Beatles is back in with Michael Weil at $39. Brent Alverson's at $36 on Al Green, so no new bids on both auctions. So, in case I missed something, here's some prices that was requested. Louis Armstrong, Crazy Horse, Elvis, War, Wishbone Ash, and Tony Bennett. Those are all still available. $24, $34. I said I would do $19.99 on that. Did somebody make an offer on this? Chip Hall said $20 on War. Go ahead and sell that to Chip Hall for $20. War sold to Chip Hall for $20. And Christopher Morris is back in on the Beatles at $42. And Michael Weil or Brent Alverson is the high bidder on Al Green at $36. Chip Hall, you've been outbid on Al Green. If I've missed anything else, just submit those again. Scott Gardner said he will take the Elvis record. Jake put that in for $19.99. Sell that to Scott Gardner for also known as $20. Chip Hall's at $40 on Al Green. These are going to be right behind me. Let's go through some more. I've got like 4 more crates like this we can go through tonight, and I think they get even better. So I'm going to go through another crate. If you change your mind, or if you decide you want a price or see something again, they're literally right behind me. I can grab them very easily. And I did compile a bin of new vinyl here, so let's go through this. I think especially for a lot of people who hadn't watched our shows in a while, never been on, or for those that even watched last night, there's some new vinyl here that you may have never seen before. So let me run through these. This is some of our best sellers, stuff that I'm low stock on, and some stuff that I can't believe hadn't sold yet. Michael Weil's out on the Beatles Get Back sessions. That means the high bid right now is Christopher Morris's for $42. That's going twice, going 3 times, and we're still bidding on Al Green, which is a 73 OG. The high bid on that is $42. Brent Alverson has that for $42. Both auctions are at $42 right now. The Beatles is a final call. The Beatles is a final call. I will show some puzzles in just a second. I don't have any new ones, but I will show them. The Ace Frehley album, Kiss, Ace Frehley solo album, 2014 remaster, new and sealed for $33.99. Ace Frehley is $33.99, 2014 remaster. The Kiss remasters from 2014 are exact replicas of the OG copies. That means it's going to have the Kiss Ace Frehley poster with it too. That has the poster with it too. $33.99 on that. Also $33.99 is the Black Sabbath debut album remastered. These Black Sabbath remasters sound incredible. It's also good to have because it's so hard to find near mint, quiet, perfectly sounding Black Sabbath albums. It's always a challenge. That's their debut album, $33.99. And I have Stevie Ray Vaughan with Albert King, or Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's called In Session. I've got 2 of those left for $34.99. All right, the Beatles is sold to Christopher Morris for $42. Al Green, Call Me is now at $45 with Chip Hall. That's a final call because Brent Alverson says he's out. Let me grab another Beatles record and our next auction to put on deck. I'll go ahead and do one of the Primo records that I know a lot of people are waiting on, which is the sealed Black Crowes album. I think I've already seen a couple new people hop on and ask how much it was, and now you're about to find out. But first, we just sold one Beatles record, so let me introduce another one. This is a 1975 Uruguay pressing of Rubber Soul. Very interesting. This is a 4th mono pressing. It is, look at this one. There's only 38 people who have it, and 688 people have this on their want list. There are none for sale in the United States, and I can't remember when the last one sold in the U.S., but the last one sold in the U.S. has been a pretty good while. These don't come up too often, even a 4th pressing in mono. This is a 75 Uruguay pressing of the Beatles Revolver. It's in mono, and it sounds really good, actually. Now, some of these foreign pressings I'm skeptical of until I put them on. It's not a bad sounding record. It is in mono, EX Plus, near mint minus, very clean vinyl, $45 start. But I thought that ratio was pretty incredible. Just 38 people have it, and 688 people have this pressing, have this exact pressing in their want list. And that is a $45 start. That's a 75 Uruguay pressing of the Beatles Revolver. Al Green is sold to Chip Hall for $45. Chip, that's yours. And here's a sealed record. This is a 1994 US OG. Now it's sealed, and I don't think, from what I could determine, there's no way to tell if it's black vinyl or white vinyl. There's no way you can tell by catalog number. I was trying to peek in it, but the seam is completely tight. This is the Black Crowes Amorica. It's sealed. No saw marks, no cutouts. It's a sealed US OG retail copy with hop sticker, $175. $175. Now, what I was seeing on Discogs is actually some prices were higher for the black vinyl. I don't know maybe if that was pressed first, but there is no way to tell if it's black vinyl or white vinyl. You're probably going to keep it sealed anyway. That's the Black Crowes Amorica, $175, and that is sealed. We do have bids on the Beatles. We have a $50 bid and a $57 bid. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan is $34.99. Speaking of another really good sounding remaster, that's Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. These are $38.99. They're new and sealed. This record is very tough. That's why the Japanese pressings sell for so much. That's why the half-speed masters sound for so much. The U.S. copies of Wish You Were Here are very tough to find and high grade that sound really good. This is $38.99. That's new and sealed Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Sarah Long says she'll take one. I've got a bunch of them in stock. I usually keep a whole stack of them on our back shelf. $38.99. Metallica, the Black Album, another great sounding remaster. Good luck finding an original. We've had a couple. They're not cheap. We've even had an original sealed we sold. That was not cheap either. $39.99. This is sealed. It's the newest remaster. Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, The Unforgiven, Wherever I May Roam, Sad But True. Metallica is $39.99. And Led Zeppelin, their debut self-titled album, another remaster, $31.99. The Jimmy Page remaster, Led Zeppelin self-titled, $31.99. We've got a couple bidders on the Beatles. Tom Ulanowski is the high bidder at $60. That's the 75 Uruguay pressing in mono. And final call if you want in on the Black Crowes Amorica. This is a sealed copy for $175. Final call on that. Soundgarden down on the upside. That's a 2 LP. Soundgarden. Hadn't shown this in a while. Chris Cornell. This has Blow Up the Outside World. Burden in My Hand is on here. $39.99. On the back it says Made in Germany. That's always a good sign. Kevin Black Fox says he'll take a Metallica Black Album. That's sold to Kevin Black Fox. Warrant Cherry Pie. Just want to let everybody know we got 3 Warrant albums in stock. They're all $44.99. We have Cherry Pie, we have Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich, and we have Dog Eat Dog. And they're all limited edition, numbered and colored from Music on Vinyl. We have 3 different Warrant albums. Cherry Pie, Dog Eat Dog, and Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich. Christopher Moore says he'll take that other copy of Wish You Were Here. Jonathan Greer will take a copy of Soundgarden down on the upside. I've got more of all these. And Marsha French will take Led Zeppelin. Mr. Michael Weil, let me know if you're in or out on the Beatles. If you're out, then I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Tom for $60. And let's make this a buy it now. Let's see if anybody was waiting to snag it. The Black Crowes Amorica. And that is a $175 buy it now. And it's sold to Jeff McMaster. Black Crowes, $175. That's gone just like it got a bid and no one else bid, but he was first. So there's that record. Let me see what else I got over here in our stack. Let's see. I have a Doors boot. Also got the Doors autograph. Let's do Let's do one of the Zeppelins. Yes, let's do this one right here. This is Led Zeppelin for badge holders only. For badge holders only. I listen to it. I love listen to these Led Zeppelin boots. This sounds really good. This is for badge holders only. It says Original Master Reissue Series. This is from the LA Forum, June 23rd, 1977. June 23rd, 1977. It is, of course, an unofficial. It was pressed in 1981 from this 1977 concert in Los Angeles. Led Zeppelin, $125 star. Picture of Jimmy Page there on the front playing his Gibson EDS 1275 double neck. That's $125 start. Led Zeppelin for badge holders only. Yeah, they're doing some great songs on here too. Sick Again, Nobody's Fault But Mine, Over the Hills and Far Away, Since I've Been Loving You, 10 Years Gone, The Battle of Evermore, Going to California, Black Mountainside, Cashmere, Trampled Underfoot, Stairway to Heaven, Whole Lot of Love, Rock and Roll. And I think they also did Black Mountainside, but it's not listed. That's on side 1, Black Mountainside. 125 start on Led Zeppelin for badge holders only. New bid on Revolver, Nigel Del Rockets at $76. New bid, Nigel Del Rockets at $76 on the Revolver. Okay, back to the bin. We have Aerosmith, remastered, Toys in the Attic. Walk This Way, Sweet Emotion, $36.99 for Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. That's a new remastered, part of their newest remastered series. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, Robert Cray Band. We've been selling a lot of Stevie Ray Vaughan, and we've been selling a lot of Robert Cray. I found this in our bin, last copy I have on hand. Oh Jam New Blood, Redo Club Dallas, 1987. Only one of those available, $34.99. I've got several of these, and I haven't shown them in a while. This is Tears for Fears the Hurting. It's a half-speed master. Otherwise, a pretty tough album to find. We don't get it too often at all. This is a new sealed Abbey Road half-speed master at $44.99. Let me know if you want in on the Led Zeppelin for $125 before I make that a buy it now. And the Beatles is at $76. Tom's out. I'm pretty sure Michael Weil was out. So final call on the Uruguay press of the Beatles for $76. We have Warren Zevon. This is limited edition glow-in-the-dark vinyl, Werewolves of London, and Lawyers, Guns, and Money, $28.99. $28.99. That's Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London, colored vinyl, $28.99. Patty's at $125 on Led Zeppelin. Kyle Gregory says he will take that last Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Barry Seagraves is at $130 on Led Zeppelin. So we got bids on that. When I come back, I'm selling Revolver. It looks like we got some people interested in some other Pink Floyd albums. I've got several over here. I think I have most in stock. And yes, somebody just requested Delicate Sound of Thunder. Boy, I love this. Live Pink Floyd. Originally came out in 1988. Don't get these too often. Of course, when we do, they're instantly gone at auction. 2 LP remaster. Those are $49.99. $49.99. That's Delicate Sound of Thunder. We also have ZZ Top's first album in stock. $31.99. ZZ Top's debut. That's another one we don't get too often. $31.99. So Patty, you're out on Led Zeppelin. Barry has it for $130. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. The Beatles are sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $76. That's sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $76. That was the Uruguay press. That means it's time for another Beatles record. Let's do the copy of Hey Jude. Dale from Pittsburgh had a lot of notes on this cover. He had made a lot of notes, but it's just an OG press. There's a lot. Of course, most of these U.S. Beatles albums, I mean, man, your eyes will go cross trying to figure out what you have. Unless you really are really familiar. I've gotten pretty good over the years. I can identify Scranton, Terre Haute, I know all the dead wax marking, stuff like that. If you're new to record collecting and you start trying to look up your Beatles albums by the technicalities, you will have no clue what's going on. It's very complex, especially on some of these. If you don't know the pressing plants, the dead wax information. But this is a 1970 OG Scranton press. The vinyl's about EX, and this is called The Beatles Again, also known as Hey Jude. The label has Beatles Again. But this is a $25 start. $25 start. I mean, there's different fonts. Let me show you one thing here on the back, right here where it says produced by George Martin and recorded in England. This exact pressing, there's like 3 different fonts of this. There's one that's bold, there's this one, and then there's one that's italicized. So there's one that's in italics. There's one where this is above this is to the center. These are flipped. That's a different catalog number. I mean, of course, different markings in the dead wax. Some are SO, some are this, some are that. It's really confusing. I mean, if you're trying to collect all these, you could literally fill up 9 feet of shelf space with all different copies of Hey Jude. But it's actually a really good album. It's one of my favorites to listen to because it has all the songs that are not on any of the Beatles studio albums. So none of these are on their studio albums. You know, Paperback Writer was not on an album. Hey Jude was not on an album. Revolution was not on an album. Rain wasn't. Those are all singles and B-sides. And that's EX Condition. It is a 1970 Scranton press, $25 start. $25 start on that. Yeah, $25 start. Okay, back up to the top. We had Led Zeppelin at 130. Stevie Ray Vaughan was called Robert Cray and Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's the only copy I have, and that is sold. It's $34.99. If you want on a waiting list, let me know. Warren Zevon Laura was $28.99. Christopher Morris said he will take A Delicate Sound of Thunder, DST. That's sold to Christopher Morris. I have one left. Led Zeppelin 132, Led Zeppelin 135, Led Zeppelin 137, The Beatles 25, Beatles 30, Beatles 140, and Laura Youngblood says she'll take Warren Zevon. All right. We have Dwight Yoakam, Blame the Vein. I can't believe these were just casually laying in our bins. Dwight Yoakam, Blame the Vein, $29.99. I've got 3 on hand. Jonathan Greer says he'll take a Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder. That is sold to Jonathan Greer, $49.99. So both Pink Floyd, both titles, both copies of Pink Floyd's gone. Dwight Yoakam is $29.99. Have another Metallica? I do. Metallica, the Black Album is $39.99, Christopher. I've got plenty of those in stock. Patty's at $145 on Led Zeppelin. Ron Phillips is at $30 on the Beatles. Here's another Stevie Ray Vaughan. In Step, we auctioned off an OG copy earlier this week for almost $100. This is a Music on Vinyl remaster, $38.99. Music on Vinyl remaster, $38.99. We got new bids coming in on the Beatles and Led Zeppelin. I was about to say, where's the bidders on Led Zeppelin? Because these Led Zeppelin boots, you really can't, they don't come up for sale too often. You can't sell them on eBay unless you get lucky and they slip through. You definitely can't sell them on Discogs. Some you can, some you can't. So unless you're buying them from like a shop or like here live, it's really limited where you can get these things. And me as a collector, these things are awesome to listen to. I mean, you know, and as a fan, you're hearing Led Zeppelin for like live recordings I've never heard. You know, that's a treat. I mean, you know, I'm always like crossing my fingers. They're going to be like, Led Zeppelin's putting out 10 unreleased albums they recorded in 1970 that they didn't release, but we know that's not going to happen. So anytime I hear anything new by Led Zeppelin, even if it's live, it's like, wow, this is amazing. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, $39.99. I've got that in stock too. Momentary Lapse of Reason. Christopher Morris, let me know if you want it. Patty was at 145. We had 35 on the Beatles, 150 on Led Zeppelin, 153 on Led Zeppelin. Jacob Harris says he'll take that last copy of Metallica, the Black Album. Let me know if anybody else wants one. John Leals at 155 on Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin's at 160. Christopher Morris says he'll take Momentary Lapse of Reason. I've got another one if anybody else wants it. David Polkey said he'll take the Ace Frehley album. Ron Phillips is at 38 on the Beatles. Patty's at 160 on Led Zeppelin. This is a 1981 unofficial. The concert's from 1977. Of course, by 81, Led Zeppelin was broke up after the death of John Bonham. But this is from June 23rd, 1977, Los Angeles Forum. Los Angeles Forum. High bids 155, now 160. How much was the Stevie? Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. In Step, Music on Vinyl. There's another Pink Floyd. Also have, for the longest, this album was never repressed and it wasn't in print. This is A Flock of Seagulls, and this is remastered on orange vinyl. I ran so far away. I still got these in stock. That's my last 4 copies, $36.99. Ryan Christie said he will take a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sell that to Ryan Christie. So Flock of Seagulls is $36.99. That was a compilation bin of vinyl of great titles we've got in stock and stuff that I cannot believe has not sold and we still had available. Let me actually go grab a couple other things that you may not know we have. Let me grab this right here, since we did sell a couple things out of there, and it looks like we definitely have some Metallica buyers. So we sold one of their best albums, and let me grab some more of their other best albums over here. I'll grab a couple more copies of some things while we're doing some auctions. Okay, so Led Zeppelin's at 160. John Lill, let me know if you're in or out, and everybody else. And the Beatles is at 38 with Ron Phillips, and that's a final call. I have Pink Floyd Animals, $38.99, remastered. This is my favorite Pink Floyd album. This is Animals, $38.99. Dogs, I love it, $38.99. That's remastered Pink Floyd, $38.99. And Master of Puppets, also remastered, $31.99. Master of Puppets, Battery, Welcome Home, Sanitarium, Disposable Heroes, Leper Messiah, etc. There's two more Metallicas, $31.99. And then a quick recap. Ace Frehley, Black Sabbath. We have Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, Led Zeppelin, Soundgarden, Warrant, and I have two other albums. Aerosmith, Tears for Fears, ZZ Top, Dwight Yoakams, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pink Floyd, and Flock of Seagulls. Barry Seagrave says Pink Floyd. I'm assuming you want Animals because there was a couple others we sold out of. Sell that to Barry Seagraves. Pamela's back in on the Beatles at 40. Jesse's back in on Led Zeppelin at 162. For those that's waiting, the Eric Burdon autograph will probably be next. I actually told somebody we would do that around 8 o'clock. I just looked up and it's already 8:42. Oh my gosh. So let me do another bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's do a bin of Buy It Now Best Offer records. I've got 2 or 3 more over here we can go through while we're auctioning stuff tonight. This is our last sale of the week. So we got plenty of time, and it's Saturday night. Anything you buy tonight will go on your invoice, the last sale of the night, and these will all be combined for $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. Looks like we got more Pink Floyd albums going out the door. Let me grab one more because this is, I think, one of our better sellers because OGs are so hard to find. So back up to the top. Barry got this Pink Floyd. Jesse bid $162 on Led Zeppelin. Christopher Morris also said he wanted a copy of Animals, Jake. So let's give one to Christopher Morris. Now, I know I have a lot more. I've got a lot more of these, but I only have one more here on hand. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give Christopher Morris this one and make a note. We got to get Philip Regaldo. One off the back wall. Philip, I've got those on stock. They're just in the back in storage. So let me get you one, but I'll put your name down. Philip Regaldo, Pink Floyd Animals, remastered. And then we have somebody claiming Wishbone Ash. I'm assuming you want the Wishbone Ash album from that first crate we went through. And I believe you're a first-time buyer. So who do we have there? Wayne Grenuck. So thank you. If you're a first-time buyer, you can go ahead and confirm that with me, but also make sure you message our page, CollectCo. We need your email address and your mailing address. Thank you for the purchase and welcome. We do this every night. If you're a record collector, you're in the right place. I got an ad running right now, and I think we have several new people watching that. So thank you and welcome. We got auctions going. These are about to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. Ron's out on the Beatles, so this is a final call to Pamela Yeager for $40. And Patty's at $165 on Led Zeppelin. Jesse, you're out. If you're done bidding, please let me know, and we'll wrap that up to Patty K for $165. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. That's how these work in here. We have Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth, Gold Stamp Promo, $34.99. This has the safety dance. Don't hesitate to make offers. We have a new bid on the Beatles at $42 with Jonathan Greer. Another Men at Work. No, that was Men Without Hats. This is Men at Work. Business as usual. Very clean copy. It has the original inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. $24.99. Of course, that has their 2 hits on it. 2 of their hits. Down Under and Who Can It Be Now? $24.99. Jesse's out on Led Zeppelin. Patty, you're getting closer. $165 on the Led Zeppelin Unofficial final call. You were so close. Mark Shelton's at $167. Chad Van Horn said he would give $20 on Men at Work. Sell that to Chad Van Horn for $20. Pamela Yeager, let me know if you're in or out on the Beatles because Jonathan Greer has that for $42. Wow. Neil Young Harvest. VG Plus Condition, $24.99. It is a textured cover gatefold. VG Plus, $24.99. Not a bad looking VG Plus. It also has the lyric insert and the original inner sleeve. Neil Young Harvest, VG Plus, $24.99. Patty's right back in on Led Zeppelin at $170. Patty's one of our more dedicated and loyal Led Zeppelin collectors. But I think we got a few more watching tonight too. Mark, it looks like Jesse, John Leal. Pamela's back in on the Beatles at $43. Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. This has The Devil Went Down to Georgia, $24.99. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Charlie Daniels Band, that's $24.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Also, here's a Willie Nelson album. we do not get too often. Early Willie, Country Willie, VG condition, $29.99. That's clean shaven and possibly pre-marijuana Willie. That's $29.99. When was it, 65? I don't know. He may have sampled by then. I don't know. But that's $29.99 on Country Willie. Led Zeppelin's at 170. Pamela, 43 on the Beatles. Jetstream said he'd give 17 for Harvest. Whew, let's make this $20. Let's make that one $20 on Harvest, and I'll sell it to you. That would make us both very happy, I believe. We're going to go ahead and sell Terry Westwood, Charlie Daniels for $20. Sell that to Terry for $20. Men Without Hats was $34.99. It is a promo copy, and these are all bought now, best offer. Jonathan Greer's at 45 on the Beatles. Jonathan Greer's at 45 on the Beatles, and Brent Robley's at 24 on Willie Nelson. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Brent Robley for $24. So we still got everything sold so far, I guess, Harvest and Men Without Hats, but we may sell them here pretty quick. Mark Shelton, I'm waiting for your word. If you say out, I'm immediately selling this to Patty for $170. No more final calls. If Mark says out, then it's sold. If he bids, we'll keep it going. Pamela, you're outbid on the Beatles. Jonathan Greer has it for $45. Waylon, It's Only Rock and Roll, $24.99. Waylon, It's Only Rock and Roll. Beautiful vinyl, VG Plus or better cover. Small little punch hole in the corner, $24.99. And we have Marshall Tucker Long Hard Ride, $16.99. Marshall Tucker Long Hard Ride, $16.99. Mark's back in at $173. Now, Pamela's out on the Beatles, though, so let's go ahead and sell this to Jonathan Greer for $45. Jonathan, you get the Beatles for $45. Thank you. Mark's back in on Led Zeppelin at $173. We already had an offer, Jeff McMaster, for $17 on Harvest. I countered to Jetstream for $20, and he says he'll take it. So, Jake, $20 on Harvest. That's sold to Jetstream. Terry Westwood said he'd give 10 on Marshall Tucker. So did Jetstream. Terry Westwood was first. We're going to sell Marshall Tucker for $10. Let me grab our next Beatles auction. I'll go ahead and grab the Eric Burdon autograph because that's coming up after we do Led Zeppelin. Also, big thank you to Jake. It's just me and Jake again tonight. Usually it's Saturday nights. We usually have a lot of people here trying to get everything keyed in and everything done. But Jake's been here pretty much all week with me. He's been tagging for 6 nights straight while Tanner's on the road. Seth helped a couple nights. Of course, he's on his way back from Knoxville, I'm assuming, from the Tennessee game, which I opted out. If y'all didn't see my post, I'm opted out. I've got season tickets for the Vols. Season tickets. And I opted out not to go to the home opener so we could have a live stream tonight because Paul can't host because he's somewhere in New York right now. So y'all should be very thankful. We should also be very thankful for Jake, okay? So Jake's tagged 6 nights in a row. College student. He could be doing a lot of stuff on Saturday nights, right, Jake? He's here with us working. I like that mentality. That's what I was doing in college. I was running a business. I didn't care about anything else. Led Zeppelin is sold because Patty's out. So this is sold to Mark Shelton for $173. Jake, make sure that's sold to Mark Shelton for $173. Here's our next 2 auctions. First, we'll do a Beatles. I like the cover on this. What a cool shot. What a really cool shot there. They had no idea what was about to happen, did they? Oh my gosh, I'm pretty sure that's in Paul McCartney's living room. Reintroducing the Beatles, England's #1 vocal group. This is a 1988 Australian unofficial. It is in mono. It's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. EX Plus Near Mint Minus condition. The cover was, I think, is this the one that has... no, it's okay. It's got some creases and stuff, so it's VG. It's about a VG cover, no rips or anything. But this is got a lot of interesting stuff on it. It has the Beatles' home recordings from May 1960. It has a lot of early tracks. It has some interviews, and then it has some other rare and interesting tracks on it too. So a lot of stuff on here. It's called Reintroducing the Beatles. That's a $55 start, and that's a 2LP unofficial. It's got these really cool rubber sole labels, which has nothing to do with the album, but that's usually how these bootlegs go. This is an 88 Australian pressing called Reintroducing the Beatles. Reintroducing the Beatles. That's got a lot of really cool, rare, and early stuff on it. $55 start on that. The vinyl's very clean, and I've ultrasonically cleaned them in new anti-statics. Now, this is really cool, I think. First of all, this is the original press of this album. This took me forever. I was really trying to figure out what pressing, and I'm still not 100% sure. I know it for sure. It's a 1964 mono original press. Now, within that mono original press, there's something called an MGM record manufactured division press, which is kind of a rare variant. And I think this is what this pressing may be. I think because it has the MG in the dead wax. It has MG in the dead wax, which I think had something to do with that MGM record manufacturing division press. The vinyl, I listen to it. Sounds so good. Of course, first track, House of the Rising Sun. This is a mono OG 64 US press of the Animals. It has that original back cover where it has all their bios. And most importantly, it's autographed by Eric Burdon. 100, Carol, you were close. $175 start. I think this is really cool because it's autographed by Eric Burdon. But not only that, it's their debut album, which features House of the Rising Sun. And once again, on our autographs, I guarantee these to be 100% authentic. 100% authentic. This is Eric Burdon. Dale met Eric, and we do have a couple of other albums autographed. I'll go ahead and tell you that. But we don't have another debut album in mono autographed. I thought that was amazing. The debut album with House of the Rising Sun autographed. So Brent Robley, Carol was at $150, $175 start, but we're also at $200 with Brent. And there is, this has an MGM inner sleeve. So this thing is nice. This thing is nice. And it's big, bold signature by Eric Burdon. There is a house in New Orleans, House of the Rising Sun. That's up for bid. Autographed copy of the Animals, autographed by Eric Burdon. Really cool record there. Really cool record. Like I said in the video I posted, a relic of rock history. The Animals, they were a huge group. I love the Animals. The Beatles is at 55 with Christopher Morris. That's going once, going twice. And we have an offer for $18.99 for the Skyos. The Skyos. Let me pull that and sell this to Craig. Sell this to Craig Thomas for $18.99. Sell that to Craig for $18.99. All right, Animals is at $210. We have everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Back to the bin. Willie Nelson is sealed, $29.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Willie is sealed. It actually has no saw marks and no punch holes. It has a hop sticker that's on sideways, and that is sealed, $29.99. Original sealed press of Willie Nelson, $29.99. 38 special, Tour de Force, shrink wrap and hop sticker, EX condition, $24.99. And the greatest hits of Smokey's VG Plus, $14.99. Easter Monkeys, VG copy, Splendor of Sorrow, VG copy for $14.99. All right, we have the Beatles, Final Call. The Beatles is Final Call. I've done a going once. Christopher Morris has the Beatles, reintroducing the Beatles, $55 on that. Barry Seagrave said he'd give $20 for 38 special. Go ahead and sell that to Barry for $20. Next is Ryan Anderson said he'd give $10 for Easter. Sell that to Ryan Anderson. And Mark, you were second on 38 special. Same offer, but you were second. Vanilla Fudge, near the beginning. This is a VG copy for $9.99. Also going once, going twice now is the autographed Eric Burdon album. This is the Animals, $225. Carol Puckett's out. Brent Robley has it for $225. OG Mono Press, debut album by The Animals. Autographed by frontman and lead singer Eric Burdon. And Paul was telling me over the phone, I sent him pictures of this and was telling him about it. And I think their bass player, Chaz, let's see, instrument played bass. Yeah, their bass player, Chaz, is famous for having discovered Jimi Hendrix. So, quick little side note there. Because I was like, you know what? I don't know if I can name too many except Alan Price. I knew Alan Price and I guess John Steele. I knew his name because I was like, man, too bad the rest of them didn't sign it. Of course, that would be, if that had 5 signatures on it, that would be unbelievable. But Chaz was known for discovering Jimi Hendrix and bringing him over to the U.S. He was in UK at the moment. Vanilla Fudge, this is sold to Tom Ulanowski. Tom Ulanowski gets that for $7. And we have, how do you bid? You bid in the chat if you want to bid. The Beatles, let's go ahead and sell this. Beatles is sold for $55 for Christopher Morris. That's sold for $55. Let me grab another Beatles record, but let me go ahead and show a few more records first. We have by popular demand, Earl Bostic. That's VG Plus $29.99. And Bob Seger, The Distance. Bob Seger, The Distance. VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Animals, MGM info. The Animals is autographed by Eric Burden. This is a 64 US mono press and OG. It's an MGM Record Division manufacturing press. The high bid on that is $200. The high bid on that is $225. Barry Seagrave said he'd give $15 for Bob Seger. Go ahead and sell that to Barry Seagrave. Kara, you were second. And Propaganda, a blatant attempt to influence your musical taste, featuring The Police, Joe Jackson, and the Garanti Brothers Live. Also the Reds and Bobby Henry. That's EX Condition, $19.99 with poster. EX Condition, $19.99, and that has a poster. So we just sold one Beatles record. Let me grab another one, and the next one is going to be... here's another interesting record. It is an unofficial press. It's actually labeled as a counterfeit. It's labeled as a counterfeit. I don't think this was a blatant unofficial. I think this was manufactured as a counterfeit, and this is very unique. It's a 2000 German counterfeit press of a Swiss Record Club release. Swiss Record Club release of this record. So this exact cover and record was originally released as a Swiss Record Club exclusive in Switzerland. Very rare, as you can imagine, in 1965. It's called The Beatles. It's the Help soundtrack, the Beatles album Help. But this cover and the label, that's how it looked as a Swiss Record Club. This is a $55 start. This is a $55 start. The OGs, just like the Denmark record we have, an original of this, one, hardly ever comes up for sale. Two, they sell north of $1,000. This is a $55 start. This is a 2000 German pressing of the Swiss Record Club, Ex Libris is what it's called. And once again, a lot of people want this on their Discogs waiting list. 406 people have that on their want list. Jeff McMaster cover condition. Jeff's getting all of his pluses and minuses checked out. Jeff, the cover has no seam splits. It has no seam splits. Overall, it has some light toning, I guess. It's not perfectly white. I guess that was originally like a pure white. If so, then it has a little bit of toning. So it's a VG Plus cover. The vinyl's EX Plus, near mint minus. We're going to call it EX Plus. It's very clean for a 64 US mono. It has the original inner sleeve. It's autographed by Eric Burden. It's a 64 mono MGM Record Division manufacturing press. High bid and final call is at $225 to Brent Robley, which I thought is surprising, but it's a final call. The Supremes and Four Tops, the Magnificent Seven, that's VG Plus, $9.99. The Supremes and the Four Tops, the Magnificent Seven, VG Plus, $9.99. Lies, 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 Bill Lorowitz. Bill Lorowitz is $9.99. And we have D.D. Bridgewater. This is called Just Family, and I believe she's nude on the cover. White label promo, $19.99. Jetstream says he'll take the Supreme. So, Jeff, if you say out, I'm going to sell it to Brent. He said no bid. Okay, sold to Brent Robley. All right, Jeff said no bid. Thanks either way. Thank you. That's sold to Brent Robley, Jake, for $225. Brent, you got, I'm going to say, I expect that to go a lot higher. I expected that to go a lot higher, but you got a really cool record there. I'm kind of envious. That's sold to Brent for $225. David, I've already sold the Supremes. Gerard's at $55 on the Beatles. That's now going twice, going three times. And we have Brent Robley, we have Fred Carnell offered $15 for Propaganda. Sell that to Brent Robley for $15. Sell that to Brent Robley for $15. No, not Brent Robley. Oh, I'm messing up. Fred Carnell. Sorry, I was looking at the TV. Somebody said Texas touchdown. I'm saying Brent Robley, and I meant somebody different. My bad. What did we just sell? We sold one record. Let me go ahead and grab this Doors bootleg. Actually, let me do the Robbie Krieger autograph. Let's do a back-to-back autographs. Nope, we did autograph. Let's do a boot. We'll do Robbie Krieger on deck, and we'll put up another Beatles to have on standby. Sorry, I'm kind of slightly distracted by this game. I may or may not have $10 bet on this game. It is now legal in Tennessee, so I may or may not have $10 bet on this game, so it kind of has my attention. I'm not going to tell you who or what until the game's over. Final call on the Beatles. Gerard Cacciatore is at 55. Gerard Cacciatore, 55. $55 on that. Michael McDowell, the Animals just sold for $225. It just sold for $225. Fred Carnell got Propaganda. We have, next is, we have, yes, Jeff McMaster has one of those in shrink wrap. Man, let me know if you ever want to sell that. I know you don't. I know you're not going to, but okay, here's our next auction. This is a 1981 U.S. unofficial. It's a Doors bootleg. It's called Resurrection. This is the Doors Resurrection. These are live recordings from September of 68, December of 67, March of 67, and March of 69. So live Doors recording. There's Jim Morrison. This is called Resurrection. It's a $55 start. Pretty tough to get bootleg by the Doors. Resurrection. The vinyl's EX Plus near at minus. Great sound quality. Recordings from 67, 68, and of course 69. I think Jim Morrison passed away in 1970 at age 27. So $55 start on the Doors. Very, very cool. Gerard Cacciatore gets the Beatles' Help, German pressing of the Swiss record. That's a $55 winning bid for Gerard Cacciatore. And here's our next Beatles boot. This is a 1979 U.S., approximately pressed in 1975. This is called The Beatles. This is The Beatles versus Don Ho. And actually, I listened to this, and it has a nasty mark on it, and it started skipping. This skips in two different places on side 1, and side 2 it does not. So I'm actually going to start this at just $5. It does have a nasty mark on it that caused it to skip. So this is a $5 start. It does have a mark on it. Yeah, right there. I don't know if y'all can see that. There's a couple of bad marks on it. I was hoping you actually can't feel them, but it did skip. You can kind of feel that one. But yeah, $5 start on this. And this is actually called The Beatles versus Don Ho. It's got like radio ads. It's actually fun to listen to. If you turn up your tracking, it may not skip, but it has radio interviews. It has what am I trying to say? Interviews, radio ads, and then it has live tracks. It has live tracks, but just a $5 start on that. I was very disappointed when that skipped on me, so $5 start. Okay, back to the bin. Buy it now, best offer. Gerald Wilson, Big Band, Moment of Truth. That's $14.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The Glory of Alberta Hunter. The Glory of Alberta Hunter. That is $11.99. Nightingale, George Adams. Nightingale is mostly sealed, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. The Doors is at $55. The Doors is at $60. Jeff McIntosh said he's at $5 on the Beatles. So is David. Think of the Children, Satisfaction Unlimited. This is a 1972 promo. The vinyl's very nice, but the cover's pretty rough. That is called Satisfaction Unlimited. Think of the Children, $39.99. Satisfaction Unlimited. People Get Ready, The Freedom Sounds, featuring Wayne Henderson. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Wayne Henderson, shrink wrap, Atlantic Jazz record. And Manu Dibango, Ambassador. That's also $14.99. That's also $14.99. Let me clean up my sticky notes here. They're starting to fall all over the table. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick while I'm at it. Alrighty. Let's see here. Jetstream says, people get ready. Wayne Henderson, $8. I will sell that to you for $10 if you want it. The Doors is at $65, now $70. The Beatles is at $8. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, Karma Chameleon. VG copy, $12.99. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer, and we got 2 auctions going on. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $9.99, and it has the poster with it. VG Plus $9.99. Sell Jetstream, Wayne Henderson for $10. That's sold to Jetstream. Joni Mitchell, Shadows and Light. Joni Mitchell is VG Plus $19.99. Shadows and Light, Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $19.99. War Platinum Jazz. War Platinum Jazz is EX condition, $26.99. So Wayne Henderson got that for $10. We had a $70 bid on the Doors. We have a $8 bid on the Beatles. Greg Rogers said he will take Cat Stevens at sticker. Then we had another offer. We have a $9 bid on the Beatles. We have another offer on Cat Stevens. Ryan Anderson's out on the Doors. And this is a Doors bootleg called Resurrection. Sherry Darnell is at $70. Live recordings from 68, 67, and 69. So basically 67 through 69. The high bid on the Beatles right now is $9. And we have the Monkeys, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. VG copy, $9.99. If anybody wants in on the Doors, now's the time because I'm about to sell it pretty quickly to Sherry for $70. Chuck Berry, Twist. Chuck Berry is a VG copy for $34.99. Chuck Berry Twist, that's a VG copy for $34.99. Black label, older pressing there of Chuck Berry. We got new bidders on the Doors, 71 and now 75. I was about to say, I figured there'd be more people bidding on that. And here they come, Laura and Phillips, 71 and 75. The high bid on the Beatles is $10. Final call on that. Odetta. Odetta sings of many things. That's in shrink wrap. That's a VG copy for $9.99. Odetta. That's a VG copy for $9.99. Led Zeppelin. What's that doing in here? An EX Richmond press from 1971. $64.99. This is very similar to the one we sold the other night at auction. It's a Richmond press. It's a 4-digit, it's a 71, and it has Porky and the Dead Wax. Wow, that's an OG Richmond press, $64.99. We auctioned off a club copy from 71 for almost that much the other night. Somebody needs to be all over that. That also has Porky and the Dead Wax, which is a good sign. The Doors is at 71, 75, and now 76. Christopher Morris said he will take the Chuck Berry. That's sold to Christopher Morris, and the Beatles is sold to Christopher Morris for $10. So Christopher got Chuck and jetted. Said, what's that doing in there? Exactly. That is not supposed to be in there. Philip is at 80 on the Doors. I think we even got another bidder on the Doors. So while that's up for bid, let's do another. Was that Led Zeppelin or that was the Beatles I just sold. So let me do another Beatles we have. This is also pretty odd. This is a 2011 Australian press, unofficial. The cover is a replica of the Italian pressing. This is a replica of the Italian mono pressing with different colors there. But actually the vinyl is, once again, the Beatles rock band remixes. So this isn't a bad listen. Just like the other one that didn't sell. I mean, it's really good sounding Beatles and they're different mixes. Really, really good sounding Beatles tracks. So this is a $35 start on some kind of rare Parlophone label. When I looked at this, I was like, what the heck is this? It's an Italian cover. It was on a green Parlophone label, but it's actually a 2011 Australian unofficial of the Beatles rock band remixes. So this, once again, is the Beatles rock band remixes. $35 start on that. 2011 unofficial press from Australia. New high bid on the Doors is $80 with Philip. Sherry, you're out, and Laura, you're out. Jonathan Greer says he will take Led Zeppelin. Jonathan Greer gets the Led Zeppelin. Next is Jethro Tull, Living in the Past, with the hardback flip back cover. This is VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, Living in the Past. It has the hardback cover too. Tom Ulanowski's at $35 on the Beatles. That's now going once, going twice to Tom Ulanowski. Pictures at an Exhibition. VG copy, $9.99. Rock band like the video game. Yes, just like the video game. By the way, I still got this. Only one auction tonight has not sold, and that was this. This is the only thing that did not sell tonight. This is a 2011 unofficial from Israel, the Beatles, the best of rock band mixes. This is still available for $55 if anybody wants it. They pressed it on red and blue vinyl. That's the Beatles, just like the video game. Best of rock band mixes. That's an unofficial from Israel, $55 if anybody wants it. This is a final call on this one for $35. Sherry back in on the Doors at $85. The best of Jethro Tull, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Best of VG Plus, $14.99. Best of Jethro Tull. The Byrds, greatest hits. Great compilation here. Also on the original label, does have some writing on the label. The cover doesn't look too bad. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition, $14.99 on the Byrds greatest hits. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Works Volume 2. That's VG Plus $14.99. Jonathan Greer wants Jethro. Jonathan Greer gets the Jethro Tull. That's sold to Jonathan Greer. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, CSN. That's VG Plus $14.99. Nigel Del Rocket said RS40. RS40. Rubber Soul. The Rock Band remixes. Yes, Rubber Soul. Nigel Del Rocket's the new bidder on that. Tom, you're outbid. Tom, you're outbid. We have a $10 offer on the birds, another $10 offer on the birds, and Jetstream was first. So let's sell that to Jetstream for $10. Kara, you were second. We also have a $10 offer on Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and then Marsha said she would take it. So Jetstream, let me know if you want this for $14.99. If he passes Jake, then it's sold to Marsha French. So Jetstream, let me know if you want that for $14.99. If not, Marsha wants it. Laura Youngblood is back in on the doors at $86. Mike McGinnis said he would give $10 for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Go ahead and sell that to Mike McGinnis for $10. Sherry Darnell is back in on the door. So this is between Laura and now Sherry because Philip's out. Sherry's the high bidder at $90. The Doors Resurrection 2LP unofficial Doors live recordings. We have let's see here. He passed on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer, so that is sold to Marsha French for sticker. That is sold to Marsha French for sticker. And back to the bin. We have Never a Dull Moment, Rod Stewart, and that is VG Plus $19.99. This Emerson, Lake and Palmer is still available if anybody wants it. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, VG Plus $19.99. The Cars, Panorama. The Cars is EX condition, $24.99. We also have The Fix, Reach the Beach. One Thing Leads to Another. VG Plus $19.99. Saved by Zero. Tom Ulanowski is back in on the Beatles at 45. Nigel Del Rocket, you're out. So let me know if you're out, or if you want back in on that. Olivia Newton-John, Don't Stop Believing. Olivia, no condition notes on that. Very clean, very nice. $9.99. Nigel's back in on the Beatles at 48. The other Emerson, Lake and Palmer was a VG copy for $9.99. Kara said she'd give $15 for The Fix. We have Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum, VG Plus, $22.99. First, Jetstream said he will take Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And then here's what's going on with The Fix. Kara offered $15. Craig asked the price, and Jonathan Greer said he would take it at sticker price. So, Kara, let me know if you want this for $19.99, VG Plus condition. If you pass, then it's Craig's, and if he passes, then it's Jonathan Greer. So I'm just going to lay that over here in pending because we might have to wait for some comments to come in. It's either sold to Kara for 19, Craig for 19, or Jonathan for 19. Philip Regaldo said he'll take CCR. Mike McGinnis offered 18 for the Cars Panorama. So Philip got CCR sticker. We're going to sell Mike McGinnis the Cars for $18, Jake. We're also going to sell Barry Seagrave, Steve Miller Band for $15. And then we're going to sell David Brailsford, Olivia Newton-John for $7. And Mike Ulanowski, you're out on the Beatles. The high bidder is now Nigel Del Rocket at $48. Mike Ulanowski, you're out. That is the Rock Band remixes. It's in a replica Italian mono cover. It's got a green Parlophone label, very odd bootleg, but it's the Beatles Rock Band mixes on vinyl. Laura, a few moments ago, said she was officially out on the Doors Resurrection. The Doors Resurrection is now a final call to Sherry Darnell for $95. Final call to Sherry Darnell for $95. That's about done. Van Halen. This is a 1984 U.S. retail copy. This is $29.99. There is no condition notes on the vinyl. It's not bad, but the cover is pretty beat. The cover is pretty beat. It's a VG minus cover. It has sticker residue. It has writing. It has cover wear. It has some wear down here. And it is playable. It's no condition notes on the vinyl. Somebody just did not take care of the jacket, unfortunately. So Kara passed it on Reach the Beach. Now we're waiting for Craig Weatherford. Craig, if you want this, let me know. If not, it's sold to Jonathan Greer at sticker. So we're waiting on that. Tom's officially out on the Beatles. Barry Seagrave says he'll take Van Halen for $25. Sell this to Barry Seagrave for $25. And now sell Craig Weatherford the Fix. He does get the Fix for $19.99. All right, that means we can sell these auctions. Let's tag these. The Doors is sold to Sherry Darnell for $95, and Rubber Soul is sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $48. That means it's time for a new auction, a new Beatles record, and a new record from Pittsburgh. Texas and Alabama holding up to be a good game as we expected. Let's do another Beatles record, and let's do an autographed Todd Rundgren record. Now, this autograph is unique The reason this autograph's unique is because you don't see a lot of artists signing bootlegs. You know, like I talked to Dale when he had some of his Neil Young records signed, and he's like, you know, I had some Neil Young bootlegs, but I definitely didn't want him signing those because, you know, Neil's famous for not liking bootlegs. He probably would have took them from him. So, but this is autographed by Todd Rundgren. Very interesting bootleg. It's Utopia Live, Todd Rundgren Utopia, and there's kind of his signature, just kind of like a scribble, and then he usually writes Todd R. So once again, I guarantee this autograph to be authentic. It's a 1977 unofficial. So the bootleg itself is not, you know, too easy to get. And then it's autographed by Todd Rundgren. So the vinyl's about VG Plus condition. The vinyl's about VG Plus. It is autographed by Todd Rundgren, and that is a $75 start. Very cool. Autographed Todd Rundgren, unofficial. $75 start. Pretty odd to see an artist willing to sign a bootleg. In my opinion, I've never seen one, so $75 start on that. The next Beatles record is called The Beatles Here, There, and Everywhere, which is a 1988. This is actually official. Evidently it is. I mean, they were for sale. It's limited edition. 2,000 were pressed. This is interviews from the Bahamas. Interviews from the Beatles when they was in the Bahamas. And I think it's unique to this record. I think I've heard some of those before, but not too often. I don't think I've seen an entire record dedicated to it. So this is the Beatles Here, There, and Everywhere. And this is interviews from when they went down to the Bahamas to film Help. Remember all the beach scenes from Help? That's a $20 start. $20 start. Amorica did sell for $175. Amorica is sold. It was sealed. Todd Rundgren, we have a bid for $75. Next is Van Halen, their self-titled album. VG Plus condition, $34.99. Van Halen, that's their debut album. VG Plus condition, $34.99 for Van Halen. That's their self-titled debut. Van Halen, Women and Children First. Another one, VG copy, $34.99, and it has the poster. That's a VG copy, $34.99, and it has a poster. And what in the world? Here's another one. EX condition, a lot better, 1984, $42.99. $42.99. This is EX, $42.99. Van Halen, EX condition, $42.99. Carol wants to retract his bid. Carol buys the most and bids on the most was somehow never buying anything. So no bid yet on Todd Rundgren. Looking for a $75 start. And the Beatles is, Carol, if you bought and bid everything that you originally bought and bid on, then you would have a $10,000 invoice. I guess that's why you're retracting your bid. This is a 75. It's like, oh no, I'm actually going to win it. I can't win it. I don't want to win it. $75 start on Todd Rundgren. So no bids on that. And the Beatles is a $20 start. We have back up to the top, Barry Seagrave. Now, Barry, you're in a unique situation because I have 3 different Van Halen records. Three different records here with Van Halen. So you're first. Let me know if you're interested in Van Halen self-titled, Van Halen Women and Children First, or Van Halen 1984. Let me know if you're interested in any of those. And he says he'll take the first 2. Now, did you make offers? Because you claimed Van Halen a sticker, and you also said Van Halen 35. So I think you want both of those. Both of those are sold to Barry Seagrave. Greg Tape is on Todd Rundgren for $75, and we're looking for a $20 start on Beatles. The Beatles is a $20 start if anybody wants that. Here, there, and everywhere. Carol, just take a deep breath. Everything's okay. I think you know I'm just joking. Van Halen 1984 is still available. EX condition, $42.99, and it has the original inner sleeve. Van Halen EX condition, $42.99. $42.99. And Brian Case, if you don't want it, I believe Philip does. We had a lot of confusion there of all the Beatles. Actually, you know what? Earlier, Kara Bauer was first to claim Van Halen. So going way back, we had Van Halen 35. Marnie was second on Van Halen. Then Kara actually was first to this. So Jake, these are both sold to Barry Seagrave, and this is sold to, let's see here. This is sold to Kara Bauer. That's sold to Kara Bauer. Okay, and Brian was next, and also Philip was next. So that's sold to Kara. All right, Todd Rundgren's $78. I'm going to go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. The Beatles is a buy it now for $20. This is the Beatles here, there, and everywhere. This is the Beatles here, there, and everywhere. $20 buy it now if anybody wants that. That's interviews from the Bahamas when they was recording Help. $20 buy it now on that. Okay. Todd Rundgren's at $78. So Greg Tape and Jeff McMaster are bidding on Todd Rundgren. The high bid is $78. Tom Ulanowski said he will take the Beatles. Very cool. That's sold to Tom Ulanowski for $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on that. So the Todd Rundgren autograph is up right now. Todd Rundgren autograph is up. Greg Tape, you're outbid. I'm going to go ahead and pull our next Beatles record from the allotment I had set aside tonight. This is the Beatles Dig It. The Beatles Dig It. 18 unreleased tracks. This is a 1987 U.S. unofficial. 1987 U.S. unofficial. This is near mint minus, and it's a $25 start. I've actually printed off the tracks. A lot of live tracks here and a lot of unreleased takes. I guess some of them may be released now, but at the time they weren't in 1987. Most of this stuff's just now coming out now. So live stuff from 1963, 1964, live from 65. Yes It Is, Take 14, Magical Mystery Tour, Christmas Time Is Here Again, Oh Darling, Lady Madonna. Looks like some pretty cool unreleased tracks. 18 unreleased tracks from the Beatles. That's called Dig It. I've got the track listing there for you. Sometimes these bootlegs and unofficials don't really match, but that is a keyed in listing from that. That's a $25 start. $25 start. Okay, I'll offer $50 for the Rock Band. Let's go ahead and sell that to Nigel Rocket for $50. That's sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $50. That is sold to Nigel Del Rocket Jake for $50. Buy it now. Okay, now the Todd Rundgren, let me get everybody updated on that because Greg Tape's back in at 80. The actual vinyl condition's VG+. It's a 77 unofficial. It's a 77 unofficial. The vinyl's VG+. It's autographed, and that is at $80. So the vinyl's VG+. It is a 77 unofficial bootleg, and the high bid on that is $80. High bid on that is $80. Okay, and Christopher Morris is in on the Beatles at $25. I'm going to go back through this bin one more time and read off the titles. If anybody would like the price, let me know. First, John Smetzer said he would give $15 for the Beatles. That's sold to John Smetzer. That's sold to John Smetzer. The Beatles was unofficial. No, that's never been officially released. Those are unofficials. Okay, so 3 bidders now on, or actually 2 bidders. Yeah, 2 bidders now on Todd Rundgren. High bid's $85. Okay, so here's what's left. If you want price or condition, let me know. There's Men Without Hats, Rhythm of the Youth. We have Waylon, It's Only Rock and Roll. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. Greatest Hits, Smokey. By Popular Demand, Earl Bostic. We have Bill Lorowitz, Lies, Lies, Lies. D.D. Bridgewater. Gerald Wilson, Alberta Hunter. Nightingale, George Adams. Think of the Children. Manu Dibango. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Joni Mitchell, War, Platinum Jazz. Rod Stewart, and Jethro Tull. He says Rod Stewart, not the Beatles. I'm not for sure what happened. I think, yeah, Rod Stewart, $15. Yes. I may have said the Beatles. If so, my bad. Is Todd Rundgren? Yes, Todd Rundgren is a live, it should be live unofficial, yes. From There to Utopia, live 77. The Odetta. Odetta is in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Ken Crooker's at 26 on the Beatles, so new bid on that. Johnny Williams wants the CC price. CC was Culture Club. That was in VG condition, $12.99. Johnny, let me know if you want it for 10. If you do, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Kara for 10. So we're still bidding on, let's sell Michael Nath Odetta for $6. Sell that to Michael Nath for $6. How much was Smokey? Smokey was VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Okay, it's time for a new crate. I think I'm going to, also we have an offer from Louis Armstrong in the last crate. Make sure I didn't miss anything. So Jake, we had of course, the John Smetzer, Rod Stewart, Odetta to Michael Nath for $6. He says Kara can have this. Kara, you get Culture Club for $10. And the Louis Armstrong is Darren Davis's for $17. Thank you, Darren. We have new bids on the Beatles. Who was the first to bid? The first to bid was Christopher. Christopher, you're out. Ken Crooker has this for $26. Let me know if you want back in on it. And Todd Rundgren Utopia is at 85 with Brent Robley. That's with 85 with Brent Robley. And Jetta says he does want Smokey. All right. Another great bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. I've got more of those. But right now, I'm going to put a new one up. And we still got lots and lots of great auctions. After we get through some of the really cool stuff from tonight, I've got Japanese stuff. Not that that's not really cool, but we do have Japanese to finish up from last night as well, including a couple of Japanese Beatles. Here's some new stuff. Here's some new stuff that I marked to sell tonight. They're going to be Buy It Nows. Let me go ahead and put up a crate so I got some leverage up here. Texas 34, Texas 34, Alabama 24. Uh-oh. Let's see what happens there. Don't ever count out, trust me, don't count out Alabama till the clock strikes 0 for sure. Let me figure out which crate I need to grab. Excuse me for the timeout. Fantastic sale going on. We've got new stuff from a lot of our most recent collections. And let's see here. Where's the crate? I'm looking for a crate I seen the other night. Is this it? Well, okay. I'll go through it, but I don't think this is the one I really wanted to go through. That's okay, though. I'm going to put these over here, and I'm going to grab this right here. Jake, it looks like you're looking for something. Oh, right there, the Beatles. Yeah, right there. The $50 one. Yeah, for Nigel. Okay. Ken can have it. Hook 'em. Japanese stuff. And we need to wrap this up. Mr. Greg Tape, are you still watching? Greg Tape, you're outbid on Todd Rundgren. This is a final call to Brent Robley for $85. Let me know if you want in or out. And then the Beatles. The Beatles is, he says, let Ken have it. Ken, that's yours for $26. That's sold to Ken Crooker for $26. Let's see here. So we need to know the Beatles record, and I was going to show you all these new records. These are Buy It Nows. These have never been shown. These are from Pittsburgh. First, I have Jeff Bridges, sealed, out of print, $54.99. $54.99. Jeff Bridges, sealed, $54.99. Jeff Bridges, sealed. I've only got one copy. These are from Pittsburgh. Ryan Adams, Demolition, sealed, $24.99. Only one copy. Ryan Adams, sealed, Demolition. And I've got 4 of these. I'm going to do them for $19.99. I was about to say $24, but this is Otis Rush, Morning in the Morning. They're new and sealed Otis Rush, 180 gram, Sundays reissues, $19.99. Otis Rush, 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 copies. Otis Rush. So back up to the top, we have Greg Tate says he's out. I guess that means we're done on the Todd Rundgren autograph. That's sold to Brent Robley for $85. Jake. Back up to the top, the first was, let's see, Sarah Long on Ryan Adams, R.A. Ryan Adams. That's sold to Sarah Long for $24.99. Jeff McMaster looks like was second. Brent Robley was third. Michael Nath wants an Otis Rush, and so does Jetstream for $19.99. So, Jake, these aren't stickered, by the way, and we need to put them in sleeves, but that's $24.99 Ryan Adams to Sarah, and then Michael Nath and Jetstream gets an Otis Rush for $19.19. David Hoy also wants one. These are from the Pittsburgh collection. By the way, that will wipe right off. I've done it on like 20 records all the way. I've been using Windex, and then it wipes right off. I didn't do it for these for time purposes, but that will, you'll probably just tear off the shrink wrap if you're going to listen to it, but if you're going to keep the shrink and you want that off, it's harmless. It'll come right off. I used Windex, and it's just Magic Erase or Sharpie. And the last one sold to Ryan Christie. So that just leaves Jeff Bridges sealed for $54.99 if anybody wants that. Okay, time for 2 new auctions. We've still got, let's see, let's do an autograph. We need to keep the Beatles going. I got at least 3 or 4 more Beatles records. And let's do Paul McCartney. So this is called The Beatles' Shay, The Good Old Days. the Beatles' Shay, The Good Old Days. It has a very heavily copied cover of the Butcher cover, Yesterday and Today. It's an early 1970s pressing before the Hollywood Bowl was released. And of course, the Hollywood Bowl originally came out in 1977. So this is a live show, the Hollywood Bowl, from August 23rd, 1964. The vinyl's EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. EX Plus Near Mint Minus, $25 start. And that is a Beatles live unofficial. It's called Shea, The Good Old Days. You would think it's Shea Stadium, but it's not. It's not Shea Stadium. It's the Hollywood Bowl concert. That's a $25 start. $25 start. That's the Beatles. There's another live unofficial. That's the Hollywood Bowl concert, $25 start. And we have Paul McCartney and Wings. Paul McCartney and Wings. Very, very cool here. I meant to take pictures of the vinyl. This is so cool. This is a trademark of quality release. It sounds great, and look at the vinyl. This is a $75 start, and I enjoyed this so much. I listened to both LPs all the way through. Excellent sounding live Paul McCartney concert. March 21st, 1976, the Falcon Theater in Copenhagen, Denmark. This is from Copenhagen, Denmark. Look at the vinyl. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's Paul McCartney, and that's a vintage trademark of quality bootleg. That is a $75 start. $75 start. Paul McCartney and Wings. Paul McCartney and Wings. Arm Lazelle's in. That's a great sounding recording. Trademark of quality. And it's on really cool splatter vinyl. Very, very cool splatter vinyl. $75 start on that. We're looking for a $25 start on Beatles. Okay, so here's a few, very quickly, I'm going to run through some new vinyl. We have Skid Row, Subhuman Race. Skid Row is $44.99. Here's what I got left for these this week. It's on blue and black, $44.99. The Beatles is at $25 and Paul McCartney's at $85. We've only got one copy left of The Cure Show, $44.99. First time that's been on black vinyl in 30 years. $44.99. The Cure, that was a new release for Friday. And Slave to the Grind, also $44.99. Slave to the Grind, $44.99. Nigel Del Rocket says he'll take that last copy of The Cure. That was my last copy, but we need to go ahead and make a note, Jake, please. I need to order more. Definitely need to keep those in stock. That one sold to Nigel Del Rocket. The Beatles is at $26. Paul McCartney's at $90. De La Soul, I've got this available in 3 different colors. De La Soul, 3 feet high and rising. I have it on magenta, I have it on black, and I have it on yellow. So just let me know which color you want. De La Soul is $39.99. Fish Joy, Fish is $34.99. Fish Joy is $34.99. We also have Kraftwerk. This is a live unofficial from Kraftwerk. The King Biscuit Flower Hour, 1975, $29.99. Arm Lazelle's the new high bidder on Paul McCartney at $90. David is the high bidder on the Beatles at $26. If you're done bidding at any point, please let me know. The classic Eric Clapton Unplugged, the best-selling live album of all time, $44.99. Jonathan Greer gets Kraftwerk. Jonathan Greer, you get the Kraftwerk. That's so to Jonathan Greer. Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Savatage is $36.99. That's a gatefold, new and sealed, $36.99. And there's another Eric Clapton Unplugged. I guess I got 3 of those. And we had one earlier in the bin. John Coltrane, Evenings at the Village Gate. John Coltrane with Eric Dolphy. That is $49.99. The Beatles at $26. The Beatles at $27. Paul McCartney's now at $92. Great sounding recording there on that. Rush, A Show of Hands. 200 gram direct metal mastering. This is one of the few Rush 200 grams that we have available. This is Rush, A Show of Hands, 200 gram audiophile 2LP, $39.99. $39.99. Whew, watching these Alabama fans is making my blood pressure go up. Whew, I know how that's probably Texas. Everybody's blood pressure is up watching this game. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'll never say anything bad about Alabama. This is just really shocking, you know. Just really, really shocking. Okay. Sort of, I guess. I don't know. Texas is probably going to be pretty good this year. The Beatles is at $27. Paul McCartney, $92. The Savatage is $36.99. Savatage is $36.99. Paul McCartney, $92. We have Beatles 28. Michael Nath wants a Rush. Jonathan Greer says he'll take a Rush. Paul McCartney 95. Paul McCartney 95. The Beatles is at 30. And we have Jared Benoit says he'll take a Slave to the Grind. That is sold to Michael Nath. So that is sold to Michael Nath. We got one copy left of Rush, A Show of Hands. Rush, A Show of Hands is $39.99. That's a 200-gram Rush, Show of Hands, $29.99. Another Rush. This is not 200-gram, but this is All the World's a Stage. That is new and sealed 180-gram for $49.99. Rush, All the World's a Stage. Velvet Underground and Nico, Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, new and sealed for $36.99. We have a couple of those. And Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses, new and sealed also $33.99. Update on our auction. So this is a Beatles 1970s, early 1970s bootleg of the Hollywood Bowl concert from that was originally released in 1977. Of course, the concert's from 1964. The Beatles stopped doing concerts in 1966. It would be amazing if they would have toured in '68 doing Magical Mystery Tour live, but they didn't do that. The Beatles stopped touring in 1966. So, you know, there's not a lot of live recordings of the Beatles. So any kind of recordings from 63, 64, or even earlier, and especially 65, 66, those are very, that's the only footage or the only footage and audio we really have of the Beatles playing live. They didn't tour in 67, 68, 69, and definitely didn't tour in 70 when they were kind of breaking up. So, very interesting. Jared got a Slave to the Grind. Now, this Paul McCartney, because as y'all know, they went on and had somewhat successful solo careers. Very, very beautiful vinyl here. Fantastic splatter, vintage splatter vinyl. That is now up for bid, and that is at $95 from R.M. Lazelle. That's the high bid, $95. Jimmy Jonas wants Rush. He wants both Rush albums. Jimmy Jonas, first time I've said your name, so thank you and welcome. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome if you're a first-time buyer. So those are sold to you. Here's how things work, where you do $7 in limited shipping. It looks like you're interested in Rush albums. I do have other Rush albums in stock. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. New bid on the Beatles at $35, and final call on Paul McCartney for $95. Pussifer, Money Shot. Pussifer is $39.99 for a Money Shot. Also, the Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan. The Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan, $36.99. The Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan, $36.99. White Lion, Fight to Survive. White Lion is $33.99. Fight to Survive, $33.99. That is on splatter vinyl. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. That is on red vinyl for $29.99. Christopher Morris is out on the Beatles, but Mark Shelton is back in on Paul McCartney at $100. Mark Shelton's at Paul McCartney at $100. Shea Stadium. So final call on that. Christopher Morris is out. High bid on that is $30. $30. Stevie Ray Vaughan is the greatest hits. Yes, that's the Essential. 17 tracks, 2 LPs, $36.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Alanis Morissette is $31.99. Kara Bauer wants a Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. That's sold to Kara. R.M. Lazelle's back in on Paul McCartney at $105. We got 2 copies of this Cure unofficial left. Cure, Happy the Man. That's the Washington, D.C. broadcast from 1984, and that is $39.99. I do not have an Alanis Morissette Greatest Hits. We did have those on hand, but I don't have them anymore. Also, who commented earlier? Somebody commented earlier they wanted a Tyler Childers. I'm not for sure if we pulled that or not. Nigel Del Rocket says he'll take this Cure. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. Christopher Morris said he was out. That means Daniel Haynes gets the Beatles, Jake, for $35. Paul McCartney is at $105 with R.M. Lazelle. Paul McCartney's at $105 with R.M. Lazelle. Also, Tori Amos, Under the Pink. Tori Amos is $39.99. That's a 2LP remastered. Tori Amos, $39.99. All right, let's put up our next Beatles record, and I'll go ahead and grab another record we have on deck. I've still got a fantastic Led Zeppelin record to auction, but let me grab a Beatles record, and we got another one on deck. So here's one of our next to last Beatles albums. This is the Beatles Cool Wax. Another very cool. This is a yellow vinyl. It's a 1987 unofficial. And this is recordings from January 16th through January 20th, 1969. So this is the Let It Be sessions, but it's specifically on January 16th to January 20th, 1969. And this is a $55 start. $55 start. There's one LP. There's the other LP. And this is a $55 start. It's called the Beatles Cool Wax. I love that cover. Very, very cool. It's a $55 start, yellow vinyl, and those are recordings from January 16th through January 20th, 1969. Christopher's already in at 55. We have Arm Lozelle was out on Paul McCartney, or excuse me, Mark Shelton's out on Paul McCartney. So let's go ahead and tag this to Arm Lozelle for 105. 105, that's so to R.M. Lozelle. Nice record there, R.M. Next is an autographed Doors record. This is autographed by Robbie Krieger of the Doors, the lead guitarist and one of the songwriters for the Doors. This is a 1976. The record is a 1976 U.S. SRC pressing. It's signed by Robbie Krieger. It's signed by Robbie Krieger, and this is a $75 start. Now, I don't know. I hadn't found another one to see, but when I opened the gatefold, it was upside down. I don't know if they're all like that, but Robbie Krieger autographed the inside of the gatefold. They autographed the inside of the gatefold. And this is a $75 start. Autographed by Robbie Krieger, the original guitarist of the Doors. And it's an autographed copy of Soft Parade. $75 start. He autographed the inside of the gatefold. The vinyl itself is really nice. It's a 76 SRC press, and it's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Autographed by Robbie Krieger on the inside of the gatefold. $75 start. Very, very cool. By the way, the Beatles is at 60, and now the Beatles is at 80. And the Doors is at 75. Alrighty. We have Funkadelic Maggot Brain. Funkadelic Maggot Brain is $31.99. Peter Gabriel, the fourth solo album remastered. Peter Gabriel is $31.99. Crosby, Stills & Nash, remaster of Deja Vu, $31.99. The Forrest Gump soundtrack, $36.99. And Korn, self-titled, $56.99. Korn is $56.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. All right, so we have Korn, Forrest Gump, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Peter Gabriel, Funkadelic, Tori Amos, The Cure, Alanis Morissette, White Line, SRV, Pussifer, Depeche Mode, Velvet Underground, John Coltrane, Savatage, Eric Clapton, Fish, De La Soul, and Skid Row. Jonathan Greer on Forrest Gump. Jonathan Greer gets Forrest Gump. The Doors is at $75 with Thomas Bowman. That's now going once, going twice. Jonathan Greer, let me know if you want in. And Christopher Morris has the Beatles for $80. Nick Bargeron, let me know if you're in. It's time for a bin of Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer, Jake. That's what's coming up next. Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. Well, I lost $10 on the Texas-Alabama game. At kickoff, you could have got Texas and 7 points. That would have been nice. So add 7 points to their final score. But when I saw the game was close, they had Alabama minus 3.5. And that's what I took for $10. And I lost. So I lost on that one. $10 down the drain. There went my budget for cookout tonight. No cookout for Chad. Don't bet on football. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but it just never works out. I was like, wow, Alabama just minus 3.5? I could see that happening. Them scoring a late touchdown or something, but not tonight. Not tonight. That's over with. All right. Let me see what I missed over here in the comments. We had how much was Alanis Morissette? $31.99. The Doors, $85. I was about to say, where's the bids on the Doors at? There they are. $85.85. Brittany Bragg wants a Funkadelic, and Rora and William wants a Deja Vu. Excellent. There's Funkadelic, and there's Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. There is, let's see here. We have, so Brittany Bragg on Funkadelic. William Rohrabach on Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. The Doors, USTA is going to beat Tennessee in 2 weeks. Wow. Well, if that's true, then we'll have I better not say anything. Never mind. I better not say anything. Okay, next is, I just lost your Tennessee card. Yeah, I'm sorry. Chad, did I get an Otis Rush? I might have been late. I don't think I had you down for an Otis Rush, Tommy Flowers. No, sir. I ran out. I didn't see your comment. Beatles is at 85, and the Doors is at 125. The Doors 105. Music for the Masses was the Depeche Mode. So update on our auctions because we just had new bids. This is the Beatles Cool Wax, 1969 recordings on yellow vinyl. Very cool. That is a high bid of $85 with Christopher Morris. And we have The Doors at 125. The Doors is at 125 with Philip Regaldo. Philip Regaldo. The Auburn and California. Interesting. All right. Let's bet on the USTS game in 2 weeks. Okay, I'll take you up on something. Black Crows is sold. Everything in here, Black Crows is gone. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. So y'all have to make up, since I just lost $10 betting on Alabama to win by more than 3.5 points. I need y'all to help me make it up by selling at least half of this crate. These are all buy it now, best offer. Actually, this is Waffle House night. This is Waffle House night. So we definitely, Waffle House is not cheap. After I leave a generous tip, I usually leave them a $5 or $7 tip. It's like $25, $28 at Waffle House every Saturday night. It's expensive. Of course, a $7 tip is generous. Generous. What am I trying to say, Jake? Dillard and Clark is VG $24.99. Back to reality. Genuine Dillard and Clark. VG $24.99. That's Dillard and Clark. Gary Mulligan Quartet, recorded in Boston at Storyville, Pacific Jazz, $12.28. VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. It's Chad's Las Vegas LP Bonanza. Yeah, this is Get Chad Out of Debt sale. VG Plus $19.99. Cream, goodbye. EX $24.99. Cover damage, it does have some seam splits. EX $24.99. EX $24.99. $24.99. Stone the Crows, Teenage Licks. This is VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. Stone the Crows, Teenage Licks. VG Plus $19.99. Tammy Wynette, the First Lady. Tammy Wynette, no condition notes, $9.99. Tammy Wynette, $9.99. Okay, we're out. The Doors is at 125 with Philip Regaldo. That's a final call. Jonathan says he's out. The Beatles is at 87 with Jeff McMaster. Christopher Morris is out. Jeff McMaster has that for 87. And Philip Regaldo says he'll take the cream. There we go. That made up for the entire $10 lost bet. So I can eat Waffle House tonight. Philip Regaldo gets the cream. Arthur Lyman, Cotton Fields. That's a 1963 pressing. Arthur Lyman, Cotton Fields, $9.99. Pamela's back in on the Doors at 127. All right. We have the Impressions. Full for You, They Don't Know, and Gone Away. This Is My Country. This is $34.99. The Impressions. Compliments of Fisher Radio, $34.99. He is having a divorce sale. I've bought a lot of record collections because of divorces, yes, and coin collections and knife collections, and we even bought, especially toy collections. I think people's had to make a decision. Do you want me or your toys? And I think some men have said, I'll keep my toys and records. You can have a nice life. And then CollectCo doesn't get a call. But sometimes they say, all right, I'm getting divorced. You got to come buy all this stuff. Cool and the Gang, $39.99. Good times. Cool and the Gang. This is on the Delight Records label, $39.99. Cool and the Gang, $39.99. And Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, $34.99. Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We got new bids on the Doors, 127, now 130. The Beatles is sold to Jeff McMaster for $87. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for $87. Patty Kay said she'd give $16 for Stone the Crows. Sell that to Patty Kay for $16. Eric Gooden said he'd give $12 for STC. STC was Stone the Crows. You were second. Patty was first at 16. The Doors is at 132. The Doors is at 140. The Guess Who Road Food quadraphonic pressing, $24.99. The Guess Who Road Food, that's a quadraphonic pressing for $24.99. And The Who Live at Leeds, we sold one of these earlier this week from the Pittsburgh collection. This is $49.99, very clean vinyl. It has all the documents complete and nice, $49.99. The Doors is at 132, 140, 143. Is Cool and the Gang Greatest Hits? No, that's a studio album. Cool and the Gang Good Times. That's an earlier album of theirs, 1972. 1972, not too easy to get. $39.99. All of a sudden, 3 bidders in on the Doors. Let me show you what that is again. It's an autographed Doors album by Robbie Krieger. He's autographed the gatefold. It's autographed on the inside and that's a high bid of 150 with Philip Regaldo right now. I think I've got at least two more Beatles records to auction from the Hot Post, and I really just had the ones from the Hot Post. And this is called The Beatles, the BBC, The Beatles BBC. This is a 1982 German pressing. This is an unofficial press. It's Beep Radio, B-E-E-P, Beep Radio, of course. Some famous recordings from the Beatles. $35 start. This is the Beatles BBC. Also, it's amazing when you're researching the Beatles, all the stuff that's documented. I mean, there's some people that know where these four guys were from like 1963 up through the 69. There's some people who have who was at where, when, what Paul McCartney did, what songs they sung, what songs they recorded, what gum they chewed, what they had for lunch. It's incredible how much documentation there is about these four men's lives for about a 10-year span. I mean, they wrote down and people have tracked, like some people want to know what George Harrison did on December 9th, 1963. And there's a record of it somewhere, I'm sure. That's a $35 start. That's the Beatles. That's the BBC Beep Radio. Okay, the Doors is at $143. Then we had $150. Greg Rogers says, Who 35? I will sell that to you for $40. That's $10 off, and that's a really nice copy. And I think we've already sold one this week at sticker for $49.99. But Greg, if you want that for $40, it's yours. Colin Butler says he'll take Cool in the Game. The Doors $153. The Beatles $35. The Doors $155. And do you have any more Krieger signatures? So far, I haven't found any. I don't think I've found any, but that doesn't mean I don't have them. So I don't really know. This collection, you'll find some you won't. Colin said Cool 27. So Cool 30. So actually, Jeff says he'll take it. Colin, let me know if you want that for sticker. If not, Jeff McMaster wants it. Colin, let me know if you want that for $39.99. Let me know. Let me know. If not, Jeff says he'll take it. Okay, let's see here. Greg Rogers says he'll take this for $40. So Greg Rogers says he'll take this for $40. So Colin says he'll take it for sticker. Greg Rogers says he'll take this for $40. Pamela's at $157 on the Doors. And the final call on the Beatles right now is $35 with Christopher Morris. Christopher Morris is the one and only bidder on this Doors or this Beatles album for $35. Okay, back to the bin. Buy it now, best offer. The Osmonds, Crazy Horses. The Osmonds is $29.99. The Osmonds, Crazy Horses. That one doesn't turn up too often. $29.99. Mark Lewishorn's written a couple terrific books, Chronicles, The Fabs. I've seen some of that. I don't think I've read or looked at those books, but I've heard and seen about it where it's like a day-to-day thing of what they were doing, which is pretty amazing. Teen Delights, D. Clark, and others. Wade Flemings, The Moon Glows, Jimmy Reed. That's a VJ compilation known as Teen Delights. That's $19.99. Philip is at $160 on the Doors. Brian C. said he'd give $25 on the Osmonds. Sell that to Brian C. for $25. Philip's still bidding on the Doors at $160. And Ken Crooker is in on the Beatles for $36. The Chambers Brothers, Greatest Hits, featuring The Time Has Come. $19.99 on the Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. $19.99 on that. We have the Best of the Soundtracks. That's a white label promo, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Best of the Soundtracks, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Colin said he'd give $15 on the Chambers Brothers. Colin, you got it, $15. The Doors is at $160. Pamela, let me know if you're in or out. And Christopher, let me know if you're in or out on the Beatles. Ken Crooker's at $36. Wilson Pickett, I'm in Love. That is a VG copy for $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell Tom Ulanowski the Teen Delights for $14. That's sold to Tom Ulanowski. And this is Jules. Jules is VG Plus, $9.99. This is a compilation. Crimson and Clover, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On, Leader of the Pack, Tighter and Tighter. That's a great song. Blue Suede Shoes. That's called Jules. The title is this is called The Beatles BBC. It's on Dream Records. Classic radio broadcast. It's the Beatles, BBC, and that was a 1982 German unofficial. Near Mint Minus. It's the Beatles Beep, B-E-E-P radio broadcast. That is a $36 bid, Christopher. Did somebody ask for the titles on that? I could have just swore somebody said title on the Beatles. Maybe he said out, and I thought that said title. So he's out. So final call, Ken Crooker, 36. Jonathan Greer gets the jewels for $8. I must have not said the price, or maybe I did. Jonathan said 8. Debbie asked the price. John asked the price, and Stacy said 10. I've already said sold to Jonathan for $8. So Jonathan Greer gets that for $8. I've already said sold on that. Ken Crooker gets the Beatles for $36. Let's go ahead and sell that to Ken Crooker, and they're still bidding on the doors. Autographed gatefold of Robbie Krieger, $195. Autographed gatefold. Okay, let's see what else I have over here. Yes, let's definitely put this up. This is Led Zeppelin. This is an official press, actually. One of the few official Russian presses that I have found so far in this collection. Most of them are counterfeit, unauthorized, unofficial, bootlegs. This is actually a 1988 United Soviet Socialist Republic, also commonly known as the USSR. 1988. EX Plus, near mint minus, 0 for sale in the United States anywhere. There's none listed on eBay. There's none listed on Discogs. And this is called Stairway to Heaven. It's actually a Led Zeppelin compilation. Stairway to Heaven. EX Plus, near mint minus. This is a $45 start. And this is called Led Zeppelin Stairway to Heaven. This is actually an official press from Russia, or at that time known as USSR. And that is a compilation of Led Zeppelin music. USSR Led Zeppelin compilation. Official press too. $45 start. Take a look at that. Very cool. Like I said, if you see me selling some kind of foreign press, a lot of these do not come up for sale. They're just not listed a lot of places. If they are, they're overseas. They're not in this country because just somehow or another this ended up here. Also, this has a little bit of cover damage. It has a crease right here. It's a pretty flimsy cover. As you would expect, but it has to have a couple creases right here on the back cover. The vinyl's really nice, though. The Doors is at $195. Pamela Yeager, you're out. Led Zeppelin's at $50, and now $60, and now $70. Okay. This is the Savage 7 Cream featuring Iron Butterfly. This is EX $34.99. The Cream, or Cream with Iron Butterfly, this is a soundtrack they did called the Savage 7 EX $34.99. Led Zeppelin's at $71 and now $80. Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones is VG Plus $24.99. Made in the Shade. It has the original inner sleeve. VG Plus $24.99. Stack Ridge. Stack Ridge self-titled. VG copy $24.99 for Stack Ridge. That's a VG copy, $24.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can take a drink of water. And yes, it's actually water tonight, not Diet Mountain Dew. No Diet Mountain Dew tonight. Pamela's back in on the Doors for $198. Make sure I didn't miss any offers. Barry Seagrave said $20 on the Stones. Sell this to Barry Seagrave for $20. Chad's out on Led Zeppelin. Pamela's at $198 on the Doors. Nick's out on Led Zeppelin. Eric Goodwin said $18 on Stack Ridge. That's sold. Nick, you were second to the Rolling Stones. Phillips back in on the Doors at $201. Anita O'Day and the Three Sounds. That's on Verve, $29.99. $29.99. Grand Funk Railroad. This is VG copy for $24.99. VG $24.99. Grand Funk Railroad, VG $24.99. David, I have Japanese. I just had to get through all the Pittsburgh stuff first. I had to get through all the Pittsburgh stuff too. I had to get through all that first, but we're getting there. I'm about to start putting up some Japanese in just a second. I promise. I'm not going to let you down. And we have Japanese putbacks. So, Led Zeppelin 100. Iron Butterfly price. Was there an Iron Butterfly? Oh, the Savage 7. That's EX $34.99. It's about a VG minus cover. And that's EX vinyl. Genesis 3 Sides Live. That's a 2LP, $34.99. What was the price on the Savage 7? Yes, that's the Iron Butterfly. EX vinyl, $34.99. Who else asked about that? William Rohraback also asked. William, let me know if you want to make an offer on that. The Doors is at $205. Stephen A. Young offered $20 for the Grand Funk Railroad. I will sell that to you. Sell that to Stephen A. Young for $20. Led Zeppelin's at $101. We have an offer of $25 on the Savage 7. Led Zeppelin $110. Led Zeppelin $115. The Doors is at $205 with Pamela Yeager. Jets and Gilberto. Jets and Gilberto, $36.99 on the Black Verve label. Kind of one of those jazz classics. $36.99, Jets and Gilberto. Elephant's Memory, songs from Midnight Cowboy in shrink wrap. Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. $26.99, songs from Midnight Cowboy. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats, that's $44.99. Zappa, Hot Rats, that one doesn't come through too often. $44.99. Led Zeppelin's at $115. So the Doors is at $220. Philip's still bidding. $220. Led Zeppelin's $115. Scott Gardner offered $29 for Genesis. That's sold to Scott Gardner. Let's go ahead and sell the Savage 7 to Johnny Williams for $25. So, I pulled out the wrong record there. Hold on a second. Scott Gardner got Genesis, Jake, for $29. That's sold to Scott Gardner. And we're going to go ahead and sell Johnny Williams the Savage 7 for $25. Pamela is officially out on the Doors. Time for a final call. This is a autographed copy of the Doors Soft Parade. It is autographed in the gatefold by Robbie Krieger, lead guitarist of the Doors. Final call, Philip Regaldo, $220. If you want in, now's the time. Led Zeppelin, we still got multiple bidders, but right now Mark Shelton's at $120. That's a 1988 Russian pressing. 0 for sale on Discogs and eBay in the United States. High bid is $120. Next is, I don't know. This is Cruising America with Cousin Brucey. This is a live radio show, $39.99. Cruising America with Cousin Brucey, $39.99. So it's going to be a live radio broadcast. I see songs by Ray Charles, Yardbirds, Sly and the Family Stone, Classic 4. Wow, great music. Hit the Road Jack, For Your Love, Family Affairs, Stormy. The Beatles, CCR, My Girl, I Can See Clearly Now, Daydreaming, Happy Birthday, Neil Sedaka, I Feel Good, James Brown. Looks like a pretty cool radio broadcast there. $39.99 on that. And we have another one. Bill Haley, Beach Boys, Beatles, Elvis, Roy Orbison. Just classic music. Rascals, Stones, Everly Brothers, Beach Boys, Marvin Gaye. That's also $39.99. Those are original radio broadcasts. Cruising America with Cousin Brucey. The Byrds, Bird Maniacs. The Byrds is $24.99. We have a new bidder on the Doors. Jeff McMasters at $225. Jeff McMasters at $225. Mark Shelton? No, who was bidding? Philip Regaldo. Philip Regaldo, Jeff is in at $225. Jimmy Jonas is at $135 on Led Zeppelin. Mark Shelton, you're out on this. Jimmy Jonas, how cool. Look at that. Early pitch there of Led Zeppelin on the front. That's $135 with Jimmy Jonas. Barry Seagrave said he'd give $20 on the Byrds. That's sold to Barry Seagrave for $20. Next is the Beatles 65. This is a Green Target Capitol label pressing, $34.99. The Beatles 65 Green Target Capitol label pressing, $34.99 on the Beatles. The Beatles Abbey Road is a 71 U.S. Winchester press, $44.99. The Beatles Abbey Road Winchester press from 71 U.S., $44.99. Jeff is the high bidder on the Doors. Not anymore. Phillips at $230. Mark's back in on Led Zeppelin at $137. Mark's back in at $137. The Rolling Stones Still Life American Concert 1981, $34.99. The Rolling Stones, this is $34.99. That's Still Life American Concert 1981. We also have Live Cream, Eric Clapton and Cream, Live Cream, Volume 1, Yellow Atco label, $34.99. $34.99. That's Cream, Live Cream. So the Doors is at $225, Phillips at $230, Led Zeppelin's now at $137, now $140. Jetstream said he'd give $35 for Abbey Road. I'm going to go ahead and let that roll. Sell that to Jetstream for $35. And also we have What You See Is What You Get by The Dramatics. $34.99 for The Dramatics. I think we had one of these the other night. It's on the Volt label, $34.99. $34.99. Okay, let's go over here to Well, I got 2 buy it nows. These are sticker price. Yeah, these are sticker price. These are some records that I marked from a couple more sealed records I did mark from the Pittsburgh collection, okay? The first one is $99.99. This is sealed, $99.99. Black Joe Lewis. Tell them what your name is. Black Joe Lewis and the Honey Bears. That is $99.99. There's only 3 for sale in the U.S. They're $150, $175, and $220. This one's $99.99. Black Joe Lewis, and that is sealed. Also, we have for $24.99, Leon Russell, live at Gillies. Live at Gillies, Leon Russell. That was originally a Record Store Day 2019. First time on vinyl, Leon Russell. Those are sticker price at $24 and $99.99. Leon Russell. And those are new sealed records that I found in the Pittsburgh collection. Going through stuff last night. Okay, Jeff has the Doors for $240. Philip says he's out. Led Zeppelin's at $145, $146, and now $147. They're still bidding on that. Final call on the Doors for $240. Hey, look, the Soft Parade, $34.99. This is on a red Electra label. Unfortunately, this is not signed by Robbie Krieger. Yeah, see, this gatefold is upside down. I thought it was. This gatefold is upside down. Pretty unique. This is a different pressing, though. This is a red label here. That's a 76 Butterfly label, $34.99. $34.99. All righty. So there's another copy of the Soft Parade. Unfortunately, it's not autographed. And we have Precious Stones. This is a Rolling Stones picture disc, 1981 Holland sealed, $39.99. The Doors is at $30 with Barry Seagrave. We're going to go ahead and sell out the Barry. And the Leon Russell was $24.99. Mark Shelton, let me know if you're in or out on Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Jonas has this for $160. Russian press, final call. If you're watching for the first time tonight, we bought it in a collection in Pittsburgh that has all kinds of rare bootlegs, unofficials, autographs, really cool stuff. We're going to be selling them every night, 6 nights a week. We'll do this. And usually we have new stuff. I mean, there's great records in these bins, but usually we have new stuff. But John is off on Saturdays, and Paul is still on the buying trip. So there was no one here today to price new vintage. Oh my gosh, it's another copy of the Soft Parade, $29.99. Here is a Butterfly. This one's a Terre Haute. This one's a Terre Haute. That is that's an SRC. This one's $29.99. It has a little bit of wear on the cover. Has a little bit of wear on the cover. So let's see. The Doors is sold. Jeff McMaster, $240 to Jeff McMaster. Autograph Robbie Krieger. Led Zeppelin's at $146, $147. Jimmy Jonas bid $160, and Philip bid $150. The high bid is $160. Christopher Brusha said he'll take the Leon Russell. That is at sticker. Yes, this is sold to Christopher Brusha. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. All right, so there's another copy of the Doors Soft Parade. David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, $34.99. David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, very clean copy. Phillips at $170 on Led Zeppelin. He's out on the Doors. Now he's back in on Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Buffett, Somewhere Over China, $19.99, and that is a West German pressing. Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay, let's see what we got next. Okay. I have our first Japanese auction of the night. I hope David Johnson is grinning ear to ear. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Let It Be. And this is actually from Japan. This did not come from the Pittsburgh collection. This is going to be a $55 start. It's near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Let It Be. It is an Apple pressing. There's the original black inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert, and this is just so nice. The Beatles is a $55 start. Gatefold with Obi. Very, very nice copy of Let It Be. $55 start. Led Zeppelin, $170. Barry Seagrave said he'd give $30 for David Bowie. Sell that to Barry Seagrave for $30. Stephen Free You takes the Jimmy Buffett at sticker. So Barry got David Bowie for $30. Stephen got Jimmy Buffett. Greg, you were second. Led Zeppelin, $175. Chase and Hart, you were third you were third on Jimmy Buffett. And this is a compilation. This is studio music. Led Zeppelin Stairway to Heaven is an official an official Russian release. This is a compilation. This is studio music. This is a compilation. This has the Immigrant Song, Gallows Pole. Let's see. I think Since I've Been Loving You, Black Dog, When the Levee Breaks, Stairway to Heaven, and wow, that's all in most of it's all in Russian. But yes, that is a compilation. That's a compilation. That's not live. That's an official Russian compilation. That's an official Russian compilation. Okay, Beatles, we're looking for a $55 start. Climax Blues Band, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $22.99 on Climax Blues Band. We also have Neil Young, Comes a Time. Neil Young is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Elvis, Gold Records, excellent Elvis compilation here, $19.99, Gold Records, and that's the 50th anniversary label. Hound Dog, All Shook Up, Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, all those great early Elvis songs that are on here, even some of the soft and slow ones. Why won't this go back in the sleeve? I must be missing the seam. Up, close. There we go. David's at 55 on the Beatles. I'm going to step over here and turn off the air conditioning. How about you, Jake? I'm pretty cold right now. Let me step over here and do that. I guess we can tell it's getting closer to fall weather, because sometimes I'm like, man, I got to go over here and turn on the air. I'm sweating. And then sometimes I'm like, man, I got to go over here and turn it off. And that's when it starts turning a little bit closer to fall. So Elvis was $19.99. Elvis was $19.99. Okay, are we done on the Beatles? Or excuse me, are we done on Led Zeppelin? All done? Jimmy Jonas, $175. Are we done? Final call. We got 2 bids on the Beatles. David Brailsford was first. Elvis is $19.99. Todd Rundgren presents the ever-tortured popular artist effect. Excuse me, I read that wrong. The ever-popular tortured artist effect. Todd Rundgren is EX $17.99. And Anthology of Harry Chapin, $14.99. Jerry, you read my mind. When I walked over to turn off the air, I grabbed some puzzles. These are all new and sealed puzzles of album covers. When you put them together, they measure about 18 by 18. These are 500-piece puzzles from the UK. Here's what I have in stock. Rush, Fly By Night, $24.99. Delicate Sound of Thunder, $24.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $24.99. Hawkwind, In Search of Space, $24.99. These are all $24.99. These are all $24.99. Led Zeppelin, we still got new bidders. Jimmy says he's out, and we've still got 2 people bidding on it. Led Zeppelin's at $180 with Philip Regaldo. Christopher Morris bid $60 on the Beatles. Jetstream offered $8 for Harry. I will go ahead and sell that to you for $8. Mark Shelton's at $180 on Led Zeppelin. Jimmy says he's out. David's at $65 on the Beatles. And Jerry Stone said he wants the Hawkwind puzzle. These are 500-piece puzzles. Jake, I'm going to lay them right over here. There's Hawkwind for Jerry Stone. Christopher Morris wants the Division Bell. Christopher Morris gets the Division Bell puzzle. And did Live Cream sell? No, that's still available. Live Cream is $34.99. Buy it now, best offer. Jimmy's back in on Led Zeppelin at $190. Philip Regaldo also bid $190. Nigel Del Rocket said he'd give $14 for Elvis. Sell that to Nigel Del Rocket for $14. Here we have Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, and Fly By Night. Also, speaking of Division Bell, I forgot to show these. $49.99. Christopher wanted the puzzle, not puzzle album. Yes, the puzzle. I got you for the Division Bell puzzle. Here's the album too, because I pulled this earlier to show it. We were selling all the Pink Floyd reissues. I've also got the album. I've got you down for Division Bell puzzle right now. Here's the Division Bell album for $49.99. Let me know if you want the album and the puzzle, or if you want just the puzzle or the album. So there's no confusion there. Those are $49.99. We're going to figure out what he says. No puzzle. He just wants the album. Yes, those are puzzles. I've had people do that before. What I just showed was puzzles. I know Jerry Stone knows that, because he's bought more puzzles than anybody watching. But there's the album, Christopher. Now, that's $49.99. Let me know if you for sure want it. Mark Shelton's out on Led Zeppelin. Philip has it for $190. Let's also do a final call on the Beatles. The Beatles is at $65 with David Brailsford, and that's a final call. That's a Japanese pressing of Let It Be. Live Cream, let's sell this to Fred Carnell for $29. And Pink Floyd Division Bell, remastered, new and sealed. We have those in stock for $49.99 if anybody wants those. we have those in stock. And I think he may just want, yeah, he didn't want the puzzle. And I've got 4 other puzzles here. 5 other puzzles. Let me show these right quick. No, I've got a lot more, but let me go ahead and knock these out of the way. These are puzzles. These are puzzles. Just so everybody knows, these are puzzles. We have Rush, Fly By Night, Iron Maiden, Killers, Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death, The Ramones, Road to Ruin, and Nirvana, From the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. If you want to see those up close, let me know. There's another Rush, Iron Maiden, Killers, Matter of Life and Death, also by Iron Maiden, Ramones, and Nirvana. Those are $24.99. Jimmy says he thinks he has the Led Zeppelin for $190. You may have it. Yeah, Jimmy was in first. Yeah, Jimmy Jonas was in first on Led Zeppelin at $190. Then Philip bid $190. And Mark says he's out. So Philip, you're out. And Philip also said out. Jimmy Jonas, you have this for $190. It looks like your other 2 competitors are out. So that's a final call, $190. Pamela's back in on the Beatles, or in on the Beatles at $67. And I'm assuming Christopher Morris, I think, wants to go ahead and tag him for the division bell. Christopher, I'm putting you down for a division bell unless you say otherwise. And he's also in on the Beatles at $80. Let's do a recap out of this bin. A lot going on tonight. We're selling puzzles, records out of the bins. I'm pulling records out of other bins. Stuff going everywhere. So that's about to be sold to you, Jimmy Jonas. Let me recap what's left in this bin. If you need prices, let me know, and then I'm going to go grab another crate. Probably we're going to go through a little bit of new vinyl while we're putting up some new auctions. So whoever was the high bidder on the Beatles, you're now outbid. David Brailsford, you're outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Pamela's at $67. Christopher bid $80. We're at $80 on the Japanese pressing of Let It Be. We had Dillard and Clark, Jerry Mulligan Quartet, Tammy Wynette, Arthur Lyman, The Impressions, Frank Zappa, The Guess Who, The Best of Soundtracks, Wilson Pickett, Anita O'Day, Midnight Cowboy soundtrack, Frank Zappa, Jets and Gilberto. We have Cruisin' America, The Beatles 65, The Rolling Stones Still Life. We have The Dramatics, Precious Stones, The Doors, Climax Blues Band, Todd Rundgren, and Neil Young. Led Zeppelin is sold to Jimmy Jonas for $190. Jimmy Jonas for $190. Final call on the Beatles. Pamela, you're out. David Brailsford, you're out. Christopher Morris has the Beatles for $80. Yes, I'm auctioning a winger tonight. The Led Zeppelin Porky is already sold. David Hoy said he would give $18 for the Anita O'Day. Sell that to David Hoy for $18. Christopher, I don't have you down for a puzzle, but I have you down for a new copy, vinyl, LP of the Division Bell for $49.99. David Hoy gets Anita O'Day for $18. Zappa Hot Rats, I believe, was $44.99. Everything in here, too, is buy it now, best offer. Yep, $44.99. The original Bizarre label, about a VG/VG Plus cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. Rudder Butter, Neil Young was a VG Plus, $24.99. Yes, I got a whole nother crate over here of auctions. First, let's go ahead and introduce 2 more. I've got a Japanese Stevie Wonder, and I have a winger. Now, this originally sold, and I'm not for sure what happened, but it didn't get paid for. This is on green vinyl. This is a Friday Music winger, green vinyl in shrink wrap, and I have what it originally sold for. I'm going to start it for $95. Winger in shrink wrap, and that's a Friday Music reissue on green vinyl. $95 start on that. Green vinyl winger from Friday Music. Reissue from Friday Music. $95 start. Christopher's back in on the Beatles at $85. Let's see here. Let's see. Christopher Morris, $85 on the Beatles. Yes, and also let me go ahead and introduce Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder is, this was a no payment, unfortunately, and I'm going to start it for $20. It's a near mint and pristine Secret Life of Plants. I'm starting it for about half of what it originally sold for. That's a Japanese pressing of that. They're still bidding on the Beatles. Pamela's out. Just sold that Zeppelin boot for $200. Yeah, well, a lot of these are hard to price because you can't find comps a lot online, but I have a feeling most of our Led Zeppelin boots we have from this collection, there's not going to be many foreign presses or boots sell for less than $150. One, it's Led Zeppelin, and two, you really can't find them anywhere. So Let's sell this to Rudder Butter for $16.99. Pamela, if you're out on the Beatles, I'm going to sell that to Christopher Morris. And Brent's in on Stevie Wonder for $20. Winger's a 95 start. Stevie Wonder is a $20 start. We already have a bid. Brent Alverson's in. We had somebody buy a lot of records from us a while back and never did pay us. They are blocked, and we will not have to see or hear from them again. So we don't have to worry about them never not paying again. Okay. Let's see what we've got right over here. Let's see which crate I want to go through. I guess this one right here. Yeah. Let's go through this one. Put these up front. Okay. Beatles is at 86. James Bragg's at 95 on Winger. All right, so we got multiple bids going on. The Beatles is now at 86. Christopher Morris, you're back out. David Johnson's at 21 on Stevie Wonder. We got 3 auctions going: Winger, Let It Be, and Stevie Wonder. I'm going to go through a little bit of new vinyl right quick before we do some new vintage buy it now best offer. Just to remind you of some of the fantastic new titles that we have in stock. First, we have Dwight Yoakam, Swimming Pools Movie Stars. Dwight Yoakam is $31.99. Swimming Pools Movie Stars. I've only got one copy of that in the bin. I don't know if I have more or not. Christopher's back in on the Beatles at 87. We have Fish, Fuego. Fish is $39.99. Lacquer's cut by Chris Bellman, and this is on spontaneous combustion flame-colored vinyl. That is Fish, $39.99. We have 3 of those available. Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, 50th anniversary on blue vinyl. 50th anniversary on blue vinyl, $33.99. Jerry Stone wants a new copy of Bill Evans' Mo-Fi. I think that's right over here. Let me make sure I got that, Jerry, before I forget or before somebody buys it. I've got one copy right here, Jerry. I will pull that for you, Jake. Let's sell this to Jerry Stone at sticker. If anybody else wants one, I'm probably going to reorder more. So if you want on a waiting list for next week, this is Bill Evans with Jim Hall Undercurrent, new sealed Mo-Fi pressing, $36.99. James Bragg is the high bidder on Winger. Winger is on green vinyl. It's technically listed as an audiophile press from Friday Music. Very heavy, 180 gram or 200 gram vinyl. Feels like 180, but it may be more. In shrink wrap, that's at $95. That's a final call. David Johnson has Stevie Wonder for $21. Brent Alverson, you're out. David has it for $21. The Beatles is at 87. The Beatles is at 90. The Beatles is at 92. Brent's in on Stevie Wonder at 22. David's in at 23. Pharoah Sanders from Music on Vinyl, Moonchild, limited edition of 1,000 on gold and orange marbled vinyl. That is $38.99 for Pharoah Sanders. Also, Pharoah Sanders Africa, $44.99. Pharoah Sanders Africa, that's $44.99. Babes in Toyland. Fontanelle, Babes in Toyland is $38.99. Limited edition 1,000, orange and black, marbled, colored vinyl, $38.99 for Babes in Toyland. We also have Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Music on Vinyl pressing, new and sealed. Yngwie is $38.99. All right, Winger is sold to James Bragg for $95. Let's also go ahead and sell the Beatles to Christopher Morris for $92. Pamela's out. So James Bragg, you get Winger for $95. The Beatles is sold for $92 to Christopher, and Brent Alverson is the high bidder on Stevie Wonder at $25. I've got some more stuff over here. Let's see. I'm going to start this really low, and we're going to sell it. We're going to send it to a new home. I think I put it up one night. It does have some cover damage, but let's go ahead and send this to a new home. I know we're going to have a $35 start on it. This is Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. $35 start. The cover does have some water damage right here, as you can see. Does have some cover damage, and this is a 1988 club. This is a 1988 club water damage cover. You can kind of feel it right here. It does have SC written on the front, and it has FC written on the label. And this is $35 start. $35 start. Do I have any, have you got collectible gold? I do have some, we're about to have a coin and knife sale soon, but I really don't know what we have. We've definitely ordered some new stuff from the mints, but we've been kind of stockpiling our gold and silver for a big sale we're going to have soon. Michael Knapp's in on Queensryche at 35. David's in on Stevie Wonder at 26. Quiet Riot, new sealed Music on Vinyl pressing, $44.99 for Quiet Riot, new sealed. That's Metal Health, $44.99. We have the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. That is in mono. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. $33.99 for that. And Ozzy Osbourne, Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. That's on silver and red splatter vinyl. Silver and red splatter vinyl. $39.99 for Ozzy. Pink Floyd. This is The Endless River, their last and latest, technically, studio album. $44.99. Ken Crooker, let me know if you want in or out on Queen's Rock at $35. What a deal. And Brent Alverson, let me know if you want in or out on Stevie Wonder. Let me know if you want in or out on Stevie Wonder. Let me go ahead and be grabbing our next Japanese pressing, which is going to be Duke Ellington. And let's go ahead and grab, let's see here. Let's do one that I didn't show last night. Probably this one. Let's do this one. I got more stuff over here in this putback bin as well. So Eddie Manning's at 36 on Queen's Rock. Alan Johnston's at 40. Ken Crooker's out. And Brent's out on Stevie Wonder. So David Johnson, you get this for $26. Our next Japanese pressing is Duke Ellington Live Part 2. Duke Ellington Live Part 2. This is going to be a, I'll do it for a $30 start. Duke Ellington Live Part 2. The vinyl is very nice, near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There is the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. And this is Duke Ellington Live Part 2. $30 start. Michael Nath is at 45 on Queen's Rock. Michael Nath is in on Queen's Rock at 45. On deck, I have ABBA and I have Grateful Dead on deck. There's a couple auctions. Grateful Dead is from the Pittsburgh collection. I went ahead and showed it. I wasn't going to sell any Grateful Deads until we had a Grateful Dead night, but we'll sell a couple tonight, maybe. Barry Seagrave gets Pink Floyd. That's sold to Barry Seagrave. Where did we get to? Midnight Oil. That's Diesel and Dust, $68.99. Leonard Skinner, God and Guns. Leonard Skinner is $38.99. Limited to $1,500 on silver vinyl. We have Pearl Jam. This is Riot Act. Pearl Jam is $44.99. That's also new and sealed. Prince, Love Sexy. Prince is $31.99 for Love Sexy. And we have, this is a soundtrack by Lowe called The Exit Papers. $34.99 on that. Michael Nath is the high bidder on Queen's Rock at $45. Michael Nath is the high bidder. That's now going once, going twice to him. That's an 88 club pressing. No condition notes on the vinyl. It's actually really nice. It does have some cover damage. We're looking for a $30 start on Duke Ellington before I make him a buy it now. We have Monster Magnet, $44.99. There's the name of the title. Mind, you can read the rest. Monster Magnet is sealed, $44.99. And Monster Magnet 4-Way Diablo, Monster Magnet's $41.99. Eddie Manning's at 46 on Queen's Rock. New bid on that. And here's one of the newest releases from the Rolling Stones. This is called 40 Licks. 40 tracks by the Rolling Stones, $89.99. The Rolling Stones, 40 Licks, $89.99. That's my last two copies of that, $89.99. And we also have Neil Young, Chrome Dreams. Neil Young, Chrome Dreams. And that is mastered from the original analog tapes. This was an unreleased album. The debut release of the legendary 77 Lost album by Neil Young, Chrome Dreams, $54.99. Michael Nath is in on Queen's Rock at 47. And we have Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets, new and sealed, $31.99. There's another Beach Boys in mono. Pet Sounds in mono. Those sound fabulous. That is $33.99. I'm going to make Duke Ellington a buy it now if anybody wants it for $30. Duke Ellington Live Part 2 Japanese pressing. That is a buy it now for $30 if anybody wants it. Let me go grab our next auction out of the bin. I think I've got some more Japanese stuff over here in other auctions that originally didn't get paid for. So let me go ahead and show those. And there's Duke Ellington if anybody wants it. $30 buy it now. Get the sleeve all turned around correctly. Barry Seagrave says he'll take a Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullet. When are you going to auction the Kiss Migos? Everything that was in the Kiss collection is on its way here. So we had a team of buyers. I say our team or a team. They're definitely a team because they've worked together all week doing all these great deals and getting all these great items. But they're on their way back. I don't know when. They'll probably be here Monday. And they have an incredible Kiss collection on board. They've got literally tens of thousands of records that we're going to be auctioning off and selling. But we will start working in some of that stuff very soon. So, okay, this is another no payment. This is a Paul has it listed as a beautiful 1986 U.S. press with original inner sleeve. I have a sticker that I just pulled off what it just sold for. This is agnostic front, calls for an alarm. Agnostic front calls for an alarm. This is a $95 start, agnostic front. It's a very, very nice copy. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's a $95 start. I have a feeling James Bragg will be bidding on this. He's already commented agnostic. Yes, $95 start. This is agnostic front. That is correct. $95 start. The Give Me Bite by Bullets was $31.99. Eddie Manning, if you're done bidding on Queen's Reich, I'm going to sell it to Michael Nath for $47. Now, that's what I call Country Christmas. 2 LPs on red vinyl, $39.99. We also have the Goonies soundtrack, new and sealed Goonies soundtrack, $28.99. Creed, Human Clay, 20th anniversary of one of the best-selling albums of all time, featuring With Arms Wide Open, Are You Ready, What If, and Higher. Creed is $39.99. We also have Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. Grateful Dead is $31.99, Anthem of the Sun. Reba, Rumor Has It, for $33.99, Anniversary Edition. The Breakfast Club soundtrack. Breakfast Club soundtrack is $36.99. Also, this is the Greg Allman picture disc. It's called Southern Blood. We've got 2 copies, $19.99 and $19.99. James Bragg's at $97 on agnostic front, going once, going twice. Eddie's out on Queen's Reich. That means this is sold to Michael Nath for $47. We have John Duran says he'll take a Goonies soundtrack. That's sold to John Duran. We have Nigel Del Rocket wants Anthem of the Sun. That's sold to Nigel Del Rocket. Greg Rogers wants a Greg Allman picture disc. Those are really cool, by the way. It also has Jackson Browne and Taj Mahal on there. That's sold to Greg Rogers. And last is the classic Top Gun soundtrack. Ken Hostan said he'll also take the Allman Brothers. Those are both sold. John Duran also wants the Reba McEntire. That's sold to John Duran. And Final Call and Agnostic Front. Agnostic Front is $97 of James Bragg. Wolves Council wants MM. I believe that was Monster Magnet. He wants one of each. And these are actually the only copies we have. So you get that one and this one. This one and that one. That is Wolves Council and Wolves Council. There's a quick look at some new vinyl we have. I'm going to go through that one more time. Right now, just read titles. If you want prices, let me know. Let's go ahead and get 2 more auctions introduced because we're about to sell this to James Bragg. And I've got more stuff over here to auction. I probably need to run at least one Grateful Dead. So let me do another Japanese I don't think I've put up. And this is Toto Isolation. It's a beautiful copy. In shrink wrap of Obi, near mint minus and pristine. Toto Isolation. This is a $35 start. Toto, very nice. Near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. There's the LP. There's the Japanese inserts. We also have a very nice cover in shrink wrap and Obi. That is Toto Isolation, $35 start. Agnostic Front is sold for $97 to James Bragg. That's sold to James Bragg for $97. If anybody wants to make an offer on that Duke Ellington from earlier, just let me know. I'm here to sell these. I'm here to sell these. I would love to sell them to you. I was asking a $30 start on that. Or best offer. Yeah, let's do something from the Pittsburgh collection over here. This is Grateful Dead. This looks like a 73 UK pressing. It also has a sticker, Made in England. That's original to it. Wake of the Flood. Very, very nice vinyl. $45 start. $45 start. This is Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Does have some writing. Someone wrote 336 on the back, and it looks like they circled it. Wake of the Flood. 1, we don't get that in too often. 2, very nice condition. 73 UK pressing. $45 start on that. No copies of Psycho Circus yet. 0 copies. I wish I had some. Waiting for those to come back in. Okay, here's what's left in this bin. Breakfast Club, Top Gun, Creed, Country Christmas, Leonard Skinner, Neil Young, Stones. We have Exit Papers, Prince, Pearl Jam, Leonard Skinner, Midnight Oil, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Beach Boys, Quiet Riot, Yingwie, Babes in Toyland, Pharoah Sanders, Jim Croce, Fish, and Dwight Yoakam. All right. We have, did I ignore something, Mike? If I want to be ignored. Let's see what I've missed. Right here. Do you ever get Roxy Blue Want Some in It's My Grail? I have never seen that album, I don't think. I don't think I've ever seen that album. Jake Zerbel's at 50 on the Grateful Dead. Looking for a $35 start on Toto. I think it's time to find some more new vintage stuff. I think that's what y'all are patiently waiting on. More new vintage stuff. So let me see what I can find. I may have to step to the back right quick to get some. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Did I already go through all those crates? Wow. Boy, time flies. Time has flown. Time does fly, and time has flew. It's already 10:34. I can't believe it. We've already been through all the crates. Let me step to the back. My mic will go out for just a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Had to go to the back and get these. All right. Grateful Dead was 50. Grateful Dead 52. Sean, I will sell you the Duke Ellington for 25. Great call there. Did you sell the Beatles 65 from the last crate? Nope, it's still available. Jake Zerbel's at 55 on the Dead. We have put back the Anthem. What was Anthem? Put back Anthem. It's not Vinyl Me Please. It was definitely not Vinyl Me Please. See what Nigel Del Rocky got that was Anthem. Anthem of the Sun, Grateful Dead. No, that was just a new sealed. Toto is a $35 buy it now. Toto is a $35 buy it now. Isolation, if anybody wants that. $35 buy it now. Yes, it's not the pressing he thought it was. We can put that back. Grateful Dead is $55 with Jake Zerbel. I got another Japanese pressing right here. This is ABBA. ABBA the album. This is a $25 start. $25 start for ABBA the album. $25 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Michael Naff's out on the Grateful Dead. So Jake Zerbel, you may end up with that. Michael Naff's out. Jake has it for $55. Grateful Dead. ABBA's a $25 start. There's one insert. There's the other insert. This is actually the inner sleeve. Very cool. Very original inner sleeve there from Japan. $25 start on that. Let's go through this bin of new vintage. Looks like we got a few people interested in Dead albums. I have a bunch over here actually on standby, so we may can run some more after this. We have Buy It Now Best Offer Vintage. Everything in this crate is Buy It Now Best Offer. That's correct. Buy It Now Best Offer. Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. Bad Company is $19.99. This is Rough Diamonds. It has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. Iron Horse, $14.99. Iron Horse, $14.99. Scotty Brothers label. Ron Duffield said he will take Bad Company. That's so to Ron Duffield. Barry Seagrave, you were second. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. No condition notes on this. Gatefold. This looks extremely nice. $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. BB King, LA Midnight. BB King is $24.99. Black ABC label. BB King, $24.99. Chicago 17, shrink wrap and hype sticker. This has the original inner sleeve. $12.99. Chicago 17, $12.99. That's shrink wrap and hype sticker. Also, Gray Slick and the Gray Society has a bunch of promo stickers on it. Has two gigantic promo timing strips on the front. That actually does not really take away from the record unless you personally don't like it, because it's technically somewhat of a promo copy, and those are the original promo stickers. $34.99 for Gray Slick and the Great Society. Ron Duffield got Bad Company. Barry Seagrave second. Jetstream said he would give 17 for BB King, and Fred Carnell offered 20. Jetstream, let me know if you want it for 20. If you don't want it for 20, then so for Fred Carnell. And actually, Christopher said he would take it for sticker. So we got 3 people wanting that. So $24.99 is the price. Jetstream, Fred, or then Christopher. Jetstream says he passes. Fred, let me know if you want that for sticker. If not, then Christopher said he'll take it. And William Roraback says he'll take the Chicago. That's sold to William. Michael Bohannon is at 60 on the Grateful Dead. Jake Zerbel, I think you're out. Let me know if you want back in, Jake Zerbel. I don't know if you realized that you had got outbid, but Michael Bohannon's at $60 on this. That's why I hadn't called it sold yet. Fred Carnell says he will take, I pulled the wrong record too. Fred Carnell said he will take that for $24.99. Let's also go ahead and sell William Rohrback, Chicago. I pulled the wrong record a moment ago. Jake, let me know if you're in or out on the Grateful Dead. The new high bid is $60 with Michael Bohannon, and ABBA is a $25 start. It's about to be a buy now if no one bids. Next is Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant is $19.99, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant also has the original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl, $19.99. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. $19.99 for the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. Original inner sleeve, that's $19.99. Kara Bauer says she'll take the Robert Plant. That's sold to Kara Bauer. Jake Zerbel's out on Dead, $60. Final call. Let's go ahead and make ABBA a buy it now for $25. ABBA's a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants this. Chad, did you see the other claim from Christopher? Christopher said Christopher was third on BB King. Yes, Fred got it for sticker price. Christopher was third, unless I missed something else. ABBA's a $25 buy it now. Kara got Robert Plant for sticker. Fred Carnell got the Fabulous Thunderbirds for sticker. And Shakedown is going to get the ABBA for a $25 buy it now. That is a $25 buy it now, ABBA. Fred Carnell, you're second. Let's also go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead. Michael Bohannon, you got in there and got that for $60. Yes, the Beatles from the last crate. We have that noted, but I don't think I've went over here and pulled it. Let me go ahead and get it right now. Thank you for helping me because I do forget about stuff like that. The Beatles 65. Yes, Christopher Brusha also wanted that. I think that's who wanted it, right? Or Christopher Morris. I think it was another Christopher. Who wanted this? Christopher Morris. Christopher Morris. Yes, this is sold to Christopher Morris, Jake. So last record there is Fred Carnell's. That's Christopher Morris. And, of course, ABBA was a $25 buy now. And Michael Bohannon got Grateful Dead for $60. And we're going to sell Michael Nath the Gray Slick for $28. Thank you, Johnny Williams. Thank you. Okay, it's time for new auctions. Let me see what I've got over here in this putback crate. Let's see. Let me also check this other one. I've got from the Grateful Dead. Let's do this, and then I've got more Japanese. There's 2 Japanese I showed last night. Let's put up one I haven't shown, which is Whitney Houston. And then here's something from the Pittsburgh collection. Yes, that's the putback for Nigel. Yeah. Thank you. So this is still available if anybody wants it. The Anthem of the Sun. That's going right over here. There's the Devo figure. I've had him covered up all night. Okay, so our next 2 auctions is Kingfish. Very cool. From the Pittsburgh collection, shrink wrap and hive sticker. Kingfish is Bob Weir and others. Shrink wrap, $25 start. Original generic inner sleeve. Very, very nice vinyl. $25 start. Kingfish self-titled. That is a $25 start. Kingfish self-titled, $25 start. That is now up for bid. Kingfish. Let me actually put it like this. And we have Whitney Houston. This is a Japanese pressing. $45 start. Whitney Houston. The name of the album is Whitney Houston. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Whitney Houston. $45 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. $45 start on that. Jake Zerbel is in on Kingfish at $25. Thank you. Back to the bin. Right now, there's only 2 records left. Iron Horse and Alden Parsons. And that is $19.99. I'm glad you asked. Let me show you all the new action figures we have in stock. Right now, I've got 2 different Devo figures. These are $24.99. We've already sold one Bob 2. Here's another Bob 2, and then here's a Mark Mothers Ba. There's Devo figures. Those are $24.99. Devo. $24.99. They have a new greatest hits collection, including a box set coming out as well. Those are $24.99. I'll show you the other figures we have in just a second. The Game of Love, Wayne Fontana, $24.99. The Game of Love, Wayne Fontana, $24.99. The Game of Love, original blue Fontana label, $24.99. Also, Jim Steinman, $24.99. This has the black Epic label, very clean, and the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Final Call on Kingfish for $25. Jake Zerbel has that for $25. And Final Call on Whitney Houston. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. We love hop stickers. Kingfish has a hop sticker. Final Call on that. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years, $19.99. Still Crazy After All These Years. Paul Simon, $19.99. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. No condition notes. Looks like it's very clean, $39.99. And this is a Holland press. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $39.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, CSN. We sold one earlier in check condition. This is a very clean one with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Pat Benatar, 7, the hard way. Pat Benatar is $14.99. This has the original inner sleeve, also a very clean looking record. $14.99 on Pat Benatar. And Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. Pat Benatar is $19.99. Michael Bohannon gets the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Jake Zerbel, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Kingfish for $25. That's sold to Jake Zerbel for $25. And if anybody wants the Whitney Houston for a buy it now, Whitney Houston's a $45 buy it now. I need everybody to wake up. I know it's the end of the week. We've had all 6 sales already this week. It's Saturday. Your eyelids are getting heavy. If you're on the East Coast, it's almost midnight. Unless you're watching in California, it's getting kind of late. We've passed over 2 Pat Benatar albums. We've passed over a Judas Priest, a near mint Wayne Fontana, which is actually not an easy record to find in that grade. Very cool Alan Parsons project. We only had 1 bid on Kingfish, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, and a no bid on Whitney Houston. I'm saying all that because I'm saying that you need to wake up. If you keep buying, I'll keep going. Otherwise, we got to just stop the show. We don't like stopping the show. Let me show you a couple collectibles right quick. There's the Devo figures. There's the Stevie Ray Vaughan guitar. Stevie Ray Vaughan, that is a 1/4 scale guitar replica. Very high quality. Those are $39.99. That's the Stevie Ray Vaughan signature guitar. There's those, $39.99. All right. Here we go. Offers are coming in. I like to see this. If anybody wants Whitney Houston, $45 buy it now. So far, there's only been 2 records. No bid tonight. Whitney Houston and Toto. And I'm going to put those over here with the other 2 from last night that didn't get a bid. And let's go ahead and introduce 2 more auctions. I'm going to keep showing Grateful Dead stuff. Here's another Kingfish record, which I don't think I've had before. And I've got another Grateful Dead record. And this is a really cool copy. First, let's do the other Kingfish. I'm going to go ahead and do some of these because we literally got like 500 Dead albums, so probably need to go ahead and show some of these that's not actually Dead, but they're close to it. This is a 1985, and I've had a lot of Kingfish. I've had the one I just sold, the other one I'm going to sell, but I've never had this one. Alive in 85. This is a 1985 OG copy of Kingfish, Alive in 85. That's a $20 start. Kingfish, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. And we have Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dig, and this is a 1973 German copy. A 1973 German copy. Somewhat of a laminate cover. Grateful Dead, very beautiful vinyl on this like darker green or lighter green, I mean. Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. That's a German copy, $65. Very, very cool. Okay, Rick Haney offered $15 for Alan Parsons. Let's sell that to Rick Haney for $15. Nigel Del Rocket says he'll give $30 for Judas Priest. I hate to do it, but let's go ahead. Nigel Del Rocket gets Priest for $30. We have, can you get Dimebag Darrell? I will check on that. I'm about to order some more because those have been very successful for us. What I do with a lot of this stuff is we sell the heck out of it, then I kind of retire it for a while. And because we show it every night, and then I kind of bring some of it back. So we've been selling a lot of guitars here and there. I need to go back through and probably order some more. Kingfish, we have 20, and now 25 with Christopher Bruscia. Did somebody make an offer on Pat Benatar? Yes. Wolves Council offered $17 for Pat Benatar Dream. Yes. Sell this to Wolves Council for 17. Almost overlooked that. Preston Rose is at 26 on Kingfish. We're looking for a $65 start on the Grateful Dead. $65 start, or we'll make it a buy now. All right, let's keep going. Hope everybody's good and awake now. Bob Seger, Night Moves, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Original label, original inner sleeve. The vinyl is VG Plus condition, $19.99. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery, OG cover, and it has the book with it, $24.99. Preston is the high bidder on Kingfish at $26. April Wine, Harder, Faster. April Wine is EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. That is April Wine, Harder, Faster. Humble Pie, Eat It. Humble Pie is VG Plus, $22.99. Humble Pie, Eat It. VG Plus, $22.99. And REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. Whoop, that has the wrong record in it. That is, I was about to say, that don't look right. That is Journey Evolution. That happens about every 1 in 10,000. Luckily, I catch it before we ship it out. And we have Jay Giles, Blow Your Face Out, VG Plus, $16.99. Live Jay Giles, Blow Your Face Out, VG Plus condition, $16.99. Okay, Bob Seger, we had 2 offers. Jetstream was first, but Kara was second with the higher offer. So Jetstream, let me know if you want Bob Seger for 15. Jetstream, let me know if you want Bob Seger for 15. If you pass, then that's sold to Kara Bauer for 15, but that's sold to somebody. Bob Corrier offered 15 for April Wine. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Bob for 15. I'm going to put that on top of the pending Seeger, but you can go ahead and mark it for Jetstream. He said he will take it for 15. So next is Bob Corrier's April Wine for 15. Christopher Brusha is at 27 on King Crimson. Yes, the Boston demo sold. The Boston demo sold. I think for $295. I think that sold for $295. We have an offer for $10 on Jay Giles. Make that 12 and I'll sell it to you, Mr. Jetstream. I'll sell that to you for 12. Preston's out on Kingfish. Stephen A. Young said he'll do Emerson, Lake, and Palmer for $20. We're going to go ahead and tag that first. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, $12. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, $20. Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Jake. Sherry Darnell says she'll take the other Pat Benatar for 12. Let's sell that to Sherry Darnell for 12. And Jetstream said he will take Jay Giles for 12. So Sherry got Pat Benatar for 12. Jetstream's getting that for 12. Let's make 255. I knew there was a 5. James Bragg, 255. Yes, 255. That sounds right. I knew it ended in a 5 and it started with a 2. The middle digit's a 5. Grateful Dead is a $65 buy it now. OG German pressing. It's beautiful too. Working Man's Dead. $65 buy it now on that. That is the Grateful Dead. That's a $65 buy it now if anybody wants it. I will put it over here with this other no bid. Now, let's see what else we got over here. There's one Dead album. Let me see if we have any activity on this one. Here's a really cool one. This is their debut album, OG Press, VG Plus. This is a 67. This is a 67 Grateful Dead. Original label, Gold Warner Brothers label. That's another video I need to do talking about the Warner Brothers because there's a couple, like iconic, rock artists like the Grateful Dead that's on this Gold Warner Brothers label, which is one we just don't see too often. A lot of the rock albums from the 60s and 70s that was on Warner Brothers, those came out on the green label. So many are on the green label. So there's very few bands that debuted on the Gold Warner Brothers label, which is their earlier label before they transitioned to green. So that's the Grateful Dead. VG Plus condition. I also need a $65 start on this. I can't believe anybody bought the other one. I bet somebody will bid on this. This jacket is nice. Nice bottom seam. Nice spine. This cover is usually trashed. The vinyl is a very, very strong VG Plus. I will almost say EX on it. And this jacket is very, very nice. That is the OG Stereo Press, $65 start on that. That is their debut album. By the way, Kingfish is a final call. Kingfish is at $26 with Preston Rose. No, Christopher has it for $27. Preston's out, Jake's out. So let's actually go ahead and make that a final call. Christopher Brusha has Kingfish for $27. Yes, everybody's awake now. Sometimes I have to pause and wake everybody up. We're going through a bin of buy it now best offer. I will say, though, I am very hungry right now. This may be one of our last crates. I am hungry. Jake's probably like, me too. Hunky Dory, David Bowie. This is a VG Plus copy, $74.99. It's a 71 Indianapolis press. The top seam is split. Top seam is split. This is a VG Plus, $74.99. This is Hunky Dory, David Bowie, OG. That is VG Plus, $74.99. Jeff says he's a bit busy. Started show in Florida, got Black Crows in Georgia, and the Beatles in Florida. Wow. You've been all over the place since we've been live. I've been standing right here in Lebanon. We have a bite now on the Grateful Dead. Jake Zerbel said he will take it for $65. Good decision there. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jake Zerbel. Waffle House, here we come. That's right. Michael Wiles at 70 on the Grateful Dead. Sean's falling asleep. Sean, I need to show you something dead. I need to show you some kind of death metal. I don't have anything to show you, though. Maybe there'll be one pop up in a second. The high bid on the Grateful Dead is 70. I don't have anything to show you. Let's see. I don't know. I was going to show you something. I don't see anything right now. Final call on Kingfish. I've already said a final call. Head East. Head East is a VG copy, $9.99. Head East is a VG copy, $9.99. I do eat before I start the auctions, but I eat a lot of food, so, you know, it requires a lot. Hey, Robert Plant, pitchers at 11. This is EX condition, $17.99. Pitchers at 11. We also have Steely Dan Asia. Wow, this crate's got some great titles in it. VG copy on this. The vinyl is VG, $14.99. Grateful Dead was at 70. Grateful Dead 72. We have Barry Seagrave HE. Barry Seagrave wants Head East. And also, let's go ahead and sell Christopher Brusha the Kingfish. Christopher Brusha gets the Kingfish for $27, Jake. Henry's Choice said he'd give 12 for Robert Plant. I will let you know as soon as I come back with our next auction, which is going to be another Kingfish album. We have Kingfish, and this is a promo copy, actually. This is Kingfish Trident from Jet Records. This is the original 78 promo copy. The original 78 promo copy of Kingfish Trident. That is a white label promo from Jet Records. Very nice cover. It does have a mark on it, but that might have something to do with, I don't know, it looks like they were going to gold stamp it right there, and they actually gold stamped it on the back. But $20 start on this. $20 start on that. That's a Trident Kingfish. That's a $20 start. Yes, selling records takes a lot of energy. Yes, it does. Especially tonight. I've had a lot of stuff happen. So my mind is, it's like all in the front of my forehead right now. Henry's Choice. I'm going to go ahead and sell you. Nobody else bid on Robert Plant, or no one else made an offer on it. So I'm going to sell that to Henry's Choice for 12. And Jimmy Jonas says he'll take the Steely Dan. So right now, we're at 72 on the Grateful Dead with James Bragg. That's going once, going twice. Going twice, going three times, actually. James Bragg. Wishbone Ash locked in. Wishbone Ash is a VG copy for $9.99. The Who Face Dances, EX condition, in shrink wrap. It does have the poster. It's $17.99. The Who Face Dances, EX condition, $17.99. Mick Vicar. Mick Vicar is EX condition, also $17.99. And the Hollies, Moving Finger. The Hollies, Moving Finger. Not Fingers, Finger. VG, $12.99. Eric Gooden says he'll take Wishbone Ash. We also have in this crate, Yes. Wow. Yes shows. No condition notes. $34.99. That's 2LP live Yes. Yes shows. All right. Final call if you want to bid on Trident, and no one else bid on Grateful Dead, and I didn't hear from anybody else, so that means it's sold to James Bragg for $72, Jake. That's sold to James Bragg for $72. Let me go over here and grab, I think I got another Dead album I can put up. This is called Historic Dead, The Grateful Dead. This is also from 1971, The Grateful Dead, Historic Dead. We're going to start this at $35. The Historic Dead, Grateful Dead. Vinyl's actually really clean. Sunflower label. Super nice vinyl. About a VG or VG Plus cover. Grateful Dead, $35 start. Next, Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. That is $19.99. Has tracks such as Born to Be Wild, The Pusher, Suki Suki, Hey Lawdy Mama, $19.99. The Secret Value of Daydreaming, Julian Lennon, $14.99. Secret Value of Daydreaming, Julian Lennon. Jacob Harris says he will take the Steppenwolf. Barry Seagrave was second. Let's go ahead and make Burt Jordan was first. Thank you, Jake. Yes, let me do that officially as soon as I make Trident a buy it now. Trident is a buy it now for $20 if anybody wants it. Trident by Kingfish. White label promo, $20. First come, first serve on that. Yes, the Steppenwolf was Burt Jordan, Jacob Harris, Barry Seagrave, Johnny Williams. 4 people on that. Burt Jordan was first. Michael Nath is in on 35 on the Grateful Dead. Going once, going twice. Ringo Starr, Ringo's Rotogravure, $24.99. If you're just hopping on, these are all buy it now best offer. We're really wiping this crate out, actually. This was full, and there's about a third of it left. And we hadn't been through the rest of them. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, in shrink wrap and hop sticker, back-to-back Ringos, $24.99. Shine On Brightly, Pro Call Harem, this is $24.99. Shine On Brightly, Pro Call Harem, it does have the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Final call on the Grateful Dead, so I'm going to just put Trident right over here. That was a $20 buy it now, or Kingfish. I keep saying Trident, but that is the name of the album. $20 buy it now on that. In the Japanese department, I have a copy of Wings at the Speed of Sound. This is Paul McCartney and Wings. This one has a little bit of damage to the obi, and it has a little bit of discoloration on the cover, so I'm going to start it at just $15. And this is Wings at the Speed of Sound, $15. So the vinyl has no condition notes. It's very clean, actually. Very, very clean vinyl. The insert, one side of it has some discoloration. The other side doesn't. There's the Japanese insert. There is some damage to the obi, kind of a wrinkle right there, and a little bit of discoloration on the cover, and a little bit of discoloration at the top of the obi. But very nice copy, $15 start on that. We have 2 bids already. Let's go ahead and sell Michael Nath, The Grateful Dead, for $35. That's sold to Michael Nath for $35. That's gone. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Broth. What is Broth? It's from 1970, and it's $49.99. Broth, $49.99. Wings is now at $20. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London with guest artist. Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99, recorded in London with guest artist. Concerts for the People of Kampuchea. This has got The Clash, Elvis Costello, Paul McCartney, The Pretenders, The Who. That is $24.99. Concerts from the People of Kampuchea, $24.99. Tony Carey, Some Tough City. Tony Carey's in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $19.99. And we have Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So, and Wait For Me, live version, 12-inch single from Rock and Soul Part 1, $9.99. Jetstream said he'd give $20 for the concerts for Kampuchea. That's sold to Jetstream for $20. I feel like it's late on Saturday night. We need to put some new LP on sale and see if we can sell out of it. Let's see what we got over here. Let's see what we got over here. I bet if I knock $5 off these, we'll sell them because I've got a bunch all of a sudden. This was out of print for the longest. I bet if I knock $5 off these, we will have several people interested. I hadn't shown it in a while, and I hadn't shown any AC/DC in weeks. This is AC/DC Ball Breaker, one that's usually not around in print. I've sold a bunch for $34.99. I'll do them right now for $29.99. This is AC/DC Ball Breaker. These are new and sealed, $29.99. AC/DC Ball Breaker, $29.99. Those are now in stock and on sale, $29.99. Let's see if I can sell 1, 2, 4, 6 copies. I'd love to sell 6 copies of that. First and next was we had a $20 bid on Wings. Then we had a $22 bid on Wings. And then James Bragg wants to know the details on Broth. Let's take a look at it. Broth is a Unipack sleeve, so it opens up like this. And this slides out. It looks like it's on a red Mercury label. Beautiful vinyl. Yes, Near Mint Minus vinyl, Broth. It does have a punch hole on the cover. Red Mercury label, $49.99. Red Mercury label, $49.99. And that is available. Kara's at 22 on Wings. So Jimmy, you're out. Daniel, you're out. And the Wings is at 22. AC/DC, I think we've sold 5 so far. 2, 4, 5. We need one more person. These are $29.99. AC/DC. Jake, just make sure they go in for $29. You probably already know that. There's Craig Thomas. There's Greg Preston. There's Burt Jordan. There's Barry Seagrave. There's Jack Hewitt. And I need one more. Who wants it? AC/DC Ball Breaker. And next, we got James Bragg. He's going to take Broth for $40. Craig Thompson. Yes, Craig Thompson. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I get Craig Thomas, Craig Thompson, Craig Sweden. Got a lot of Craigs watching. Let's sell that to James Bragg for $40. Jimmy Jonas is the new high bidder on Wings at $25. And we're going to sell Shakedown, the Hall & Oates, for $7. All right, one copy of AC/DC. Who's going to not let me down? Okay, our next auction is going to be over here from this bin. I've got... actually, I do have a Yes bootleg, but I was so disappointed. I think it's missing a record. I'll show it to you, but I'm not going to sell it till maybe it turns up in the rest of the collection. But I haven't got to listen to it either, but I was so disappointed. This is Yes, the Infirmary, a Passing Inevitable, a Quantum Disregard. Definitely sounds like a Yes album, but it's 79 US. I think it's missing an LP because listed on Discogs, there was one LP from Boston and one LP from London. Unless they came in separate jackets or something, and they were supposed to be together. But by the time we go through the collection, if it doesn't turn up, I may sell it as is because it's still Yes. You know, one whole disc of music is probably going to be a lot. The high bid on Wings is $25. Kara, if you're done bidding, let me know. Here's our next Japanese pressing. This is a really cool and very clean and very nice Monkees compilation. It's called The Monkees Golden Story. $35 start on The Monkees Golden Story. This is actually a 2 LP compilation of Monkees music. The Monkees, $35 start. There's one LP, there's the other. There's the Japanese insert. There's Davy Jones. That's a very high quality photograph. That's incredible. Japanese jackets are so nice. The gatefold does have some of that foxing and discoloration we see common with the Japanese pressing. There's the Monkees car. How cool. And this is a $35 start. Sherry Darnell says she'll take an AC/DC. That's for the $10 on Bama. Thank you, Sherry. Sherry says, enjoy your Waffle House. Last AC/DC sold for $29.99 to Sherry Darnell. Okay, now that means we sold out of that. Let me go grab another one. But first, let me go grab some new vintage in here. Buy it now, best offer. Renaissance, however you say that, Scheherazade. Renaissance is $9.99. We have Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $99.99. Wow, $99.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew. Beautiful looking vinyl, and this is the second label. This isn't the Columbia 2i. This is the 70s label, but what a nice looking copy of Miles Davis. Wings is at $27, $28, $30, and now $31. Looking for a $35 start on Monkees. Here's a Japanese press in a random bin. This is Olivia Newton-John, physical, $34.99. Scheherazade. Okay, our next pressing. Now I can't talk. I said that 5 times fast. Blah, blah. Let me see what else I've got over here we can put on sale. Something I've got a lot of copies of. I think I've put this on sale before, but I still got several, so let's try. I've got 2, 3. There you go, 6 more copies. I got 6 more copies. Let's do this for, I'll do $5 off on this. This is a great price at $26.99. U2 War Remastered. U2, $26.99. $26.99. U2 War, $26.99 on this. Gatefold, new and sealed, U2. Sunday Bloody Sunday, New Year's Day, Surrender, 40. Two Hearts Beat as One, The Refugee. Craig Thompson wants one, $26.99 for new and sealed War by U2. $26.99 on those. I'll call those off after maybe everybody is done claiming. By the way, update on the Monkees. Nigel Del Rockets at $35. And Wings is at $35 with Jimmy Jonas. Both auctions are at $35 right now. Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss, $9.99. Olivia Newton-John, back-to-back Olivia's there. We have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, 3 Olivias. If anybody wants a bundle deal, let me know. Also, Culture Club, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker on Kissin' to Be Clever. Kissin' to Be Clever, $26.99. Only one claim on U2. Craig Thompson gets one for $26.99. If we can sell 5 more, I might do something else on sale. You never know. We're a long ways from 5, though. We've only got 1 right now. Or actually, we had 6. We sold 1, so 5. Kara's out on wings, so I'm about to sell both of those for $35 and $35. Share the Land, the Guess Who, $19.99. Share the Land, the Guess Who. And Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero, $19.99. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Hall & Oates self-titled foil cover, Sarah Smile. The Olivia Newton-John Japanese is $34.99. $34.99. Jake, let's end some auctions. These are $35 and $35. First, Jimmy Jonas gets the wings for $35. And we have the Monkey sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $35. U2 is not a great... No, U2 is a studio album. It's called War. It's a studio album. $26.99. $26.99. Okay, I'm going to put that one aside. I'm going to think about doing another title while I'm recapping this bin. But I was hoping we'd sell out of those, but that's okay. We have Jetstream 15 on Little Feat. Sell that to Jetstream for 15. And we also have another question about Olivia Newton-John. Her greatest hits was $9.99. $9.99. I actually have some Olivia Newton-John autograph photos from Fred Goodwin's collection. I'm about to have authenticated. Some people said they're real. Some people say they're fake. So when that happens, I got to get a letter. If we have an ounce of doubt, we have to get COAs because they're kind of pricey. One's actually autographed by John Travolta too. So let me see what I've got over here for on sale. Let's see what we have over here on sale. Boy, there's not a lot of stuff we have duplicates of for sure. Here's 4 copies of this. Surely we can sell 4 of this. Maybe, maybe not. We're about to find out. I'll at least go ahead and knock $5 off and see if we get any takers. This is Pearl Jam Yield. Pearl Jam Yield, $5 off, $29.99. Pearl Jam Yield, $5 off, $29.99. I have Alice in Chains Facelift and I have Alice in Chains Dirt. Facelift is $36.99 and Dirt is $38.99. Okay, next is pricing condition of Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates, the cover was about VG condition. It also has some writing on it. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. These are all bought now, best offer. And Henry's Choice said he'd give 8 for Olivia Newton-John. Did you ever get the Songs of Innocence? No, I didn't. Well, I can get it, but it wasn't like on sale. It wasn't like that on sale price. So, no on that. Here's 2 that I'll go ahead and make you a deal on. Before they end up in the Beatles discount bin, I'm going to go ahead and offer these for $9.99 each, which is more than half off. Ringo and Ringo, $9.99 each if anybody wants those. Greg Preston says he would give 14 for Hall & Oates. Sell that to Greg Preston for $14. That's sold to Greg Preston for $14. I do have a few more auctions. No takers on Pearl Jam. No takers on Pearl Jam at $29.99. That was Yield. I love the song on there, Faithfully. I love the song Faithfully. I got a couple more auctions to run while we're wrapping up tonight's sale. I've got the Eurythmics in Asia. Great Japanese records. Eurythmics in Asia, $35 starts. This is the Eurythmics, $35 start. It's a very nice Japanese pressing with obi. Very, very nice. Also has the insert with it. $35 start, the Eurythmics. And we have Asia, their self-titled debut, Heat of the Moment, Only Time Will Tell. That's a $35 start. Eurythmics at Asia. Any Elvis. I can show you a couple. I actually have them right over here. Let's see here. Let's see here. What's in here? Let's see. I got 2 copies of Elvis Flaming Star. $9.99. Elvis Flaming Star. Blue Camden label. And I also have Elvis Flaming Star here. $9.99. There's 2 copies of Elvis. I got 2 of those. $9.99. Brian Case says he'll take an Alice in Chains Dirt. Sell this to Brian Case. Great sounding record. Alice in Chains Dirt. That's sold to Brian Case. I actually have them just right over here. It's sold to Alan Case. $38.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Dirt. Them Bones. Down in a Hole. Rooster. Wood. Bert Jordan says he'll take an Elvis Flaming Star, and so does Josie. Elvis and Elvis sold $9.99 and $9.99. Paul Beck also wants one. Was there Elvis Gold? There was, but it's already sold. Paul, let me see if I got another one. I should. I don't. Let me do a quick flip. I'm probably sure I have another one underneath this roof somewhere, but I don't have one right now. Let's see here. Here we go. If anybody wants this one, actually comment double dynamite. Double dynamite. This is $9.99. Double dynamite, $9.99. Double dynamite. There's one, there's another. Double dynamite, $9.99. If anybody wants those. Okay, Paul Beck only had 2 copies of Flaming Star. You were third. We have a $30 offer on Facelift. I don't know if I want to sell those or not right now on sale. Let me think about it. Josie says she'll take a double dynamite. Bert Jordan says he'll take a double dynamite. Those are sold and sold. Jake, make sure those go in for $9.99 as well. All 4 of those Elvis records. Ken was third and Nigel was fourth. Let me read the titles that's left in the bin. Nobody wants Ringo. We have Iron Horse, Wayne Fontana, Jim Steinman, Paul Simon, Humble Pie, David Bowie, The Who, Mick Vicar, The Hollies, Yes Shows, Julian Lennon, Procol Harum, Jerry Lee Lewis, Tony Carey, Renaissance, Miles Davis, Olivia Newton-John, Culture Club, and the Guess Who. These are buy it nows for $35 if anybody wants them. We have the Eurythmics and Asia. $35 buy it nows if anybody wants those. No bids. Price on Bowie. There was a Bowie in here. Oh, yes. David Bowie was VG plus, $74.99. VG minus cover, original orange epic label. Okay. I will knock $5 off a Facelift because I have a bunch of them. I really shouldn't be doing this, but it is late. Don't tell anybody else. And I was going to probably really start putting these on sale much, much later in the year, near like end of the year, but usually we're sold out by then. Come Christmas and just all the holiday season, these things start getting grabbed for sure. $5 off Facelift is $32.99. $32.99 for Facelift. And I don't think I have ever put an Alice in Chains record on sale. Ever. $32.99 if anybody wants one. Facelift. Design Animal sold for, what did it sell for? $255? $255, which I thought was a great deal for that record. Very, very cool record. Jake wants one and Sean Fairweather wants one. $32.99. Jake, $32.99. Looks like I need to go through an Elvis bin. Whitney Japanese price. That was a $45. Did it sell? What did I do with it? Whitney, did I put it back over here? Whitney's a $45 buy it now. I'm not for sure what happened to it. So, let's see here. Never heard anybody else last week invoice. You must have got, I don't know then. Tanner hasn't been in town all week, Greg. Just bump that message up and I will remind Tanner that he needs to look at that. But I'm not for sure what that is. I don't look at messages, but if no one messages you back, then bump it up later. You can just even send a picture of just hit a period and hit send. That way it bumps it back up in the top of our thread. I've told people before, I was like, if you don't get a reply pretty soon, just, comment bump and hit send because, right now we've got multiple ads running. And so we get messages. I mean, like during the sale, I can just see stuff coming in and it's, with people selling stuff. So, okay, here's how the Elvis bin works. Very, very quickly. Do not comment the words Elvis or Presley or EP. You have to comment the name of the album. Facelift is $32.99. I have probably 100 of them. I probably have 100 of them. The King of Rock and Roll. Comment the name of the album if you want it, okay? And I will try to give you the key word, such as Golden Celebration. Golden Celebration, 50th anniversary box set, numbered $79.99. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 LP Golden Celebration. Ryan Christie says he'll take a Facelift at $32.99. Larry Smith wants a bundle on Olivia Newton-John and Whitney. Well, let me see if I can find Whitney. I may have put Whitney back in the crate. I usually just leave them out so I know what I've gone through. There's Whitney. I said 45. I'll do 40 on Whitney, and I'll do 25 on Olivia Newton-John. So I'll do 65 for both of them. I'll do 65 for both of them. So Golden Celebration. Hawaii. Aloha from Hawaii. $24.99. These are all sticker price right now, we'll say. Oh, Date. Date with Elvis. $39.99. This is a 1970 pressing orange label. Inspirational Favorites. $9.99. Zach wants Hawaii. Zach Kroll gets the Hawaii record. Burt Jordan was second. Moody Blue Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. $34.99. Moody Blue. And yes, it's on blue vinyl. The black vinyl's tough to find. We've had a few lately, actually. There's another one. No shrink wrap. $34.99. Elvis. Well, this one's tough because the name of the album's Elvis. We'll call it self-titled. Self-titled. ST or self-titled. That one's tough. Name of the album's Elvis. This is 84 mono pressing, $34.99. 84 mono pressing. Scotty and Beale sealed. Scotty and Beale sealed, $29.99. In Concert. 2LP, 1977. $19.99. I'm dehydrated. I need some more water. Legendary Magic, $9.99. Legendary Magic. Harem Scarum. This is an older copy here. 65 mono pressing, $34.99. 65 mono pressing, Harem Scarum, $34.99. You'll Never Walk Alone. You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. There's another You'll Never Walk Alone. Here's another You'll Never Walk Alone. For Everyone. Elvis For Everyone, $14.99. Girls, Girls, Girls. Not Motley Crue. Elvis did it first. 62 Hollywood Press, $74.99. Larry, let me know if you're in on those two Japanese pressings. I'm going to have them right over here if you say you do. Another Inspirational Favorites, $9.99. We got two of those. Sings for Children, $12.99. Sings for Children. Almost in Love, $9.99. Gold Records, Volume 3. Gold Records, Volume 3, $12.99. Something for Everybody, in shrink wrap. It's a 77 pressing. In shrink wrap, 77 pressing. There's another For Everyone, $19.99. $19.99 For Everyone. Good Times, Elvis, Good Times, $9.99. Our Memories, Volume 2, $9.99. Legendary Performer, Volume 3, $12.99. Nigel Del Rocket Wants Everybody. That was Something for Everybody in shrink wrap. That's so to Nigel Del Rocket. Let's Be Friends, $9.99. You'll Never Walk Alone. That's the 5th copy we have. You'll Never Walk Alone. Let's Be Friends. There's another copy, different variant, $9.99. Another copy of You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. On Stage, February 1970, $12.99. Our Memories of Elvis, $9.99. We have Frankie and Johnny in shrink wrap, $9.99. Chris Bijak Wants Legendary Performer, Volume 3. That's sold to Chris Bijak. No problem, Larry. Thank you for letting me know. VG Plus, $24.99 for LP fans only. For LP fans only. For LP fans only. We're stockpiling the Christmas albums. Trust me. You're about to see so many Christmas albums, probably starting in a couple weeks, maybe technically next month. You're going to see, we got bin after tub after stack. If you notice, we don't show any Christmas records all year, and y'all know most collections have a lot of Christmas albums. Here's another Something for Everybody. This is an Indianapolis press on orange vinyl in shrink wrap, $29.99. Orange label, $29.99. You'll Never Walk Alone. You'll Never Walk Alone. His Songs of Inspiration, $9.99. I think that's technically this album. I think we've already showed that album, but it's just a different cover variant. I think technically we've already shown that one, but there it is again. Elvis Country in shrink wrap, $14.99. Burt Jordan Wants Frankie and Johnny. That's right here. That's sold to Burt Jordan, Frankie and Johnny. How about another Elvis Country, $14.99. We've got Burning Glove and his hits from movies. I Feel My Temperature Rising, $9.99. This is the TV special record. This record was only sold and advertised on TV, $19.99. That's Elvis, 2LP. There's 3 of them. We have In Concert. There's another In Concert. That one has a gold stamp promo on the back, $19.99. Wow. Quadraphonic shrink wrap and hop sticker, $49.99. This is another Aloha. This is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, quadraphonic press, near mint, $49.99. Elvis, Aloha. We have Legendary Performer Volume 1, $12.99. Gold Records Volume 5, sealed. That has never been opened, $29.99, sealed. Also, this is on blue vinyl. It is sealed, $29.99. This is Elvis Sings the Blues. Reconsider Baby. Elvis Sings the Blues. Contains newly discovered versions of Tomorrow's Night, Ain't That Lovin' You Baby, and it's on blue vinyl. That is sealed, $29.99. Josie Sing Bell wants the Legendary Performer Volume 1. That's sold to Josie. Ken Highstand wants Volume 5 sealed. Sherry Darnell wants the Sings the Blues sealed. And Chris, you were second on Legendary 1. There's another Elvis TV special record. We have 4 of those. Elvis, He Touched Me in shrink wrap. There's a gospel album, $9.99. Elvis Presley, this is a foreign pressing. This is $19.99. This was pressed in France. This was pressed in France. I think that translates to gold disc. Tonight, So Right, Guadalajara, Angel, a little less conversation. I like that one. Following That Dream, Long-Legged Girl. Here we go. Come On Everybody, Whistling Tune, I'll Be There, Easy Come, Easy Go. That's $19.99. That's a French pressing. Let's Be Friends. There's another copy of that. Let me put that back here. I try to keep these. I have all these organized, and this is where people naturally flip through them here in the store. They get out of order, of course. How Great Thou Art, $9.99. Regina, you're second on the gold records. It's already sold, Volume 5. Another You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. You'll Never Walk Alone. And that's the way it is. Elvis is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Okay, so let me do a couple price reductions. The first one is the Elvis TV special record. Instead of $19, $9.99, of course. $9.99. If you want this one, put TV. RCA Special Products release. You just get a random one off the stack. They're all very similar, especially the vinyl. $9.99 if anybody wants those. So that's technically a markdown. I'm going to put those up front. Kara Bauer says she'll take one. $9.99, Jake. That's sold to Kara for $9.99. I've got 3 left. And if anybody wants, Regina says she'll take this, the French record. The French record. That is sold to her as sticker. Chris B. Jack says he'll take a TV record. Nigel Del Rocket says he'll take a TV record. And we've got one left for $9.99. So those TV records, the blue and yellow ones, are $9.99. And then this one, of course, we got to reduce this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 copies if anybody wants one. $6.99 on You'll Never Walk Alone. I got 6 different copies. No picking, no choosing. You just get a random You'll Never Walk Alone. I got 6 copies. I've probably sold 500 over the years. Anywhere from $1 to $15, depending on what pressing and what condition. $6.99 for those. $6.99 on those. Ken Highstand. Yes, I got his. Bert Jordan says he'll take You'll Never Walk Alone. I'll start picking these out from the back. Bert, you get this one, which I think is a... you get the UK version. That might be the better one in the whole stack. Bert, you get the UK version. Darren Davis gets the next one. And Josie also wants one. These are all $6.99. Bert got one, Darren got one, and Josie got one. And Kara wants one. Now we got 2 left. Kara got one as well. We got 2 left. I think that's the only one I really had a lot of multiples of that I'm willing. I mean, a couple of them that were 35 and 50. Some of the quad and the older records. If you want to make a fair offer. Oh, another one. They keep growing. Now I got 3 left. Yeah. So there's an In Concert. I'll do these half off. In Concert, $9.99 instead of $19. $9.99 on In Concert. I'm sure we can sell those too. You get one of the 2 random ones. We've sold a lot of Elvis all of a sudden. First, Nigel Del Rocket said he would give 8 for Volume 3. 8 for Volume 3. 8 for Volume 3. Right here, $8. Sell that to Nigel Del Rocket for $8, Jake. Next is Paul Beck. He said he'd give 25 for the Harem Scarum. That's sold to Paul Beck for 25. And Bob Corrier said he'll take one of the Elvis in Concerts at $9.99. That's sold to Bob Corrier. And Bert said he'd give 38 for the Aloha via Hawaii. That's quad and shrink wrapped. Sell that to Bert Jordan for 38. And Shakedown says he'll give 7 for How Great Thou Art. Sold to Shakedown for $7. How Great Thou Art. How Great Thou Art. Elvis is still in the building. He has not left. Elvis is still in the building. But we're getting closer. Kara says she'll take an in-concert for $9.99. It's been a while since we've hit the Elvis bin. I'll tell, when John walks by this tomorrow, he'll be like, oh my God, what happened? And I'll be like, Elvis needs a restock. We keep them all in one spot. We've got them just like row after row. He's the biggest selling artist in the world. Not even close. The Beatles is close, actually. But Elvis records are just, well, in this area, we just see so many more, just by visualization, there's more than Beatles, but I truly think he sold more vinyl than anybody else ever. And I don't think it's, well, I keep saying that. The Beatles is close, but I wish I just had bin after bin of nice copies of Abbey Road, but that just don't happen. We have them, but they're beat up. So, plus this movie really helped. When that movie came out, we saw people coming here all the time. We had 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 75-year-olds. They were like, do you have any Elvis? Where's your Elvis? I heard you sell records. Do you have an Elvis section? And that didn't happen for a long time. But this movie has really, that kind of rejuvenated it. I see a lot more videos on Facebook, people sharing them, young people, old people. Corey Gaston says he'll take one of the TV records. Now, what this was there was a commercial, John that works here, John Thomas, he told me there was this commercial that used to run all the time advertising where you could buy this record. He said it used to run all the time, and it was for this record, and I think everybody bought it. And that's sold to Corey Gaston. Corey has one now for $9.99. Maybe a 70. Larry said maybe even a 78-year-old. Yep. Larry's still buying them. He's 78. And I've sold to teenagers too. Yeah, a lot of young kids coming here. They look for the Beatles. They look for Elvis. They look for Pink Floyd. They look for Metallica, David Bowie. Did I say Led Zeppelin? Definitely Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix. Definitely Pink Floyd and Elvis and the Beatles. And then all the 90s stuff. Grunge and all those for sure. So, Lilo and Stitch. Yep. Yeah, it'll keep going from one generation to another. That is the end of the week. That's it. We're done. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We are done for the week. We'll be back. I'm actually going to go eat and then start pricing more stuff for Monday night sale because Monday night sale will be here before we know it, and they're going to be back possibly Monday with an incredible batch of records. I mean, like trucks and trailers. So we've had an amazing week here at Coletco, just absolutely mind-blowing, right, Jake? Jake is here. He's here almost all the time, and it is amazing. We've had some amazing stuff. Any TV records left? Sherry, I think Corey got the last one. Yep, Corey got the last one. Here, I'll do a quick deal on Moody Blue vinyl. The first one to claim it gets the shrink wrap and hype sticker, and the second one can have the other one. $19.99 on those. $19.99 on those. Can I get War? Rudder Butter, what was War? Also, BS is not Rodden being working right now. So I don't know if Michael Marth meant to send that or not. I don't know what that says. Good night, Jeff, Johnny, Ken. Did you sell the yellow vinyl? No. We only pulled out, that entire Beatles video, I only pulled out 20 records out of there. Oh, a U2 War. Yes, sell Rudder Butter, a U2 War for $26.99. That's over here on the rack. $26.99. Let me grab it. I'm going to put it right here on top of Elvis. $26.99. Sorry. I was like, what is War? I was thinking the band, like Eric Burden. If you're ordering new, check on other Love and Rocket titles. I will do. I got to restock those. Good night, my third night with you. Thanks. Thank you, William. I hope you're watching every night. will go towards new invoice. Yes, it will. Jeff and Master says NCMM103 out. Thanks everybody for watching. I don't know if I want to go to Waffle House right now or not. It's probably a little bit too busy. But the other night I went at 3:30 a.m. and it was packed. So I guess it's just trying to get your way in there. But we actually have a bar like right down the road from us called, what is that place called? Silverados? Is that what that's called? Jake's like, I don't know. I don't know what that's called. But man, they start getting out of there at like midnight and 1 a.m. and it's like all the intoxication is at Waffle House all of a sudden. It's loud and rowdy. So I like going when there's no one there. So, okay. I guess we're done. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll see y'all Monday. I'll be here at the store going through records. I'll probably be posting videos and pictures and stuff like that in the meantime. Thanks everybody for watching. Good night.